Tomorrow doesn't start the second the clock strikes midnight, or the minute the sun rises. It starts the very instant you have a vision, an idea that's unformed yet full of potential. At NTT Data, we harness inspiration and turn it into action, igniting the passion of our people to go further than we ever thought possible. From biotech to manufacturing, public service to banking, we're pushing for the boldest technological advancements and accelerating your...
Can you hear me? Are you excited? Yes. Can you go louder? Yes. Good. Okay. Welcome. So my name is Faris. I'm the founder and organizer of Cityjs worldwide. Didn't plan that. You can see my t-shirts from London. This is an organizer at the back, but this is a London t-shirt. So I started this conference in London, and then slowly, during the pandemic, it went worldwide. So last week I was in India. It was crazy. So yeah, I am a developer as well. Who is a developer here? Who is not a developer? Okay, yes. And I also teach in the university as well in London, City University. Yeah, this is a community conference. It's not like other conferences. It's by developers for the community. Okay, so every money we make, it's for the production of the conference, and we try to get communities growing. So it's about growth of community and developer community. So we have done 6 cities this year. Last year we did 8. So this is my 5th conference organized this year. The second one in Athens, because you can see June and now November. So it's twice. I will tell you a bit about why we're doing it this time a bit later. So we support communities, we get communities to grow, and the ticket prices are quite low. right? Some of you got some really cheap tickets compared to other conferences. And we have a code of conduct, so don't harass people because I'm going to kick you out here, right? Yeah, we don't accept that. We have a code of conduct. This is from Singapore, but if you replace Singapore with Athens, you have that COC, code of conduct. So yeah, we don't accept that. And there are 5 exits. There, it's easier than the plane where you have to do this kind of whole procedure before the plane goes up. So yeah, and this is not the Wi-Fi, by the way. It's from another conference. And yes, we have here our MC. How many conferences have you been so far?
This year? Not a lot, actually.
But how many Cityjs conferences?
All of them.
Yes, so she's my +1 MC. Welcome to Sara.
Good morning, everyone. You can tell Aziz has been living in London for far too long because this conference is on time. And this hasn't happened in years. London is finally broken. I get it. So hi, my name's Sara. If you've been to any other Cityjs in London or Athens, you have probably seen me. And if you have, I'm really sorry. If you haven't, I will be sorry by the end of the day. I'm also a developer. Okay, so first thing that I really want to do is thank our sponsors. That's the reason we get to be here twice a year. We get to come to Athens when it's not so hot, which is great. I can go outside. I can see the city and not cry. My crying is sweat. I'm from Portugal and I moved out. So yes, thank you so much to Deloitte. This is their space. Thank you to XM, Infobit, Interledger, and I will probably mention some of these very badly. ITEL Actors, NTT Data, Decipher Cloud. Was that good? It was good. See, I can pronounce MongoDB though, unless that's not how you pronounce it. It's like gentleman or something. Nearform, Orpheum, SAE. Yeah, that's the first one. Carriera. Was that good?
Yeah.
That was good. The good thing about Portuguese is that it has every single sound. And thank you so much to all our community partners, which are other conferences that are organized in a lot of places that really partner with us and help us make this a reality. And if you would like to follow us on any of these, please do. Do we have a blue sky?
I recently did one. So the Cityjs Conf
Yes.
Sky thing. It's a longer tag, isn't it?
Okay, yeah,
Fair.
fair. Okay, yeah, we also have a blue sky, so if you want to follow us on that, or if you're on Facebook, for some reason. Because you're my mom. They're also follow us there. And that's the last slide. So I actually need to call Eris back up. Come over here, sir.
Yeah. So a lot of you will question why are we here for the second time?
Because now the weather's good.
And yeah, because we want to.
Because now it's livable?
The weather is not good. Actually, it's good right now, so it's not very hot, is it?
No, it's great. That's what I mean. Like, I'm not even kidding. It can't be, no. This is great.
So yeah, Deloitte, they approached me just before the conference in June, and they said, we really want to be part of it, but your conference in June is just in 5 days, so we don't have time to do much this time, but let's do something later. And we want to be like a long-term kind of partner. So they gave us all this space for today. So give a clap for Deloitte. They have been very helpful. Like you probably, do you know Iliadis? Just the guy at the back? Hello. You know him now. You didn't know him before, but you know him now. So yeah, you know Yanni, so he also wears like this, but he's like he's not an organizer, he's a sponsor, but he helped me quite a lot the last few days. So yeah, and actually we are streaming this online for free. Yeah, you see that? And yeah, so somebody from Deloitte is going to come on stage and speak a bit about it. So I don't know where the lead is, but we might go ahead and start with the next presentation. So, yeah, because we have to show some code, right? We are developers.
Yes.
So, yeah, let's get the first guy up. He was an open, I shouldn't say guy, yeah, because we have a
You just said lady, which is so much worse.
Oh, is it?
You know, like, I don't know what the lady is. The lady has a name.
Oh my God.
I don't know what her name is, but she has a name.
Katerina.
Okay, there we
Yeah,
go.
Katerina is your name.
Okay, so we have our first speaker, and his name is Cody. And yesterday, I pulled a "Where are you really from?" to him, apparently, because I was like, "Hey, where are you from?" And he was like, "This tiny city in Oregon." And I was like, "Can you tell me where that is?" And he was like, "But I actually live in France." And I'm like, "Oh, I see. I'm so sorry." So it turns out he moved from the US to just live in the mountains, which I respect. I respect that. Yeah. Do you speak French?
I do.
Oh, you do? Okay, that's better than me when I lived in
I
Germany.
lived in France for 13 years, so I didn't speak French.
I lived in Germany for 5, so
Did you speak German?
no. Do you speak German?
But the funny
I'm
fact,
trying to make myself feel less bad about not speaking German.
but you know the funny fact is,
Yeah.
Cody's talk is about the stuff he does in the morning.
Yeah, that's true.
Yes,
And that's why I'm the first speaker, right?
yes,
Yeah.
because he's doing these things in the morning.
So Cody built an alarm clock using a Raspberry Pi, which is pretty impressive. I bought a Nintendo alarm though, because I apparently don't know what else to do with my money at this point in my life. But one very interesting thing about Cody is that when he left school, where he's really from, he actually coded in assembly. I don't know what he did in assembly. Did you make games or something?
There's robotics, and we're using small microcontrollers, so there's like a stack of like
So you didn't make any
six
games?
frames. No,
Okay.
that'd be cool.
You know what? I thought he would cool it.
Nice geeky for that, yeah.
Yeah, but yes, if you want to ask us something, yes. So if you want to talk to Cody about assembly for some reason, I don't know if you can.
I'm the assembly expert.
You're probably the only one that has ever coded in assembly.
It's like, oh, we're really old, long time ago. What is this thing you just put in my hand?
You don't want it?
For the stream.
Oh,
for the live
here.
streams.
I'm not gonna do it. It's kind of weird if I do it. You feel a little awkward if I do it. Like it's not wrong, but it's awkward. Okay, cool. So everyone excited to listen to how to make an alarm clock?
Let's do this.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you. Super excited to be here. Thanks to the organizers. Thanks to Deloitte for making this happen. Scan this QR code. It's a little choppy there. I don't know if there's like a little resolution on this display. Scan the QR code. Follow along. So what I really like to see is people put emojis on here while speaking. That way I know you're not sleeping. I know you're paying attention. We're doing this live. That gets me excited. It gets me more energy. So let's jump right in. My name is Cody Zuschlag, and if you know this already, if you put too much confetti on the screen, I won't have a problem. So I work in uniform. This always happens. It'll die down after time. So I'm kind of used to this. You will crash my application. But at some point you do have to stop so people can read these slides. So I work at Uniform. I'm the developer relations community lead. I have a long name. I do developer relations. I've been at Uniform for 5 years. We're doing all kinds of exciting things. You can scan the other QR code if you want to know more about me. We'll do that later. I'll put this up at the end too. You can follow me on Twitter, but honestly, I'd rather you just connect with LinkedIn. Twitter. I said Twitter. I said it. So X, it will be my X. So do connect to LinkedIn. I prefer that. So can I ask everybody less confetti and more emojis? That would be cool. No. So let's jump right in. I just thought about putting smiley faces and rainbows and unicorns on the screen. I thought, what would be a better talk than if you had rainbows and unicorns? Because what I'm really going to talk about, as you know, is this hackable alarm clock that I made. I made it for my stepdaughter. She's 6, she'll be 7 in December. So I'm dedicating this to her. This is dedicated to my stepdaughter, Gabrielle, who's 6 years old. So she loves rainbows and unicorns. So we're going to have a theme in this talk. What time did I start? I started like 3 minutes ago. Okay, try to keep my eye on the time. All right, good. So moving on, there was a problem. All right, a little less confetti, please. A little less confetti. Emojis are fine. So there was a problem, and I don't know if there's any parents in the crowd. I assume you probably know what the problem is. And the problem is the children are going to wake up when the sun comes up, right? So if it's winter time and the sun comes up where I live, we have really dedicated seasons, 4 seasons. So in winter time, like it's going to be 8 o'clock in the morning, the sun's going to come up. And in summertime, it's going to be like 6 in the morning. So this isn't like very compatible for everybody else. And children like to go to bed. Well, never. Children don't like to go to bed, right? So there's a lot of technology out there. So this is the creepy side, thinking about children going to bed. They never want to go to bed. So it's always creating a challenge at home, right? Because, we're going to sleeping in at 8 o'clock. Well, when your child wakes up at 6 with the sun, you're like, oh, okay. I guess we're not sleeping to 8. Good thing I went to bed at 1 in the morning. It's going to be a hard day. So there are solutions to this. So I got on Amazon. I took these screenshots. I got on an e-commerce platform, and I took some screenshots. Sorry, they're all in French because I live in France, so it defaults to the French Amazon. And basically, most of these are the same. If you look at the 3 on the right, like they're all the same, right? So there's some sort of white label device that are rebranded and sold on an e-commerce platform. And they look kind of goofy, kind of silly. We're starting around 40 euros, right? 35 euros for the cheap one, but it felt kind of funky. It felt like it's nothing that special with a smiley face on it. Then there's this expensive one, the, what do we call this? The Urban Hello, Remy. It's called Remy. It's got a cool smiley face on it. That got me thinking, like, oh, like, that kind of looks like a screen or some sort of animation. That's kind of cool. Like, something's happened. I got some ideas coming in my head. I got an app. At the end of the day, I was like looking at the price. It's on sale when I took the screenshot. But it was originally like 130, 140 euros. I'm like, for an alarm clock? Like, this is insane. Like, there's got to be a better way. And it like has Bluetooth. I know it's all written in French. It has Bluetooth. I'm like, so I'm paying 100 euros for an overrated Bluetooth speaker? No, there's got to be a better way. So I started thinking about my wallet. First thing, like, this is costing me a lot of money. I think there's got to be a better way. And also, I was thinking about security, right? Like, do I really want to connect another third-party device onto my local network? I don't know what they did, how they connected, how does that app work? Like, who else is going to be able to hack into this device on my network? I always think about that when I buy a smart device that connects to the Wi-Fi, right? What doors am I opening up into my network? And, we tend to consider our home land secure, but once you're adding all these smart devices, things get a little bit crazy. So maybe they're mining Bitcoins in the background on this Remy device. I don't know what's happening. And maybe I'm like powering some global attack that's running from my local network. No idea. So I didn't really like that idea. I was thinking there's got to be a better way. There's got to be a better way. And I'm a geek, so that's the base of it. So got online. This was back in like December last year, so a year ago. Like, okay, Raspberry Pi 4 came out a little while ago. They were kind of scarce in demand. Like, I could find one for like 35 euros. I'm like, wheels start turning in my head. There's got to be something cool we can do. Disclaimer, I actually bought the 4 gig model, which was 64 euros. But it would have ran on that 1 gig model. And like, okay, I'm getting somewhere. I got some Raspberry Pis, my unicorns and rainbows. And that was when an idea was born. So let's start at the top. It's a good start, but it's not enough, right? We need something else. We're going to need an enclosure and a touchscreen LCD. And I found this one. This is pretty cool. We're at 45 euros before tax, 53 after taxes. It's got an LCD built in, a touchscreen LCD built in, and a sweet little enclosure. It's pretty small. It's kind of hard to see in the pictures, but the Raspberry Pi is sitting behind the screen. So I'm thinking, like something cool is happening here. So we're getting closer. We've got a touchscreen input, LCD display. We put that Raspberry Pi inside. But we need to have sound. It's an alarm clock, right? So we need to have sound. It needs to wake somebody up. So we need a speaker. So we're getting closer. We're getting even warmer now. Maybe that's enough, right? We got touchscreen input, LCD displays, or input output. We have audio output. So I'm creating like a real device at this point. But let's look at the cost. So my bill of materials, we're at, a little bit over 100 euros. So I haven't saved any money, right? And how much time am I going to put into this project? So clearly this is not like a cost-effective investment. A lot of euros being burned in this project, and a lot of time, sweat, tears. But of course, like any project, which we probably all know from work or other places in our life, there's always more, right? That was the estimate, 100 euros, right? Oh, but there's more. When you have some fans in there and heat sinks, that's another 6 euros. Had a fan in it, but it was super noisy, and like having that sit next to your head while you're sleeping, yeah, that wasn't very fun. So I had to buy a silent fan to put in there. Oh, and a Raspberry Pi. Well, you should use the Raspberry Pi power adapter. Hopefully people here have used Pis before, and you know that their power adapter is over-spec'd in how much output it has. So that's another 9 euros. You need an SD card to actually run the operating system. So there's some hidden costs in there. So things are getting a little scarier in my rainbow and unicorn land. But it was a ton of fun. And we'll get to that later. So let's talk a little bit more about the device. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the hardware now. I'll show like a little demo of what it looks like. Then we'll talk about the software stack, which is really why we're here at Cityjs to talk about JavaScript. So the hardware stack. Now, we have, I think you already know this, right? Like the Raspberry Pi, touchscreen, USB speaker, a silent fan, which is really important, the power adapter, and SD card. And of course, you know, I want to use that Raspberry Pi because it's hackable, right? Like this is what's fun about it. It runs full Linux desktop. I'm not just using an Esprino device, an Adreno device that doesn't run a full desktop, right? I'm running a full Linux desktop. So the possibilities are huge, right? I can do tons of things. There's great docs about it. Raspberry Pis have a proven track record. There's so much documentation. There's so many accessories we can find. And it's like a full power device, right? I'm not skipping out. I'm like, okay, it just has a display. It's running some firmware behind the scenes. No, like I can have videos. I can do, the possibilities are just limitless. And the USB speaker, it just works. That was the reasoning behind it. The Raspberry Pi connects a speaker like to an I2C interface. We can need like a separate card to like convert I2C interface into like an audio output. You need to mount that inside. My enclosure is already really small. So I'm going to go USB. So you just plug it in, plug and play, and it just works. Downside is the speaker is huge, which you'll see in a minute. It's bigger than the actual device. But this is a proof of concept, right? And of course, with USB, there's that plug and play USB speaker. There's no drivers, there's no boards, there's no wires, there's no soldering. And the space challenges in my enclosure made it effective. And it was powered by USB, which is also why I wanted to have that real Raspberry Pi power adapter. Touchscreen. Honestly, my stepdaughter doesn't touch this thing at all. Like there is no interaction locally. I have an admin interface where I can set the alarm and all that, but I was like, if she knows that she can touch it and like access the menus, like all kinds of crazy things are going to happen. Alarms are going to go off at 3 o'clock in the morning. I've already seen that with her watch that she wears. So like, there is no interaction today, but I have ideas like some menus maybe, and maybe we could have some videos or some stories built in there. So there's lots of ideas for the future. So in conclusion, my proof of concept was really not cost effective, but damn, it was a lot of fun. And it works. So demo, I'm gonna do like a quasi demo. So I don't have the device with me. It's maybe putting this weird electronic thing in my carry-on luggage just felt a little bit odd. So I don't have it with me. And today's Friday, she had to get up in the morning. I'm not there, so I left the alarm clock at home. So I do apologize for this really ugly picture. That is an ugly picture. As you can see, the device is sitting on the top, and the Raspberry Pi touchscreen is on top. The speaker's on the bottom. Sorry for this like blurry looking picture. I think I took this at night at some point and I cropped it. And you can see the speaker is bigger than the actual device. This is version 1, where there's a rooster. You'll see later in the next slide. I changed the rooster for a unicorn. You know, little girls like unicorns. This is a little bit more fun. So during the day, this is what it looks like. You have the unicorns and get up, start your day. You know, take the bull by the horns, or the unicorn by its one horn. You have this round progress bar, which fills up as the day goes on. We can't see the time. We have the time in the corner when she should go to bed. So it's going to be 8:30 in a 24-hour time. And as the day goes on, the progress bar is going to fill up. Now, the next screenshot here that I took, this is nighttime. I'm actually cheating. This is daytime. You can see it's 5:30 in the afternoon. But at nighttime, the fonts get a little bit darker. Actually change the brightness on the screen. We still have the progress bar. So a little sleeping indicator. So when she looks at the clock in the morning, she knows she's supposed to stay in bed. If we have time at the end, I can put up the actual code running on the machine. There's an admin interface where I can go in and set the wake time and the sleep time for every day, because every day is different, right? Wednesdays in France, there's no school, but there's activities, so we get up a little bit later. The weekends, there's like the alarm doesn't go off. The icons change, but the alarm doesn't go off on the weekends, so you have to be able to toggle whether there's a sound or not for each day. A lot of calendar logic went into this, which if I have time, I'll talk about at the end. So that's the admin interface. I can show those things live later if we still have time. Now, building this device, there's this clear separation of concerns between the back end and the front end. So on the back end, we're switching over to the software stack. Of course, we're running Linux, Node. I built this all using TypeScript, which I'll talk a little bit more about later. I'm using a Fastify web server, which I'll go into more details later, but I love Fastify. Fastify is the best web server. We'll talk about that more later. On the front end, we're using a browser. We're using Chromium, React, and CSS, which we'll deep dive into a little bit more. Next, continuing on that theme, front end versus back end. I have a lot of these sites, client versus server, whatever you want to talk about. This was actually a huge challenge because the front end and the back end is running on the same device. So where do I put certain pieces of logic, right? There's a big question about separation of concerns and how to manage the logic. And maybe I could have used Electron. I'll talk about that a little bit more later. But I was a little bit concerned about managing the versions of Chromium, not just pulling them out of the packaging system for the Raspberry Pi OS. And if you've ever used Electron, you know that we have this API to transfer data from the front end to the back end. That felt awkward to me, I guess because I just come from a domain where we either use REST APIs or we use GraphQL. So I went just a traditional web server front end, back end. And because I have that admin interface, like having that back-end web server separate from the front end made sense to me, even though for her, she sees the front end in front of her all the time. I can connect with my telephone. So again, the separation of concerns. We have unicorns on one side, lions, rainbows on the other side. So this is a big part of the architecture. Now, the other part of the architecture, before we go really deep dive into the software stack, was, do I want to be able to access this remotely when I'm not at home? Should I access the wide area network? Is there a way to connect on the wide area network, or should it only work locally on the local area network? And in the end, I chose the latter. I said, you know what, I want it to be secure. I don't want to have to connect to a cloud service, so I have some way to open up a port with my network so I can connect from a distance. And at the end of the day, if she's home sleeping, there's an adult with her. So I'm never going to be changing the alarm when I'm off traveling, right? Somebody's at home, and they can change the alarm. So this is really an opportunity to restrict the feature set. Okay, let's keep the features small. Let's build for what we need, not for what we think we might need one day. So we went with LAN access only. It's really made it much less complex. So keeping it simple, have the KISS principle in there, right? Keep it simple, stupid. And another challenge that we had with the front end and the back end, is the sounds. And originally, as I was the front end, it's Chromium that's going to make the sounds, but there's a security issue there. You can't autoplay a sound in Chrome or Chromium until you've interacted with the screen, until you have a click or a scroll or some sort of input. And this device just boots and it starts the browser, so there is no interaction. So this was my original idea, is like I should play the sounds in the front end, but it didn't work. So the sounds are now being pushed into the back end. Persistence was another challenge. Obviously, I can configure this device. So where does that config live? Should it live in browser storage? Again, this was my original concept because I do love using the browser as a platform. But at the end of the day, I'm going to connect with my telephone and the admin interface needs to be stored somewhere. And then her device in her room is going to read those settings. So using browser storage was not going to work. Database? This is like a small device. I really need a database. So I store 7 days of the week and some timestamps. I don't think a database is really needed for this. So at the end of the day, it's just storing it in a JSON file on the file system. I'm interested in discussing that more, if that's a good idea or a bad idea. You could use maybe SQLite. But again, it just felt overkill to create a schema and store things in a table when it's really just a JSON file with like 20 lines of keys and values in it. Pulling. So this is the other problem. If I update the admin interface, how does her device know to update and get new settings? This was a big challenge too. Spoiler alert, I went with WebSockets in the end to dynamically update the device, any devices that are running on the front end. So we'll talk a little bit more about that in just a second. We'll speed up a tiny bit. Already talked about the sound. This was a big challenge actually to figure out where to put the sounds. Again, they're on the back end now, running off the server. And that speaker I already talked about, like USB is better. Okay, I already talked about all these things. I guess I'm getting that to myself. TypeScript. I was slow to come around, but I am a believer. And finally, today, I don't have to transpile anymore. Thanks to one of my old colleagues at Microfrontends, Marco Ippolito, Node.js, starting in, I want to say, version 22, allowed us to do type stripping. So with an experimental flag, waiting for that to become stable, I can run TypeScript directly in Node.js using a flag, which is just amazing. I can no longer need to transpile and do weird things to have my code change. I can now use TypeScript on the front end, on the back end. So on the front end, I'm using Vite, of course, with React. So this was amazing. One disclaimer about type stripping in Node.js is it doesn't, today, in the current version, it does not do any kind of type stripping out of node modules. So obviously, it's probably not obvious. There is a shared library between the front end and the back end. This is pretty common, right? In an architecture, I want to have a contract, I want to be able to validate between the front end and the back end. So I needed to have a shared library. I do actually do a separate build step on that shared library because there was no way to do any kind of type stripping on node modules. 2 minutes? Okay. I'll go a little faster. So let's talk about the stack. Let me go a little bit faster here. So I've already talked about Linux, TypeScript, Fastify is the web server, React, CSS, which is awesome. Linux, of course, I want to use Linux. It's stable, it's amazing. I'm going to go a lot faster. I'm not going to go through these ones very much. I already talked about it. One thing that's cool about Raspberry Pi OS, which is based off of the Debian, it has a kiosk mode. It allows me to boot the desktop directly to the Chromium browser. This was actually really cool. Open source, which is what we love, we know and love. Node.js, that's why we're here, right? That's what we love. We love Node.js. So I'm using TypeScript, we already talked about that. I'm using a mono repo. I'm not going to go into too much detail about that. Fastify. It's fast, bro. That's why I'm using it, right? I love Fastify. It has an API that's really a pleasure for developers to use. It's actively maintained. It has a plugin architecture that's going to promote modularity and separation of concerns. And there's a WebSocket plugin, which is how I actually synchronize the data. React, well, it's React, right? Devs know it. It's stable, evolving. I'm not going to go too much detail. You know CSS, check this out. You haven't used it before. It's like Tailwind on steroids. Atomic CSS. This is what we're using in this project. Monorepo. Let's get this one. We're not time. It's being deployed. If anyone wants to know more details about these things, come and talk to me. PM2 for the process management and the cron job. This is a weird one. The last point, I will mention that, is after 2 weeks, the sounds stopped working, and I haven't had time to debug this issue, and I'm probably just going to have it reboot once a week. So that's a hack, right? But I have an idea of trying to debug this issue. It's not as stable as I thought it would be. So looking forward to the future. I'm going to skip to the future slide, but I have a ton of things I was thinking about doing. Having remote access, how I'm going to manage updates. I'd like to have a test model so that every change I make doesn't potentially create a bug inside of the bedroom with my stepdaughter. But need some money for that. A smaller enclosure, maybe some 3D printing or something cool, and a smaller Raspberry Pi is cheaper, right? So maybe this could be a product one day. I have no idea, but the price point today is certainly not feasible. Tons of other ideas to make this more efficient, but it's going to cost money, and maybe one day I'll make money off of this. Who knows? The future is bright. So we're at the end. So was it worth it? Probably not, if we're talking money-wise, right? But it was a ton of fun. It was such a cool thing to do. and it works, and my stepdaughter loves it. So that's a win. We live in exciting times right now, right? Whether we're talking about artificial intelligence or we're talking about Raspberry Pis, like we can build anything today. It's just so much fun. So everything, right? Why go and buy some cheap, funky thing on your favorite e-commerce platform? Yourself, because you are an expert. We're all experts. That's why we're here, right? And I love boosting people's knowing that you're an expert, like you work in this domain, so show it off. So be an expert and build your own stuff. I'll just jump to the end of these slides. I do work in Terraform. I mentioned that. We love Node.js. We have tons of contributions and employee contributions. We're the seventh most active in the US. So if you want to know more about Terraform, talk to me. Generally, always hiring. We also love Fastify, so I can talk about that too, but I won't. The source code for this is available. Hit me up later, scan this QR code, or I can pull my phones out to take pictures. The repo is really not in very good shape because that was the least of my priorities, but the source code is up there, so this is a first project. If I get all over it, with the questions. Thank you so much. I appreciate your time. Come and talk to me. Hit me on LinkedIn. I'd love to talk about any of these subjects more. Thank you so much for your time.
In our modern world, technology moves at light speed. But why has our financial infrastructure failed to keep up with the pace of change? The Interledger Protocol was created to make sending money across the internet easy. We envisioned a payments network that acts as a bridge between anyone.
Amazing jobs as well. And I don't know if you know Mateo Colina. He used to work for the Near Forum. Yeah. He was here in June. Okay, so like I told you before, we're here for the second time in here. Normally it doesn't happen, not because I'm great, but I do love coming back every time. Yeah, so, there is to go back. I've been in this park for a million years. So, okay, yeah, this is nice. How many is part from 20 years? So, we have together with us, Caterina. How we have any Caterinas here? No, it's quite a common name. I think it was the name there, right? So, Caterina Leblanc. Part of the knowledge transformation, guess where? In Deloitte.
Sorry? No, it's right there. Thank you. Caterina, as I said, all of you here. I'm getting a lot of things using AI and tech. We're very good in our planning. Hopefully, so good knowledge of our clients. I hope some of you have heard about the collaborate. So, okay, so we are one of the biggest, is the biggest more than we have more than 700 offices. Our currency we working on 100 so services in all industries, so mainly have a where the business and the system give the right solution with the right in the video financial services and impact the business in the public sector, investment work, and working alone. And also, and media, like science, like we have all systems in life science. So in Deloitte, we understand that this is more exact technology transformation from the one that be more based on tax and so tax advice and more. You provide services in the accountancy, land, transactions and like said, and audit and assurance. Audit and audit. So the area of technology transformation. We are not going to of our class. So we can make transformation topics, however, always technology. So we use technology in order to close the gap to the process of company system, what's the cost reduction, what's the impact on our this to solve assessment of issues in our clients. We are working with clients both. And if I go along this slide in order to see the services that we provide to our clients, we are providing services in the area of cyber, in the area of offensive security. We all know about that. We will take a lot of time. We provide services in the area of human capital, HR and employees transformation, workforce management, performance management, companies. In all the areas, we are implementing systems. We have the so we provide different platforms, finance area, different organizations, or cash business, of course. We have the area of enterprise technology and performance. We are working there with different ERP systems, SAP, Microsoft, Oracle systems. We are implementing platforms management and other platforms in the area. Then we have the data. This is the area of building. In this area, we make a lot of transformations in our clients in the area of back office, from learning in the system, the different applications, and we are developing a lot of custom code and part of implementing industry solutions like the banking system, insurance system, but working a lot of custom systems. And of course, we have many stuff about Java, and different other technologies like RPA, workflows, CSV, cloud, data engineers, everything. And in the last the customer. We have all the applications and custom development from front-end to web design, but there is an integration with the line. So these are some examples of some businesses that we have done with JavaScript frameworks. The National Bank of Greece, we have a corporate framework, Zuschlag for more data decisions, corporate clients, get loan is credit limit, centralization management, and both of them. To handle all decisions about legal or non-performing loans to other cases. Recently, a few days ago, we announced the introduction of a business mobile app and web for the business partners with React Native and React.js. We have done also the content portal, the National Bank of Greece portal for its grants and development services, and another mobile app for business. So that's from my side. The last comment that I have to say is that when I started with the Iliadis 30 years ago, in the course, I've left internet and for the 7 years ago, 35 years ago. Still, I don't see a lot of women in the room, but I'm very happy that there are many, and we have a lot in our team. So, thank you.
Thank you so much. And hello, everyone. It's me again. I'm going to get this computer out.
You interact with your customers across multiple platforms and devices in this digital world and need to deliver a top-notch experience every time for better engagement and conversions. Do you find this challenging? In the face of an ever-expanding digital landscape, content explosion, and large remote teams? Well, we've got a solution. Introducing ImageKit, the modern media stack to simplify media management and building.
In our modern world, technology moves at light speed. But why has our financial infrastructure failed to keep up with the pace of change? The Interledger Protocol was created to make sending money across the internet easy. We envisioned a payments network that acts as a bridge between anyone and the entire world. Today, when we send an email, we take it for granted that once we hit send, the email will appear in the recipient's inbox almost instantly. It doesn't matter if you're sending from one email provider to another. It works seamlessly in a matter of seconds, not days. The Interledger Protocol is designed so you can send money as easily as you can send an email. It's a network that reflects our interconnected world, accessible to all, regardless of identity, geography, or income. One that's more inclusive, without minimum transaction amounts or costly transfer fees. The closed networks of the past keep people disconnected. Our mission is to bring our financial infrastructure into the 21st century and give everyone equal access to a global financial network. Email your digital bank or digital wallet provider and ask them to consider joining us to help make the world a more interconnected place.
Call it off there. Okay, cool. So, yes, keep it up, be excited. Thank you, Sara. Hi everyone, this is my first time in Athens, also in Greece. So first of all, I would like to thank Athens and all the team for having me here. I am loving it, and this is a very good experience. So it's taken a lot on the conference, and like Aris does a lot, like the team does a lot. So I would like us to give another round of applause for everyone who is with this conference. So yeah. Thank you. My name is Anuradha. So D is very hard to pronounce. D is okay. It's hard, but anyone say that, it's fine. No matter. So it's all right. So today I will be talking about accessibility. So I'm not going to talk much about the code, but since we are a JavaScript function, whenever we write it, what the application is running, so we have to make it accessible. So very important part of it is testing, right? Like we need to test it so that we are ensure that it indeed is accessible. So I'm going to touch a bit on that. So on this section, I am a developer or consultant, so it's fine. So I'm a senior software developer at Vodafone Ziggo. I'm from India and I stay in Netherlands. I'm also a Google developer expert, Microsoft Community, and Google Technical Director. And I'm an accessibility advocate. A lot of time I'm talking about accessibility. If you would like to connect on me, or if you have any questions for to ask even after today, you can connect me on LinkedIn and or on Twitter as Yaka_404. So what are we going to talk today? A little bit of what is accessibility. I will not talk about it. We have another talk as well around accessibility today. And I really like that we have two talks today itself on accessibility. And one more, I think, in pre-conference, this is great. We should touch a lot on this topic. So we will see how we can test for accessibility using the developer tools. And I'll give you some tips on how we can debug and test for accessibility. So what is accessibility? So accessibility on A11Y, so happy, it's kind of a neural link where A11 is a number of letters between A and Y, just like I-A-T-M. It means making resources and services usable by everyone, regardless of their abilities or disabilities. And why is accessibility important? Yes, there is also a law coming in June 2025. But why it is important is because whatever we are building is built for users. We want the users to use our applications and websites. And our users can be very diverse. As for WHO or World Health Organization, around 15% of the world population live with some form of disability. And there are different types of disability that can be broadly categorized into visual, auditory, motor, and cognitive. And there is very good documentation by Microsoft, so inclusive. There is further categorized into permanent, temporary, and situational, and it actually shows that we find different situations. So, for example, like hearing disability, if someone is deaf, then they can be permanently disabled. But maybe someone has a ear infection or something, and it's not permanent, but it's temporary, and until they get operated or until it gets better, they still can't hear properly. So it still is a temporary disability. Or otherwise, we can be in a situation. For example, here, let's say I'm trying to to you all and there is loud music playing out, so you can't hear me properly. So that can be a situational form of disability. You all can, let's say, hear properly, but still there is music and you can't hear properly. Right? So I really like this notion about disability, which is in the that it is actually mismatched human interactions. So whatever we are providing, we are not providing in a way that people use their abilities to access it properly. So we have not provided the tools properly. That's why it's important for us to, whenever we are developing, designing, testing, we always ensure that we are making accessibility in mind. There are diverse users, there are also other ways in which they access the web, we all access the web. Apart from just using mouse, we also have like keyboard, so we also use keyboard. Some users rely on keyboard for accessing the web. And we need to ensure whenever we are testing that we are also loading compliance. The keyboard users can also use everything and they can go through everything. Then narrators or voiceovers. So every device that we have, it has some sort of voiceover or narrator embedded, and many users can use these to access the web. And these are all assistive technologies. So we need to test for all these devices. Then there are some more complex devices. One of them is like a brain display, where whatever two resolution first gets converted to Dale and I can understand. So there are many ways that users are using complex assistive technology. We need to ensure that it is accessible to everyone. Repeating it again and again. Yeah, that's the whole point. So how do we test for accessibility? Many ways they are automatic. They can only let's say 40% of accessibility issues. So we also need to do manual testing. Let's just how the keyboard and see if it's accessible or not. Let's use screen readers. We are developers. We are a lot in browser. So let's see some of the developer tools. Like we can also just open up the developer tools and we do a lot there. We do styling and everything. We can also test for accessibility in multiple ways using developer tools, and that's what I'm going to show today. So the first one, maybe you all are familiar with, is Lighthouse. So when we have to remove the line or I have Lighthouse this code. So that's my website is accessible. Really, but also the score doesn't happen much, but also Lighthouse is not the only. That's good that we are using Lighthouse. It does give us some wins, like the big wins. This again automatic is 40%, 50% of total accessibility issues. So now let's go to the demo. So I'm going to show everything. Yeah. Okay, okay. So go to the browser. We can just go for that tools, Lighthouse, and we can type the page code for text accessibility, let's say, and we get a report, and I'm going to use the website itself. So we have some issues which we can fix, and we can understand a bit more about it. We can see which element we want to and everything. So this is for Lighthouse, right? Let's go beyond Lighthouse. So what can we do apart from Lighthouse? So after we have checked Lighthouse, we also test multiple other things. For example, if let's say inspect a node. So what we do usually is I want to inspect I can go to node. Answer. So let's understand one thing. What we see in the area is the document object model. Whatever is here along with the styles, that is what leads to what we see on the screen. So this is derived from DOM2. Now, how does assistive technologies get their information from, right? Because if whatever we are coding here and it is showing properly, but it is not accessible, then what's the cache? Where is it coming from? So the assistive technology, they don't leave all the information that we have here, right? So we have another tree which is called accessibility tree, which is derived from DOM tree. And what it uses the important information from here and it strips off the unnecessary information. And I'll show that in a while. And using that accessibility tree, that's how the assistive technologies like even keyboard to understand where it needs to tap on and what actions can you do on something. So all the technologies they use the accessibility tree and that's why it's good to understand and see that what it looks like. So what we can do is make it bigger. So I hope it's readable. If you see it's not readable, just put hands out. I will make it bigger, okay? But is it good right now? Okay, perfect. So a talk on accessible, right? So when we inspect anything, we see lots of things. What we don't see most of the times is that another pane here, mostly hidden, is accessibility pane. So here we can understand the information about different nodes. For example, and here there is an option where I can say that I want to enable the full page of accessibility tree. So what it does is, and there is an icon in the Elements tab. So in this icon, if I click on it, it just converts the DOM tree into accessibility tree, and we see that information is different, but like what it contains of four important things. First of the thing is name, like what is the name of that node, which is there in accessibility. So the name, and it can be derived in different ways. So there are different rules how the name derives. So we get the name, we get the role, like it's a button, it's a menu, whatever it is. So the role is derived because depending on that, there is more information that can be added. For example, it's a toggle, but there is an extra thing with it, whether it's like on or off and stuff like that. And hence there is another information which is called state, and then there is description. So if we have more information about something, for example, there is a form and there is a password, and then so the name password can be the name, and the description can be like about our password, like some rules. It should be minimum 8 characters and something like that. So we need to connect that to the input using how you described by, let's say, and then that comes under description. That description of this input field or this. We can also see it in the accessibility. Like it can be overwhelming. Let's in a different format than we are used to, let's say. So we can also just look at single, like let's say, accessibility page here, all the information about just that node. So for example, name, how it is derived, like if it has title at the lowest priority. So if multiple of these are present, then the one higher will be the one that is the deciding factor. So here it just has a text, so it derives the name from content. If I have something higher level on that element also, then higher level will take preference. It's very important because sometimes that we working and we say that okay, we have set some ARIA labels or we set the name. Why is people pronouncing something else? Like what is going wrong? So this way we can come and understand that where the name is getting derived from, where the data is getting derived from. So this is very important for us to understand. The third thing is focusable, yes, because it's a link. The URL, so it has some information, and then ARIA. If ARIA attributes on in these nodes, then it also comes here. So we can also understand if there are some ARIA values which are there for these. So this is the accessibility pane, and if you are not using it, I think it's nice to understand. But I also get about different rules, like what rules can take what state and stuff like that. And it's a pretty good one. After that, there are multiple other things. Like for example, let's say we can also disabilities. For example, in that was unflown devils, by the way. So command. So if I open it, I can actually see something with rendering. So there is a rendering pane that comes up, and actually we can do lots of settings from here and test for example, there are lots of different settings. What I'm interested in, let's say, in color scheme. So we can test for different color schemes. We have our websites where we are applying color scheme. So another way of doing it is either we are installing some app to check the color scheme, or we can go to our user settings, and then here search for accessibility, and then we get what are the different settings. We change the settings for the system. We go and test it. We can do it in the browser itself. So here I can just emulate different kinds of settings. For example, I can use here web dev. And in this website, if I go ahead, okay, and right now the setting is device default. So whatever my device settings are, like if I prefer dark schema, then it should show like that. So here I can emulate it from. So I prefer like dark scheme, and then it should look like that, light, or if I want to stop the emulation. Similarly, for many different things,
many different things. Then there is a place to also emulate different kinds of different deficiencies. Not the entire list, but some of the important deficiency list. For example, I can emulate blur vision and just see that whatever information is there, like format fonts are big enough and stuff like that. For reduced contrast, and some of the color deficiency. For example, sometimes when we are designing and when we are developing, we use lots of colors to make it pretty, and we also create information to users on colors. So what we have to keep in mind is that we can use colors, of course, but we should not use only colors to create the information to the users. There should be another way as well, because the users can have different types of color deficiency. One of them is achromatopsia, where it's everything is basic. So if we are using red, something like that, and if it is the state, error state, small thing, something like that, then if only they want to be able to figure out, but you can't see that color. So whenever we are doing something and test it, we should test for different things to understand that the user, so that whatever we are doing, we are not excluding anyone, and we are being mindful of different users that we have done. Apart from that, there is also different types of user preferences that we need to respect for the users. Other preferences like color, there is another one like motion. Okay. So, for example, animations are good. I will just I don't like animations much. So animations are good. They make our website pretty cool. But there's also settings for users who have difficulty looking at lot of animations, something like estimate or something else. And then we have other device settings which we have where we can go ahead and say that reduce the motion for the user. So user and like I somewhat fall into that range as well because I don't feel good when I see the animations, lots of animations. So users can go ahead and set it on. So they are saying that okay, go ahead, I want motion to be reduced for me. I want let's say dark color scheme, I want maybe more contrast, less contrast, something like that. So they go ahead and put this setting. But as developers, we need to respect those settings. Only just by them setting this is not going to work. We have to do some work as well. We have to code in that way as well. So, for example, here I have a code and animation, right? Copied from it. By the way, I don't how to do animation much. I have to do that. So here, I can either emulate it if I have to test. I can either emulate again my system settings or I can again come here and either I can go in rendering panel or I can do it right here. So I want to let's say emulate the reduce motion. Okay. So I reduce, I want it to be reduced. Nothing happened. No respect for my settings because I did not code in a good way. So what I can do is, and what I prefer to say, and that's why I will just there are many ways to do it. We apply the animation and then we can have a media say that if the user has reduced functions, okay, in that case we remove the animation. So that's one way of doing it. Like how I prefer, however, is by default do not apply it. Like by default, I don't add extra layers. I only add the extra layers if the user has no preference. For example, here I'm going to check that the user has no preference. That they are okay with whatever I do on terms of animation, and then I go ahead and add the styles. Sometimes because reduce motion doesn't mean remove everything, it can still be under limits. Like some of the motion can still be there. It shouldn't be lot for user to get stimulated, and then there are different ways. So in that case, that otherwise I would say just like by default don't do it. And only do it if the user has no preferences, something like that. But also, this is one way. But if we are writing some complex animated code,
maybe we are writing lots of JavaScript, right? So in that case, also we have media queries which we can actually get from Windows, and then okay, I created a. Okay. So like from media query, so I can get a match media from window and I can check for that query, that this query does it exist or not, like what is the user preference, and depending on that actually I can add a class. So I can check it and then should I add an animation class. So if they prefer the reduced motion, I don't add any class. If they don't have preference, I add an animation class. And now, see, they stop because there is code and I said that it reduce the motion for me. If I remove it, it works. So I can test these things directly from the browser. So I think as developers, we really like that whatever we can do in more comfortable way, in faster ways. So these are some of the things in which we can test really good and we can also make things better. So let's always think about user preferences whenever we are coding and also test it properly. Like this slide, also test if it works good as well. These are just shots of what I said actually. So I'm just going to move to everything. Preferences. This is simple enough. I think we all have been using it, but have you noticed that when we inspect anything, let's say, we also see accessibility information that comes up. So that's really cool for us to like understand and choose. For example, this is SVC, that's why it's not keyboard focus. So Angular, this is keyboard focus. So sometimes it's good to read those as well. So just a bonus thing. I have more, but I just put it off because I wanted to be on time and also so this is something learn from somewhere. Internet, I guess. I really like it. Of course, we learn everything. But yeah. Let's say we are testing for screen readers. Like just open up screen. Every device has a voiceover or a screen reader. We can open it up and we can test it. But there are some kinds of biases that come into play. Right? Like if I can see properly, if I am the one who coded the website, I can use the screen reader, but still I know most of the stuff. So even if there are slight issues, I can still go through it. Yeah, I can understand it because I'm also seeing it simultaneously while I'm the screen reader. But just not seeing the screen reader, maybe like many of our users might be using it. So for that, what we can do is what I like to do actually, and this is just a tip, a suggestion, that I go to the body and I just apply a filter on it. So I can just get blur on it. So I just blur it and then make more like whatever, depends, like whatever makes you more see. And then use the screen reader. So like I'm not biased, like I'm not able to pick things up from a text or something and have some assumption in my mind. I'm kind of a user. So different ways, but these are things we can do with tools and quickly test our websites and still be mindful of all our users. That's my bonus tip. And I have an action item for all of us. Whatever we are working on, they should all test it for accessibility. And it's everyone's responsibility. So like let's test everything accessibility. Start conversation. This is really important because most of the times when I have people, they didn't know about accessibility. That's why they didn't work on it, right? We need to know that it exists. So only starting conversation also, we can actually hear it right direction. So we should be talking more about accessibility. Let's say someone design that is presenting to the design that this is what we have to build. Let's ask, like, did we consider accessibility? If someone is showing us, like, say that we have to do this cool thing on hover, okay, like the user hovers over something, we should ask, what about the keyboard focus? Like, have we thought about it? How do we want to go about the keyboard users? So, like, we need to start conversation with all of the things. And that's how we will achieve this all together. Like this is much more than just passing some rules and regulations. This is for our users, for everyone, because whatever we are building for people, for all of us. So let's make the web more accessible for everyone. You can scan the QR code for the sites if you want, but they are just screenshots I showed in the demo. With that, thank you.
Tomorrow doesn't start the second the clock strikes midnight, or the minute the sun rises. It starts the very instant you have a vision, an idea that's unformed yet full of potential. At NTT Data, we harness inspiration and turn it into action, igniting the passion of our people to go further than we ever thought possible. From biotech to manufacturing, public service to banking. We're pushing for the boldest technological advancements and accelerating your greatest ambitions. Because we believe the future is shaped by those who refuse to wait for it. It's more than just consulting and IT modernization. It's servicing companies in over 50 countries to turn vision into action. Because if you want to change the world for the better, you start now. Ignite tomorrow. Today. NTT Data.
Πώς και εδώ σήμερα, νόμιζα ήσουν από το σπίτι.
Το άλλαξα, μωρέ, αφού έχει το afternoon cocktail.
Σωστά.
Αυτό το αφήνουμε κάπου.
Ωραία. Γιατί ήρθαμε, δεν έχω καταλάβει.
Παιδιά, είστε εδώ για μια HR καμπάνια. Είστε έτοιμοι?
Φύγαμε.
Θα απαντήσω εγώ. Θα σου το πω απλά σαν να το έλεγα στη μαμά. Βοηθάμε τις εταιρείες να λειτουργούν καλύτερα, να αντιμετωπίζουν τα προβλήματά τους και να πετυχαίνουν τους στόχους τους.
Με βασικό άξονα την τεχνολογία.
Σωστό.
Μιλάμε για μια πολυεθνική. Βρίσκομαι στην εταιρεία τα τελευταία 2 χρόνια και έχουν έρθει πολλά και αξιόλογα άτομα. Βάλε και τα γραφεία σε 4 άλλες περιοχές εκτός από την Αθήνα.
Θεσσαλονίκη, Πάτρα, Γιάννενα και Ηράκλειο.
Boom.
Και πρέπει να είμαστε γύρω στους 3.000. Σωστά, παιδιά.
Σίγουρα πάντως παίζει ρόλο το δυνατό brand name, οι ευκαιρίες ανέλυξης σαν εργαζόμενος και οι πολύ μεγάλοι πελάτες φυσικά.
Αλλά σκέψου ότι μετράει πάρα πολύ και το περιβάλλον. Τα project είναι αρκετά ενδιαφέροντα.
Είναι πολύ καλά και για το βιογραφικό του καθενός.
Και εννοείται η δυνατότητα ότι μπορούμε να δουλεύουμε hybrid και ότι το ωράριο μπορεί να γίνει αρκετά ευέλικτο.
Ναι.
Lately, I've been co-authoring a guide on how to use Node.js streams. Hopefully, be published sometime soon the Node.js webpage. So, if you use the Learn section of the Node.js webpage, it was like reward the last 2 years. There's a Learn section. Everything that is there is interesting and the technical. So, if you don't know it, you might want to take a look. Cody already said something about Nearform. We are the most active contributor, and I want just to touch base on it a little bit because I'm impressed. We are 300 developers. We are five, and most of the rest of the companies that are that high, they are like thousands of developers. So I think it's a great thing. We have a nice community. We are running on Node.js, trying to work on my community projects here. We're trying to approach large scope rate Node.js. So as things are different ways to any past, if you have some questions you want to or maybe companies looking for partners that are really experienced on Node.js. Cool. Node.js strings. They are a great way to handle these sets of requirements. So they are available over time, or you cannot fit them in. So already asked it, but I want to make this easy. So I know some of you might already be aware of all the competition. So when I have a slide here, is because some kind of here. Thank you for you to be a little bit more. So I can you please raise your hands again? The ones you have used Node.js strings. There are not many. Of those that didn't have their hands raised, how many of you have them? Okay, I see no hands. Oh, one hand. Thank you. Now, I hope still. I'm going to talk about things that are next, so that is not known. Cool. For the rest of us that says that you haven't worked with the string, are you sure you haven't worked with the strings, or is just that they are a bit hidden in the if you connection you might wonder why would I care? I would say I've been this around the internet lately, and explanations of why do I have two awaits here. There are explanations. The first one is that that's really it's a wait for it. That's how it is. This is okay. It's I think there is another explanation of like the rationality for the why we have to wait, which is like in an instance we have to make the first scatter stuff. So that logic might be like gigabytes long, and we need to differentiate those two. Which is cool. It's the actual reason why we need this, but it's not really the one we are here to talk about. So the reason that I like is that what is the speed? So we sort of work together. So they are built on the event class, Node.js or JavaScript in general. And they react to the events. We have data, we can read them and buffering. So if we want to parse a body, like parse it's synchronous. So one thing is because we have to all the events on the queue, and once we have the memory, we can just process the JSON. And again, we should ask like, would I care? I would do something with it. You might memory solution. Any problems or any bugs, if you don't know what's behind this, you might not know where to start to try to fix this. But the second one is that your users might be there. For example, for this is this is the first time I'm doing a lecture, so please take your prayers to the team of us, send your energy. Okay, so for this one, we're going to be using Pacify. Basically, I have a query GPT or GPT-3 query need for trying to get strings, one not using them with this boolean flag that I have here. If it's a stream, I just pass the stream flag to it, so they know they process me the stream. And if I'm doing it anyway, I'm reminding header so I can tell my front end that okay, I'm going to send you a stream. You can get that. And if I do not, I'm doing the await JSON, which is before. Basically, there I have conversation. React application which is fetching them in parallel, like it will show text fetching in the stream, one in non-stream. I'm putting the one first because you need to select that and doing some weird shit like this is faster and I'm putting it at the end, so it's slower now. It's the first one. It doesn't matter because they're asynchronous, they're going to be microclass, two. They're going to be parallel, so there's some behind it. Not yet. I keep forgetting this, like with other package managers, you don't need to do that. So, also, I'm using this to showcase a couple of, I don't know how well it's probably not very well, but I think it's interesting to know that I'm doing this streaming about it. Right. I love it, so that's okay. You can use it in Model 22. There is also a new kind of news flag, which is the end of flag for the package. Using this, so I can take out token and not leak it because near-form will kill me if I leak more token. And I have this watch flag. I have it for development purposes. I'm not going to change anything, so I'm not going to use it. But you can also get rid of and use the watch it will be working. Cool. So I start my server. I can go to my web page here. And we have the non-streaming version. Tell me, so we can see different because it's short, you will notice it. I'm going to present you what is going to happen because it's not like it's too much. The first one will try to build the whole story in memory and then push experience somewhere we will see this like hiding effect. So the first one starts this way, and when we have the other one complete. So I think the second one is a much better than user experience. So this is what I mean. You care about it, of course, you should care that they have a better experience. And with this, I will continue. And you? Maybe I have time because I'm not sure. But yeah, I have time for questions, or you can have later. Cool. For the rest of the presentation, I'm going to be using an example that hopefully gets you a little bit excited because I think reading and stuff. So I took the feedback. We are going to do like you have probably used Zoom or whatever you like your partners working behind you on your and you want this blur background. So I try to with this usually like so my 1 hour movie and try to fit it in memory because probably I will trust my person. So the best way to do this is to make know what to send back. If you media from Scotland, it's one. There are some APIs there, and we can video path as a stream, then we start the frame like video, a lot of images plus some audio that we are discarding. So we take each frame and we blur the frames. I'm keeping this thing up there because that's how you will do that stream, which is basically what you would do with some streams is get an info stream, which is your source, do some transformations with it, and then I'll put it somewhere that would be the right stream. So we have different basically at the end, and I'll put them easy. So we go again with a demo. You already seen this because I used it. So I'm not going to show the code for it because it's a lot of I'm using TensorFlow for the detecting the difference between me and not me. There's a lot of information on how to get guidelines. I'm not going to do that. But the result, hopefully, we have enough notice. Maybe you don't, and that's the case. But maybe you can see somewhere around there that it's being blurred, hopefully. So this is what we're going to be working with. And I will tell you like different ways to do this and why. So the first way is with this pipe method. This has been Node.js for forever, basically. The strings were in Node from the beginning, but there was a string class that came with these 0.4 methods. It was 2011, I think, something like that. And sometime later, we got this new way, we got this pipeline function. This one is from 0.11 instead of 0.4 or something like that. And you might be wondering, like, why do we get this new way, the old way for it? Well, if we want to say that we need to dig a bit, look at how the pipeline works. So I have this conversation with Node.js. It's my that's not clear. Who knows? So I was like, can I use 5? You shouldn't unless you really know what you're doing. Why? Because the handling is complex. Well, this is complicated. Actually, I'm not doing it first because this is just definitely a function. I see also like some other functions that are similar level. This is what I recognize to do. So this is called in pipe. So there, for most of the rest of the stuff is doing right. You're not doing like stupid things like trying to have something to disobey laws or something like that. Providing utilities so you have a lot of control and more the functions. In fact, when I was released, we got this package. Used to be a whole different place because Pipe had so many errors that somebody needed to build a different package so we could do it right. And it was so useful that it Node core was brought in, so it could be updated years ago. And now we have better error management. Under the hood, you don't need to build that yourself. Cool. If you don't do that, like you could ask, like, well, what happens if I don't do that? You can try to have a string that has an error, and if you get an error in a pipe instead of a pipeline, you can watch the events for the end of the strings, and you will see that the resources are quite great at the string level. The pipeline level string. Pipeline was great. You need to do resources, and then you have memory. And if you want to try, there's this learn section that I commented on. How to if you are interested in that, I have it on the previous version of the presentation, but it's probably for this end of the evening or the morning. Cool, and with that, we could be done with this stuff. Kinda, you already know how to things. Okay, I did 5 minutes instead of 5. It was easy. I took a long way to do that. I could have just straight out tell you that. I don't know. I feel for talking. But you might have other ways to do streams. Like we have something called web streams, which are part of the web standards. We have them in the front-end environment. In fact, like the first away with the that's a web stream. That's not even an Node.js stream. So you might be wondering, like, okay, so we know web streams. What should we do with web streams? And how do they like each other? And if we are using pipeline instead of Pragmatic, which we should, I have good news because they just interact seamlessly. You put them in the pipeline, you can mix a Node.js stream, a web stream, or a single vector, and they will walk into the pipeline for the mix as well. As an example, we can have a similar pipeline. This time, instead of fetching the video from my file system, I can do it from a body. From an away, that would be a web stream. Then I can use other streams that I have been using that are regular streams. And I can have a generator functions. They are not used very often, but they are they work as a simulator, so you can move over them and produce data like this, like stuff like that. Then we have the mainframe, which was a regular Node.js stream. No, but you might find a different problem. I don't know the whole pipeline. I just but then I need to handle these to someone else to do something. And maybe I'm using a stream and they not anymore. And for that I also have news, right? You have in the JS stream, you have already writable and complex classes. You have from a two-web method that allows you to take a JS stream and output it on the stream. In case you have a web stream and you want a regular node stream, you can do from web. But that's only if you are going to output it. If you are just consuming the stream, like probably the easiest way forward is this Vorillas construct. You can just treat it basically as if it was an array and this is a for all loop. One example when you might want to be using this, you are in the client, the client only accepts the streams. They don't accept the regular web streams. So basically, it should be pretty easy. You just need to take the body and put from web method, and this will work perfectly well. Cool. And now we could definitely go home. We would be okay with it. But there are some things coming to JavaScript in general and to Node with it, and I think it was worth mentioning. So we have two proposals. It's the community that will summarize the features coming to JavaScript. These two proposals are in states 3 and state 2. The state 3 one means basically they can disable, and they are waiting for the implementers of and Node and other runtimes to implement this and see if there are anything that might be a potential solution. Apart from that, the API should be pretty stable. The second one is state 2. That means something else is required. They were having problems with currency, but probably that won't affect the API. So it can be tried to figure some stuff out. They are basically talking about sometimes we use arrays over time. So if they are arrays over time, why shouldn't we use like array filter use? That's what this is about. And I have, again, good news, because if you go into the documentation of Node.js streams, you will see that the readable stream already implements all these methods. It's part of the experimental experiment with it, which is very nice. So for this one, I'm going to be doing it a little bit different than the other examples. Basically, my map over them. So in this case, I'm taking a readable stream from this file and taking the case and then into the output. And one of the good things about it is that these operators are lazy, so they will only consume the data when they really need to. So one of the problems that I have seen pointed out is like this big debate, like when you use map on this stuff, because when you do that. You need to create a function that's probably so big, but you have to recreate the whole array. So you have an array, this is millions of elements. For example, I will have to recreate the whole array. And we can see that we can see we need to actually then we have an array, we pass it to array, but we use this other method with the readable and use the map readable, we have to actually identify an array. So like forcing the reader to consume the method. You can see that here is automated, so you don't have to load the array. That's not probably even be like more performance in that still, this is still an experimental feature, so we would have to wait for an actual implementation and do benchmarking. This is not really to benchmark it. But if that was better, like these proposals are not only for streams, they are for iterators in general. So rights are iterators. You could even use iterators with the regular arrays, and that might be common. I don't have the answer yet, but I think there's some. Everybody. If you scan the code, that's my thing. So reach out that you have there. We can connect you guys on about the roles or anything about this, or we can give me the code.
I don't think we have any questions. So not very bad to be fair for this day. But thank you so much. If you have any questions for Carlos, just catch him. I guess, is that okay?
Yeah.
If he goes following you around.
It's okay to be open.
Okay, cool. Get out. Get out. This is my turn. Okay, we have a break now. So 20 minutes. Just you let. Is that okay? Yes. Oh.
Πώς και εδώ σήμερα, νόμιζα ήσουν από το σπίτι.
Το άλλαξα, μωρέ, αφού έχει το afternoon cocktail.
Σωστά.
Αυτό το αφήνουμε κάπου.
Ωραία. Γιατί ήρθαμε, δεν έχω καταλάβει.
Παιδιά, είστε εδώ για μια HR καμπάνια. Είστε έτοιμοι?
Φύγαμε.
Θα απαντήσω εγώ. Θα σου το πω απλά σαν να το έλεγα στη μαμά. Βοηθάμε τις εταιρείες να λειτουργούν καλύτερα, να αντιμετωπίζουν τα προβλήματά τους και να πετυχαίνουν τους στόχους τους.
Με βασικό άξονα την τεχνολογία.
Σωστό.
Μιλάμε για μια πολυεθνική. Βρίσκομαι στην εταιρεία τα τελευταία 2 χρόνια και έχουν έρθει πολλά και αξιόλογα άτομα. Βάλε και τα γραφεία σε 4 άλλες περιοχές εκτός από την Αθήνα.
Θεσσαλονίκη, Πάτρα, Γιάννενα και Ηράκλειο.
Boom.
Και πρέπει να είμαστε γύρω στους 3.000. Σωστά, παιδιά.
Σίγουρα πάντως παίζει ρόλο το δυνατό brand name, οι ευκαιρίες ανέλυξης σαν εργαζόμενος και οι πολύ μεγάλοι πελάτες φυσικά.
Αλλά σκέψου ότι μετράει πάρα πολύ και το περιβάλλον. Τα project είναι αρκετά ενδιαφέροντα.
Είναι πολύ καλά και για το βιογραφικό του καθενός.
Και εννοείται η δυνατότητα ότι μπορούμε να δουλεύουμε hybrid και ότι το ωράριο μπορεί να γίνει αρκετά ευέλικτο.
Ναι, σαν φοιτητής νιώθω ότι η δουλειά δεν μπαίνει εμπόδιο στις σπουδές μου. Είναι πάρα πολύ κατανοητική η εταιρεία, οι managers όλοι είναι πολύ φιλικοί ώστε να σε βοηθήσουν να τελειώσεις τις σπουδές σου το συντομότερο δυνατό προκειμένου να εξελιχθείς και μέσα στην εταιρεία.
Αλήθεια, τώρα θα συζητήσουμε αυτό το πράγμα.
Είναι μια μεγάλη εταιρεία, οπότε καταλαβαίνετε. Επιτρέπετε. Παιδιά, ηλικία, μισθό και κιλά δεν ρωτάμε. Αυτό που μπορώ να αποκαλύψω είναι ότι σίγουρα εξαρτάται από τον ρόλο, από το τμήμα και από το seniority.
Ναι, και σίγουρα η εταιρεία παρέχει έτσι διάφορα ελκυστικά benefits. Προσπαθεί να δημιουργήσει ένα κλίμα ώστε ο κόσμος να είναι ευχαριστημένος και να ανταμείβεται για αυτό που κάνει. Ξεκινάς θέλοντας ένα βιογραφικό.
Κοίτα, θα σου πω, κατάλαβα την ερώτηση. Γενικά, πολλοί κόσμος μπορεί να πιστεύει ότι είναι κάτι άπιαστο. Κατηγορία διαβάστηκε.
Τελικά, ωστόσο, είναι μια διαδικασία όπως σε κάθε άλλο τέτοιο οργανισμό.
Ναι, εντάξει, εννοείται αυτό. Και πόσο μάλλον για παιδιά που τώρα τελείωσαν από το πανεπιστήμιο. Είναι ιδανικό γιατί ανοίγουν πάρα πολλές junior θέσεις.
Καλά, και εγώ απευθείας από το πανεπιστήμιο ήρθα.
Οπότε είναι πιο εύκολο και λιγότερο τρομακτικό από ό,τι θα περίμενε κάποιος.
Χαλαρά, μωρέ. Όπα, κάτι έχουμε εδώ. Ναι, φυσικά. Θα το στείλω αμέσως. Έρχομαι από εκεί. Ναι. Αυτό μπορώ να το βγάλω. Τώρα έρχομαι σε 5 λεπτά εκεί είμαι.
Εγώ.
Καλά, αυτό ήταν το χαλαρό του,
Ναι, ακριβώς. Πέρα από αυτό όμως, η εταιρεία στηρίζει πάρα πολύ την οικογένεια, το flexibility, τα hobby, τον αθλητισμό. Δίνει και έξτρα μέρες άδεια.
Καλά, κι εγώ έχω μπει σε call από το baby swimming της Ευγενίας.
Σοβαρά τώρα.
Ναι.
Μήπως να το κόψουμε αυτό. Πόσες μέρες θα χρειαστεί για να το απαντήσω αυτό?
Βασικά είναι όλα τα industries και όλα τα sectors αγοράς. Ήταν η πρώτη μου φορά καταρχήν που βίωσα αυτή τη διαδικασία. Οπότε ήταν πρωτόγνωρο, δεν ήξερα τι να περιμένω.
Γενικότερα, όλα τα στάδια της συνέντευξης αλλά και του onboarding της πρώτης μέρας είναι πάρα πολύ οργανωμένα. Είναι σαν να λέμε από εταιρεία εξωτερικού.
Πήγα την πρώτη μέρα, πήρα τον εξοπλισμό, έκανα όλες τις απαραίτητες διαδικασίες.
Πάντα υπάρχει καθοδήγηση από τα στελέχη, τους υπεύθυνους των τμήματων για τη σωστή διεργασία.
Τι είμαστε. Όμορφοι όπως βλέπετε, έξυπνοι, ωραίοι, αλλά πέρα από την πλάκα, τρεις λέξεις που τη χαρακτηρίζουν θα έλεγα ότι είναι η καινοτομία, η εξέλιξη και η τεχνολογία.
Για μένα αυτό που πραγματικά διαφοροποιεί την Deloitte είναι ότι πηγαίνεις για δουλειά και δεν έχεις στο μυαλό σου ότι πας για δουλειά. Πας να περάσεις μια fun day με τους φίλους, παύλα συνεργάτες και μέσα από αυτή την ημέρα να μάθεις, να εξελιχθείς, να νιώσεις πραγματικά ο εαυτός σου. Έχουμε manual γι' αυτό καταρχάς. Θα πω αυτό που πραγματικά νιώθω εγώ όταν βρίσκομαι στην Deloitte. Νιώθω ότι είμαι σε έναν οργανισμό που η φωνή μου ακούγεται, που οι συνάδελφοι μου με σέβονται και που με υποστηρίζουν πραγματικά.
Και δεν είναι μόνο αυτά που κάνουμε για μας, αλλά και αυτά που κάνουμε για το περιβάλλον, την κοινωνία, τους άλλους, όπου υπάρχει ανάγκη.
Λοιπόν, τέλος.
Τέλεια.
Επιτέλους.
Φεύγουμε.
Πάμε κρασάκι.
Κρασάκι.
Εντάξει είμαστε.
Τι θα κάνεις μετά εσύ?
Πάω για playdate.
Playdate, οκ. Εγώ το κόβω για σιρούλα, σπίτι, γιατί έβρεμε και remote.
Σκληρό πρόγραμμα.
Πάρα πολύ.
Ξέρω, εγώ με φέρανε στην Αθήνα, οπότε λέω να εξερευνήσω λίγο την πόλη. Εσύ, έρθεις?
Πάμε. Ξαναγώς. Πάμε.
Yes.
Πώς και εδώ σήμερα, νόμιζα ήσουν από το σπίτι.
Το άλλαξα, μωρέ, αφού έχει το afternoon cocktail.
Σωστά.
Αυτό το αφήνουμε κάπου.
Ωραία. Γιατί ήρθαμε, δεν έχω καταλάβει.
Παιδιά, είστε εδώ για μια HR καμπάνια. Είστε έτοιμοι?
Φύγαμε.
Θα απαντήσω εγώ. Θα σου το πω απλά σαν να το έλεγα στη μαμά. Βοηθάμε τις εταιρείες να λειτουργούν καλύτερα, να αντιμετωπίζουν τα προβλήματά τους και να πετυχαίνουν τους στόχους τους.
Με βασικό άξονα την τεχνολογία.
Σωστό.
Μιλάμε για μια πολυεθνική. Βρίσκομαι στην εταιρεία τα τελευταία 2 χρόνια και έχουν έρθει πολλά και αξιόλογα άτομα. Βάλε και τα γραφεία σε 4 άλλες περιοχές εκτός από την Αθήνα.
Θεσσαλονίκη, Πάτρα, Γιάννενα και Ηράκλειο.
Μπουμ.
Και πρέπει να είμαστε γύρω στους 3.000. Σωστά, παιδιά.
Σίγουρα πάντως παίζει ρόλο το δυνατό brand name, οι ευκαιρίες ανέλυξης σαν εργαζόμενος και οι πολύ μεγάλοι πελάτες φυσικά.
Αλλά σκέψου ότι μετράει πάρα πολύ και το περιβάλλον. Τα project είναι αρκετά ενδιαφέροντα.
Είναι πολύ καλά και για το βιογραφικό του καθενός.
Και εννοείται η δυνατότητα ότι μπορούμε να δουλεύουμε hybrid και ότι το ωράριο μπορεί να γίνει αρκετά ευέλικτο.
Ναι, σαν φοιτητής νιώθω ότι η δουλειά δεν μπαίνει εμπόδιο στις σπουδές μου. Είναι πάρα πολύ κατανοητική η εταιρεία, οι managers όλοι είναι πολύ φιλικοί ώστε να σε βοηθήσουν να τελειώσεις τις σπουδές σου το συντομότερο δυνατό προκειμένου να εξελιχθείς και μέσα στην εταιρεία.
Αλήθεια, τώρα θα συζητήσουμε αυτό το πράγμα.
Είναι μια μεγάλη εταιρεία, οπότε καταλαβαίνετε. Επιτρέπετε. Παιδιά, ηλικία, μισθό και κιλά δεν ρωτάμε. Αυτό που μπορώ να αποκαλύψω είναι ότι σίγουρα εξαρτάται από τον ρόλο, από το τμήμα και από το seniority.
Ναι, και σίγουρα η εταιρεία παρέχει έτσι διάφορα ελκυστικά benefits. Προσπαθεί να δημιουργήσει ένα κλίμα ώστε ο κόσμος να είναι ευχαριστημένος και να ανταμείβεται για αυτό που κάνει. Ξεκινάς στέλνοντας ένα βιογραφικό.
Κοίτα, θα σου πω, κατάλαβα την ερώτηση. Γενικά, πολλοί κόσμος μπορεί να πιστεύει ότι είναι κάτι άπιαστο. Κατηγορία διαβάστηκε.
Τελικά, ωστόσο, είναι μια διαδικασία όπως σε κάθε άλλο τέτοιο οργανισμό.
Ναι, εντάξει, εννοείται αυτό και πόσο μάλλον για παιδιά που τώρα τελειώσαν από το πανεπιστήμιο είναι ιδανικό γιατί ανοίγουν πάρα πολλές junior θέσεις.
Καλά, και εγώ απευθείας από το πανεπιστήμιο ήρθα.
Οπότε είναι πιο εύκολο και λιγότερο τρομακτικό από ό,τι θα περίμενε κάποιος.
Χαλαρά, μωρέ. Όπα, κάτι έχουμε εδώ. Ναι, φυσικά. Θα το στείλω αμέσως. Έρχομαι από εκεί. Ναι, αυτό μπορώ να το βγάλω. Τώρα έρχομαι, σε 5 λεπτά εκεί είμαι.
Εγώ.
Καλά, αυτό ήταν το χαλαρό του,
Ναι, ακριβώς. Πέρα από αυτό όμως, η εταιρεία στηρίζει πάρα πολύ την οικογένεια, το flexibility, τα hobby, τον αθλητισμό. Δίνει και έξτρα μέρες άδεια.
Καλά, κι εγώ έχω μπει σε call από το baby swing της ευγενίας.
Σοβαρά τώρα.
Ναι.
Μήπως να το κόψουμε αυτό. Πόσες μέρες θα χρειαστεί για να το απαντήσω αυτό?
Βασικά είναι όλα τα industries και όλα τα sectors αγοράς.
Ήταν η πρώτη μου φορά καταρχήν εμένα έτσι που βίωσα αυτή τη διαδικασία. Οπότε ήταν πρωτόγνωρο, δεν ήξερα τι να περιμένω.
Γενικότερα, όλα τα στάδια της συνέντευξης αλλά και του onboarding της πρώτης μέρας είναι πάρα πολύ οργανωμένα. Είναι σαν να λέμε από εταιρεία εξωτερικού.
Πήγα την πρώτη μέρα, πήρα τον εξοπλισμό, έκανα όλες τις απαραίτητες διαδικασίες.
Πάντα υπάρχει καθοδήγηση από τα στελέχη, τους υπεύθυνους των τμήματων για τη σωστή διεργασία.
Τι είμαστε. Όμορφοι όπως βλέπετε, έξυπνοι, ωραίοι, αλλά πέρα από την πλάκα, τρεις λέξεις που τη χαρακτηρίζουν θα έλεγα ότι είναι η καινοτομία, η εξέλιξη και η τεχνολογία.
Για μένα αυτό που πραγματικά διαφοροποιεί την Deloitte είναι ότι πηγαίνεις για δουλειά και δεν έχεις στο μυαλό σου ότι πας για δουλειά. Πας να περάσεις μια fun day με τους φίλους, παύλα συνεργάτες και μέσα από αυτή την ημέρα να μάθεις, να εξελιχθείς, να νιώσεις πραγματικά ο εαυτός σου. Έχουμε manual γι' αυτό καταρχάς. Θα πω αυτό που πραγματικά νιώθω εγώ όταν βρίσκομαι στην Deloitte. Νιώθω ότι είμαι σε έναν οργανισμό που η φωνή μου ακούγεται, που οι συνάδελφοι μου με σέβονται και που με υποστηρίζουν πραγματικά.
Και δεν είναι μόνο αυτά που κάνουμε για μας, αλλά και αυτά που κάνουμε για το περιβάλλον, την κοινωνία, τους άλλους, όπου υπάρχει ανάγκη.
Λοιπόν, guys, τέλος.
Τέλεια.
Επιτέλους.
Φεύγουμε.
Πάμε κρασάκι.
Κρασάκι.
Εντάξει είμαστε.
Τι θα κάνεις μετά εσύ?
Όλοι playdate.
Playdate, οκ. Εγώ το κόβω για σιρούλα, σπίτι, γιατί έβρεμε και remote.
Σκληρό πρόγραμμα.
Πάρα πολύ.
Ξέρω, εγώ με φέραν στην Αθήνα, οπότε λέω να εξερευνήσω όλη την πόλη. Εσύ, έρθεις?
Πάμε. Συνεχώς. Πάμε.
Yes.
Πώς και εδώ σήμερα, νόμιζα ήσουν από το σπίτι.
Το άλλαξα, μωρέ, αφού έχει το afternoon cocktail.
Σωστά.
Αυτό το αφήνουμε κάπου.
Ωραία. Γιατί ήρθαμε, δεν έχω καταλάβει.
Παιδιά, είστε εδώ για μια HR καμπάνια. Είστε έτοιμοι?
Φύγαμε.
Θα απαντήσω εγώ. Θα σου το πω απλά σαν να το έλεγα στη μαμά. Βοηθάμε τις εταιρείες να λειτουργούν καλύτερα, να αντιμετωπίζουν τα προβλήματά τους και να πετυχαίνουν τους στόχους τους.
Με βασικό άξονα την τεχνολογία.
Σωστό.
Μιλάμε για μια πολυεθνική. Βρίσκομαι στην εταιρεία τα τελευταία 2 χρόνια και έχουν έρθει πολλά και αξιόλογα άτομα. Βάλει και τα γραφεία σε 4 άλλες περιοχές εκτός από την Αθήνα.
Θεσσαλονίκη, Πάτρα, Γιάννενα και Ηράκλειο.
Boom.
Και πρέπει να είμαστε γύρω στους 3.000. Σωστά, παιδιά.
Σίγουρα πάντως παίζει ρόλο το δυνατό brand name, οι ευκαιρίες ανέλυξης σαν εργαζόμενος και οι πολύ μεγάλοι πελάτες φυσικά.
Αλλά σκέψου ότι μετράει πάρα πολύ και το περιβάλλον. Τα project είναι αρκετά ενδιαφέροντα.
Είναι πολύ καλά και για το βιογραφικό του καθενός.
Και εννοείται η δυνατότητα ότι μπορούμε να δουλεύουμε hybrid και ότι το ωράριο μπορεί να γίνει αρκετά ευέλικτο.
Ναι, σαν φοιτητής νιώθω ότι η δουλειά δεν μπαίνει εμπόδιο στις σπουδές μου. Είναι πάρα πολύ κατανοητική η εταιρεία, οι managers όλοι είναι πολύ φιλικοί ώστε να σε βοηθήσουν να τελειώσεις τις σπουδές σου το συντομότερο δυνατό προκειμένου να εξελιχθείς και μέσα στην εταιρεία.
Αλήθεια τώρα θα συζητήσουμε αυτό το πράγμα?
Είναι μια μεγάλη εταιρεία, οπότε καταλαβαίνετε. Επιτρέπετε. Παιδιά, ηλικία, μισθό και κιλά δεν ρωτάμε. Αυτό που μπορώ να αποκαλύψω είναι ότι σίγουρα εξαρτάται από τον ρόλο, από το τμήμα.
like a 4-people airport, and you should just call it that. Like, this is not a terminal. You don't get to have terminals on either side of the city. That's just not how it works. I'm really passionate about airports, and the reasoning actually makes sense. So, if you're in Portugal, you assume that everything Portugal does is bad. Not just because we've done a lot of bad things, so many bad things. We invented lobotomies, and we won a Nobel Prize for it. Bet you didn't see that one coming. Okay, but the point is, like, we think everything we do is bad, and turns out the airports are not bad, but I thought they were. So the first airport that I went to, I think, was Luton. After learning from Porto, and I became obsessed with, like, if Portugal can do it, you can also do it. It's really not hard. And we're fine. We do a lot, but they're really bad. So, like, you can do it. Why are people choosing not to build good airports? I still don't know. I like to blame capitalism, but I think it's unrelated. It may be related. It's related. Fuck capitalism. Okay, so my political opinion, economical political opinion aside, we are here to talk about technology and how it's going to be helpful. Okay, so next up we have Ben, and Ben works at Couchbase, and he's going to be talking about GenAI and vector search. Who here has heard of vector search? Okay, thank God. Okay, who here has heard of vector search? Okay, cool. Who here has heard of it and actually knows what it does? Wait, no, there. I'm like, I've worked at 2 companies on handle it, and I'm still like, maybe it takes vectors and then it searches it like the name says. So yeah, we're going to be learning about vector search, GenAI, and how to decipher user uncertainty. So I'm really excited about this talk. And please give a big round of applause for Ben.
Hello, everyone. So yeah, the talk is done. You make vectors and you search with them. That's essentially the entire talk. You all go now. Bye. That was a great day.
You're welcome.
Yeah, thank you, Sarah. I love your editing, by the way. I've heard a lot of things. You are really special. I really enjoyed it.
Americans are so nice.
So nice. Even when we're not being nice. So hello, everyone. We're going to talk about especially that sometimes you really have something to do well. Your favorite chair. And you've had that chair for years. Joey, you just love that big leather chair. And sometimes something happens. Out of the years, and you have that friend that comes around and you sit in the chair and the chair is gone. But you bought that chair so long ago. Do you remember the name of that chair? Do you remember the brand of that chair? Do you remember where you purchased that chair? Do you remember the terminology for that chair? I promise you, you don't. But you want to buy that chair, you know to where all good things happen. Yeah. Yeah. And you search like your website, and you search by saying something like, I'm looking for my old chair. It's round, but not too round, the leg part, but not too comfortable. And you start searching in the human natural for that chair. You think you're going to find that chair? Who's optimistic? I didn't see it when you were here. You started your day off in a good way. That's awesome. So the chances are Joey's probably not going to find it. And it is. Because it's not shared, more than half of our users use us on our application sites very little time before they give up on us. Just a matter of seconds. Do they find what they're looking for within seconds or not? And the answer is no. Now, all the users are very small. And users don't always know what they're looking for. They want you to know that what they're looking for. They need you to understand them, even if you don't fully understand what they're looking for. That is a problem. Like example, take your site, the brand new site after the web. I'm going to search with that query that I made up for that chair. Now, this query site does have a lot of chairs. I'm searching for this query, see what we get. And brown chairs, got no brown chairs, no purple brown chairs, no magic chairs. So that gives you a actually know what you're looking for. But this really isn't about chairs. This isn't actually about chairs. It's actually about all of us. Because all of us, when we use a doc site, when we go to try and look up something in API reference, who has ever searched for something on an API reference or a doc site, and you didn't know exactly what the function name was called? You didn't know exactly. You kind of knew what you wanted to do, right? You had an idea that this encapsulates this logic, but you forgot the name of the thing, and you search for what it does, and not necessarily what it's called. I have a secret to tell you, and Ian already said this secret. When you are searching a doc site, you're probably already pissed off. You're probably already annoyed. The fact you had to leave your context, go to a website, start searching on a website, you are an annoyed user. You don't want to be there. And if I now have to waste your time because you can't get to what you need to get to quickly, well, if it's a competitive landscape in developer tooling or a competitive landscape in APIs, or there's other alternatives, open source or otherwise, you may be motivated to look for those other alternatives because you are already pissed off. You're already annoyed. Because it's not just about the user searching for the chair. You, and even you, the optimistic person in the back, you are also the user. You are users. Maybe not of chair sites, maybe of API reference sites, but you are the user.
My point was going to be, I want to talk about why I stopped working on this site about 10 years ago. And the reason is really, really simple. I didn't get paid. And I got tired of running the same tests all over again. And, you know, producing these tests was a lot of work. And at a certain point in time, I didn't really feel like doing the work anymore because I wasn't paid and I burned out. And this is actually what I want to talk about. Because the reason I didn't get paid is because we aren't used to paying for websites. And my question to you is why? Why are we not used to paying for websites? Why do we say, oh, everything on the web should be free? I don't know the answer to that question. I've been looking for it for quite a while now. I do know that we made a few crucial mistakes back in the late 90s when the web started. For instance, telling the publishers of newspapers, oh, you should put all your content online for free. Why? But nobody asked that question, right? Oh, yes, we should put all our content online for free. That's a great idea, and it will really help journalism. Great. You know, what happened afterwards? Because the problem is, if all websites should be free, they all should have ads to pay for the time and the trouble of the person who maintains them. And somebody said, if websites are free, ads are the best. I mean, who here loves ads? Who is saying, oh yeah, I'm going to watch some ads today? Nobody? Okay. This is the problem. Still, ads are pretty useful for site owners who want to make a bit of money, right? You just plug in something, you sign up for the service, and you get money every month. It's also kind of useful for visitors of the websites, because if they think, oh, no, I'm not going to pay for a website, it's ridiculous to pay for a website, whoever does that. Oh, but the website uses ads. Oh, that's a pity, I do not like ads either, but you know, the website owner should make a little bit of money, so okay, he can have ads. Ads are kind of like an alibi for us. Oh, we don't have to worry about money, because the ads do that for us. And I think this is going to be a problem. And not only because of the obvious reasons of ads getting more and more influential and attracting and the rest of the stuff, but also because we have a fundamental disconnect in what how we perceive websites. Because this is something Paul Backhouse, who used to work at Google, once told me: if somebody uses my articles to cut down on their developer time, they are in a B2B relationship. I don't know how many thousands or millions of hours immediately. I mean, I didn't even think about it. Yeah, if I had that, but I still went on great. But I didn't. But so that's why I started working with them to make sure that other people understand what the potential solution to this problem is. What we want people to do is to voluntarily give money to websites. To say, hey, I like your site, here's a little bit of money. Hey, I like your site, here's a little bit of money. And I'm repeating this on purpose. Also, we want to have an automated system for doing so, and we want to give you more money if we like your site more. How do we measure which sites we like? How do we measure that I, as somebody who gives money, like site A much more than site B? Because time is everything. That's why the whole money thing is repeated. Hey, here's a little bit of money. Hey, here's a little bit of money. Hey, here's a little bit of money. And you continue giving the people maybe less than a cent every few seconds, but some money nonetheless. And this will cut down on clickbait farms. Because if you go to a clickbait farm, you're enticed to click on the link and say, oh yes, read about something stupid. You come to the site, the ads are sold immediately, and then you can just leave again. Because they already make money off of you, and you pay. Thank you, go away. Not so with web monetization. If you write a really good article, people will continue coming back to your site. If they spend half an hour reading your article or doing your demo or whatever, they continue paying you a little bit of money. And I'm saying a little bit because you, as a payer, decide what you pay. So that's why we want to work with time-based accounting. Because it's, to us, it's the best way of measuring impact, and that, in short, is monetization. So the core concept is the streaming of money. Every few seconds, we pay a little bit. And you, as a payer, set your own rate. If you don't have a lot of money, you don't pay a lot. If you have some more money, you pay some more, at least. In addition to the monetization stream, as we call it, you can also give sites, oh, this article is so wonderful and it saved me like 2 days of work, here's 5 euros. You just click on the button and say 5, you really want to pay, yes, done. And that is what we are trying to build right now. Unfortunately, it's not quite ready yet. I hope to be here to tell you that you could subscribe to web monetization right now. That's unfortunately not the case. But I'm still excited about it because it's in the presentation. So wonderful. So what do you need for web monetization? The first thing you need is a wallet, which is having the sort of bank account. And it's a crypto term, but we are not talking crypto here, we're talking regular normal money. Second thing you need is a browser extension. The browser extension does some vital tasks like actually making the payments. And the third thing you need is a rate. That's something you decide for yourself. I want to pay X per hour. You fill that in the extension and you're ready to do web monetization. And the second and third step are pretty easy, actually, except that the extension is not available right now yet, but I'm not going to talk about that. So, the wallet. This is the tricky part, because the wallet is sort of your bank account, and it can actually take money from your bank account. If you give a tip to a website, hey, I love your service, I give you 5 euros. The browser goes to the wallet and says, give them 5 euros. The wallet says, I don't have 5 euros right now because it's outside your rate. So it goes to your bank account, takes 5 euros, which is sent to the wallet, which is sent to the wallet of the receiving site. So the wallet can actually touch your bank account, and that means that we have this high of a stack of rules and regulations to obey. And that's why it's also taking so long. So we have 2 different types of wallets. I'm not going to get into it. But in any case, a few months back I heard, oh, and these 2 wallets can talk to one another. They can't exchange money and all. This is nonsense. We have to have interoperability. We have to have one standard that all wallets obey. Turned out, there was no technical problem. Technically, it all worked fine. These wallets could absolutely exchange money, but they weren't allowed to, because somebody had made a regulatory error something had not been signed. I'm not sure of the details. In any case, there was a legal issue why these wallets could not exchange money. And this is what we're running in all the time. This is why it took so long to get everything running. We have to obey the rules and regulations of each individual country. I'm not going to go into that further, but this is the reason that getting a wallet is kind of getting a bank account. For instance, you have to prove your identity because the wallet can touch your real money. Once you've done that, you download the extension, and the extension allows you to set your hourly rate and give tips, and it also it gives the actual commands to actually pay to the site. That doesn't really matter. And if you are a payer, you're done now. If you want to get paid by other people, there's one more step to do. You have to add a link back to your site with the address of your wallet. Your wallet is just on the internet. It just has a URL. And you put that URL in the link tag, and now everybody can find you and knows how to pay you. The file that's actually on that location is a JSON file that the browser uses to make actual methods. Let's briefly talk about browsers in the end, because eventually we want this to be built into browsers. Because the idea is to create a vendor-neutral, open way of paying on the web. Fortunately, we are being supported by several Chromium engineers who have more or less promised to build the web monetization agent into a Chromium build behind the flag so that people read web developers. Let's start testing it. We're not quite there yet, but this will happen, I hope next year somewhere. Until that time, we are going to use the extension. So I say the web monetization agent. What is the web monetization agent? It's a part that's going to live in the browser. First of all, I show the link tags that you slides earlier. The browser has to find it and say, oh, this is apparently what I have to pay to. And then the browser notifies the extension, hey, there's something to be paid here. The extension says, okay, I'm on it. And finally, the web monetization agent fires monetization events so that you as a site owner know you are getting paid. And this monetization event fires every time a little bit of money comes in, so every few seconds. And of course, you can read out how much money you're being paid, on which currency, and a few other bits of data. And you can use this event to figure out what to do. For instance, you could say, oh, I'm being web monetized, I will remove my ads. Or I will show a bit of extra content. Or I will do nothing, but I will say, thank you so much for supporting me, or whatever. We don't know yet how websites should react to the fact that they're being monetized, so we leave that to you. We just give you the tools. Here's a simple JavaScript event that can help you. We also want an HTTP header that tells the server, hey, you're being monetized. We're not there yet. The first version of web monetization will not have that HTTP header, but it will come later. And all of this forms the monetization stream, and it allows you as a web developer to react. Except, of course, when something goes wrong. Because this whole concept is wonderful, but you know when it doesn't work. When you're offline. So that's why we discussed this at length earlier this year. And in the end, we decided that in addition to the streaming model, we also need a post-paid model, where the extension simply keeps track of the web monetized websites that you visit, and then it does one day payment at the end of the month. Technically, no problem. It solves the offline problem because the extension is in the browser, so it continues working when you're offline. There's a problem here for the site owner, because in the streaming model, we say, here you have a little bit of money, here you have a little bit of money, here you have a little bit of money. Well, in the post-paid model, we say, oh yeah, we'll pay you later. Trust. We don't know yet which one is going to be best. There are advantages and disadvantages to both. So our current plan is to build both models into the extension and let you choose. For the moment, though, we're only going to support streaming because we're further along with that. And that's what web monetization is. It's coming to the browser near you, I hope, next year. And if you have questions, you can go to webmonetization.org or hit me up. I'll be at the conference until about 6. Thank you.
Tomorrow doesn't start the second the clock strikes midnight or the minute the sun rises. It starts the very instant you have a vision, an idea that's unformed yet full of potential. At NTT Data, we harness inspiration and turn it into action, igniting the passion of our people to go further than we ever thought possible. From biotech to manufacturing, public service to banking. We're pushing for the boldest technological advancements and accelerating your greatest ambitions. Because we believe the future is shaped by those who refuse to wait for it. It's more than just consulting and IT modernization. It's servicing companies in over 50 countries to turn vision into action. Because if you want to change the world for the better, you start now. Ignite tomorrow. Today. NTT Data.
Let's buy.
You have to stay. I'm sorry. Okay, so that's fine. That's exactly what I want. You don't know what I want. Yeah, see? Okay, cool. So we're gonna have a panel about women in tech, and I want to start with everyone introducing themselves, like a couple of minutes, like 1 or 2 minutes of being like, who the fuck are you and what do you do?
Hello,
We're not starting.
So I am Cristina Dimitriou. I work as Global Service Architect for Accessibility Services in Athens. And next.
Yeah. Hi everyone, Anuradha Kumari, and I'm a senior front-end developer. So I'm Lois. I'm based in London. I'm a platform engineer in Decipher Cloud. So we are the Microfrontends deployment platform. Yeah.
Hi all, my name is Tobbe and I'm a front-end developer with work experience about 5 years. Currently working at Iliadis. Hi, I am Theodore. I am a DevSecOps consultant in data and also to bring security practices into development.
I am Leko, I'm head of the department in SAE, and I probably am the only designer in the room.
We're all designers. No, we're not. We're not. Don't believe me. No, I just remembered. Sorry. That felt like I was trying to diminish your work. I love designers. I cannot design for the life of me. Okay. So I'm gonna start with a very simple but hard question of like, okay, so it's 2024, right? Right. Cool. Does anyone forget how old they are? Okay, that's not the point. It's 2024, and I want to ask, like, why do we still think that having panels like this and talking about women in tech is still relevant? Have names here.
Okay, have my name, right?
Yeah, that's your name, yeah.
Okay. I think good proof of why we need to still talk about women is the percentages of women that work in tech and in the tech field are still pretty low. I think that's a very good proof in order to make us think why. And also I think we all the ladies that are here today in the panel have much experience and examples to share of why this happens, why this still happens, and I think it's going to be a great talk supporting it.
Yeah, I mean, and to add to that, like, if we look at the room and what I think Catalina said in the on the right, we have so less representation of minorities in this room, I would say. So definitely, we need more women, more minorities in the room everywhere, because tech is for everyone. And for that, we need to keep talking about it. Like, it shouldn't just be a checkbox anywhere. We need to keep talking about it to keep everyone included and involved.
I want to say that I actually don't think it should be a checkbox anywhere, period. Like, I applied to a bunch of jobs in the UK and they all asked me if I was gay. And I think that's fucking weird. Like, they have these checkboxes for, like, diversity's sake, and I'm like, I don't feel comfortable sharing my sexual preferences with you. I think that's just kind of a weird way of looking at things, to be like, okay, now you filled in this form. And be like, if you fit these categories, like, how many diversity points do you have? And then depending on how many diversity points you have, I have 2. Then, like, you may join us. I just want to make sure that we involve, like, non-binary people into this conversation as well. Like, it's an issue in general for anyone who is a minority. Okay, so I want to talk about walk around a little bit about when we all started tech. I was gonna say guys, and I can't do it because it's a women tech thing. It feels wrong. I'm still gonna do it. Guys, what's up? Okay, so I want to talk about some of the issues that you felt when you were starting in tech. Like, I know it depends a lot on how you started, like, but when you started, especially when you hear from people that went to college, maybe, of like, what are some issues that you felt when you were, like, getting started with tech? Anyone can pick up the mic. I have names though, so if no one does, then I got names.
I think that you can go on. I don't know about university, but I would rather say about my first job, getting my first job. I had the feeling that, like women, first of all, we were like a group of 15 developers and only 3 women. So again, the percentages told the story that maybe it made me feel that maybe women don't belong there if there's so few. Why there are so few women? And another thing was the feeling that the important jobs, the challenging tasks were taken mostly by men, and women were more on the sideline. They were like more silent or not in the center of attention, and this make me feel like doubting myself, doubting my skills, my capabilities. So this also happened in the second job I know. Thank God I kept changing jobs. So today here amongst you just having this very interesting discussion. When did you start and what did you build?
Oh, you don't have to tell me when you started, but you can tell through there. Yeah, so I started like 2 years ago. But JavaScript was running my own company, and then I hired 2 developers. I tried to communicate with them. They were telling me like, oh, we spin up like 2 AWS instances. I was like, wait, instances. I tried to understand that, I tried to communicate, but I couldn't. So I tried to I learned programming too. Then eventually I write that front end, and then I write that run faster, and I buy myself. And then, yeah, it was how it started. But on the general feeling of how I feel is speaking, put very little effort into communication. And it kind of is the start of why I started programming and what pushed me to get further into, okay, I want to program well, but I also want to communicate well, to work with my coworkers. Yeah.
I started 20 years ago, and when I started my first job, I was one between 20 25 men. And the most challenging thing that I faced was the comments that I was receiving, and everything was contributed to being humor. This was not humor. And I at least
throughout these past years, things have changed. However, what I've noticed is that if a woman is not so, how can I say, confident, out loud, and she goes after what she wants, you will say that she's not given so many opportunities as other people. And I think this is something that we should change. Unfortunately, another thing that we need to talk about is that sometimes the HR, they're just, as you mentioned, they're just trying to check a box. They're not really paying attention how they can change the culture, how they can remove the biases, not only for women, but also for other minorities, people with disabilities, people with cognitive issues. So, yeah.
So personally, I was fortunate enough not to have significant challenges while entering tech. But as I move forward in the workplace, I can't stop but wondering what challenges might arise because I know the biases that still exist in our field. I have some examples of these biases in the workspace. For example, I had a female colleague that we worked on the same project, and I attended some business meetings. In those meetings, she would often offer solutions or pinpoint some of the problems or risks that might happen. Okay. But her ideas were often brushed off or totally ignored. And later on, a male colleague would say the same ideas, and they were praised as brilliant or valid. Another example is that in presentations that I was part of, there were comments like that science, like computer science or mathematics, are more suitable for men, and for women are more suitable soft roles like project management and not technical leadership.
I want to finish this question with a very different approach. I was from another industry. I was working in architecture, and the women were the majority there. And I feel that it was more pressure for me, and we have a lot of things to work on between our, it was very competitive. And I want to say a positive note there that I feel that in the tech industry in general, the community is more open. And for me, it was easier to come in and stay and love it. So I know that we have some issues, but we have to see the positive side. That it's a community and it's open and we can all be there and find our role.
Sorry, I would like to add to. Yeah, so apart from what we all said, I feel that no matter how you join the company, like of course you get to interview and everything, you are as equally talented, but still there's this notion which most of the time people don't say, but there's an assumption that because you are women or a minority, maybe you are just a quota hire, like maybe you don't have that much talent. And that is something which I've felt everywhere. Like I have felt it. I've also heard comments like how you said, where people will say that, yeah, like this coding thing and stuff is not really for women. You know, like it's not suited. Maybe other jobs are suited better for women. And even when you are outperforming, and that's very sad because then we have to outperform just to prove that we are good enough, and that really happens a lot. So, plus one more point, because you said about guys, right? Like most of the times we just say guys in the room. Long ago I read about it, and like that's after that I always use it. I think neutral is much better to use because as a woman, I know that many of us have accepted that guys is a gender neutral term. I don't accept it. Anyways, I think folks, everyone, like team, there are many gender neutral terms that we can use. So I generally go for folks or everyone because then it also corresponds to the non-binary people. Like it's more accepting in general, and that also keeps me like in the room when people are just saying, "Okay, guys, what are we doing about it?" I'm like, okay, you're not talking to me then. So I do feel not included when we use guys in most of the places, and I think we need to do better. So yeah.
I normally say y'all.
Yeah, like
I love y'all.
Exactly.
Y'all is the
Something
best sentence.
Something general.
I think that's the thing. The only way I can remember it is if I say something like y'all. Otherwise, my brain will just go to guys. I think that's also for like learning English from TV, right? There's actually I have a really fun / sad story. Back when I lived in Portugal, I was interviewing for a role for like a front-end developer. I don't even remember exactly what the role was. And there was this completely normal guy, like 23-year-old white Portuguese guy, came in there, answered questions okay, like it was like a 6, right? Just like barely hanging on. But we were like, okay, we really need people who look like a nice guy. So after that, he had like the interview where you're like trying to find out if he's actually a nice guy. To which he said that in general, men are better than women in tech. And you need to understand that this was performed by like one woman and a guy. So it was like he was saying this to a woman's face, and she was like, "Why do you think that?" And he said, and I shit you not, because in cave times, and you know it's gonna be good when someone starts with in cave times. So because in cave times, men only have to do one thing and women have to do several, so it's really hard for them to focus. And I'm just like, no, bro, I just have ADHD. Like, it's a different problem. We're not talking about it. But it's like, this is not common. This is the only time I've had this in my entire life. Like, I'm sure some people think this, but like, there's also misogyny inside of women. Like, it's a problem in general. But like, sometimes it's very internalized even. Or like, I'm not good enough because I'm a woman. I got a new phone and I forgot to put all my fingers in it. So I have to like do the thing. Okay, so one thing that I want to talk about is that like I feel like there is a lack of like, even though like technically women invented computer programming, I feel like there's a lack of representation in terms of like technical leadership and like CEO leadership. So
Women has lots of representation in technical leadership.
no, I think there's a lack of like both in technical and like, you know, like CEO based level, which is, yeah.
Oh, do you know the IBM CEO, the girl one?
Wait, do they have more CEOs? I mean, technically Blue Sky is also.
Oh, she got retired. She was an engineer.
Women are lazy.
Oh, she before she retired, she was the she was an engineer, and then she worked up the ladder and become the CEO of IBM. I think the women on general, I feel like a lot of girls are afraid of speak up or like speak up so many times that we're tired. We have told the story many times, stop saying that to me, and people are still doing it, and eventually it got tired and you don't talk about it anymore. I think, talking about leadership, I don't know how other people feel. I don't think that's leadership. I really like to train the guys around me when they say any bad jokes or like things that's just one line that feels offensive to me, but I would pick it up right there. I'll tell them if they say something like, that's what she said. And everyone feels normal. And guys would feel absolutely normal to say that's what she said. But if you feel offended, because I feel offended, I will tell them, okay, stop it. Stop everything we are working on. I could have said that. Yeah. Don't say that to me. Like, you have girlfriends. I might have partners in the future. If we have this type of culture in the company, people are able to say jokes like this. Like, your personal, if your partner knows this, or my partner knows this, people are not going to be happy. And I'm not happy right now. So never say it to me, and remember this. So I would literally speak up and tell them don't. And I would go really harsh. And if they are not clear, I'll say again.
I think the fact that we are still trying to find those companies that have women CEO is an issue. And if we look a bit deeper into the problem, I think in order to be able to climb the ladder, you need to start from the base. And as I said, I'm working in the field for more than 20 years. Though the numbers have grown, they are not big enough. I think we need to have more women starting their careers in the market. And this starts from the universities, from other ways of being captured and attracted into the IT world. And then we need to make sure that within the companies, we have the processes so that we can support not only women. I'm supportive that we need to be equal to everyone, no matter if they are a woman, man, minority, whatever. But we need the support system, the process and the bias in order to help those people progress. And then those people can even reach the top. That's my opinion.
Yeah, I'd like to add something to what Nora said about having to speak up many times, and it gets sometimes tiring, or sometimes you should handle this injustice that you feel, and sometimes it gets me out of my boundaries. For example, I may get a bit aggressive sometimes for not a good reason. However, there's always the chance to apologize, but I think it's important to speak up and take risks, because even speaking up is taking a risk, a personal risk, exposing yourself, exposing what you feel. And there are examples when I have done so, where I have found from the other side understanding or curiosity, even curiosity, and I had the chance to explain more about myself, and I think this is something important to underline, that not everyone is like not understanding or against you, or so we have to take chances. We have to speak up even if it is difficult, and I think that there are many men allies to us in the workplace, or friends, or they're very important to us, and they do a great job. And among all these, I think that women struggle every day to keep their position in tech. But there are also some, shiny moments that keeps us going.
Yeah, I do want to point out that, like, in general, I felt like every time I have expressed something like that, I've been met with understanding. Like, I feel like the issue is expressing it yourself and being like, I don't like that. Like, because, like, you feel that, and I think it's just, a lot of it is just internalized. Like, I think a lot of the issues I have are more internalized than anything else. Okay. So one thing that I want to talk about is that right now, and I mean, it's getting better, but better, oh my God. I'm not American. Like, the job market kind of sucks. Like, it's not going well. And like, I want to talk about one thing. Like, I've always felt like tech has been kind of an equalizer for a lot of minorities, and for people like me who could go to college, because the thing is, I had bad grades and I was poor, and a combination of both made me not go to college. You could have either one or the other, but I had both. I was EU poor, not actually poor. Very different. And I think that, like, the fact of being in a group where, like, being in a job where I could just go in and be a junior and learn things, I think was something that kind of became an equalizer. And so we ended up with very diverse communities. Like, the JavaScript community is very diverse. And others, like Python is also very diverse. Even harder languages like Rust are very diverse. And I think a lot of this had to do with that. And I want to talk a little bit about how, like, the job marketing sucking ass is actually, like, really screwing up our juniors, and how we're, like, basically removing this thing that was an equalizer and that allowed people to go up in society and pay for their parents' shit. And does anyone want to talk about that? Because I feel like I've talked for a very long time right now. Everyone knows way too much about me right now. The love of God. I
think, like, for the amount of time I've been in this industry, I would classify myself as a junior. But, like, I know for a fact that I'm junior, but if I'm out and talking, I would not talk like a junior.
think that's my give or take whenever I speak to someone or like I go to an interview, nobody would consider me junior. And I think that's the amount of time you actually invest in like learning what are the actual primitives in the industry, and people like Node.js. I haven't gone to the code base yet. Yeah, but be confident. I feel like women in general, if I have heard a lot of story of like girls, both girls and boys tell me like how hard it is to find a job. But I think confidence and believe in yourself that you can kick ass is so important. Yeah.
So one more aspect which I see a lot today in industry in general is lack of good mentorship. Because juniors do need mentorship in order to like learn more, right? Like I have learned from good mentors, like I had good seniors, I absorbed it. But right now I do see a trend where we just expect everyone who is just hired, let's say out of college or something, that they just start performing like just in this shortcut, a competition, whatever. I do think that we need to, or we all who have more experience, we need to put a bit more time in mentorship. And also for the people who are starting up, everyone who starts up, we need to seek mentors. We need to, let's try to look at someone as mentor and learn from people, because it's in tech industry, it's just not about coding, right? Coding, yes, we do code. It's much more than that. It's about how we solve problems, how we approach a problem, and these things come with experience. And also a cue for companies, right? The company should invest a bit more in mentorship still. We shouldn't just hire a person with 10 years of experience in a framework which was just released last year. We need to do a bit more better than that.
And that's a very common issue we have here in Greece. All the job titles we see is senior developer with 10 years of experience or something. And I want to focus only on, to stress something more, that companies also have a very big responsibility on this. They have to invest on people, they have to invest on juniors, because this is a motive for also for them to stay on this company and to see that someone has invested to me, and I will try harder and I will be focused on your companies. So please, if you are working in companies and you're working in HR and you're working in a higher position, you have to pressure more your companies to invest in juniors. Because we don't have so many seniors, and that junior people have to find a way to become senior in some way.
Definitely, yes, I agree very much. So I think one thing that I want to calm down and be want to ask how do you all see the future of tech going forward? So much in terms of communities as in terms of jobs and just the tech itself.
Okay, so I think one privilege that we have within IT sector is that it doesn't matter how you start. It doesn't matter if you start from university or if you are self-learning. There is so much room to start and expand your knowledge. And even within the IT sector, if you start, you can move between roles, between industries, and this is really helpful. I'm coming from a small town in Greece, and I see there are many women who haven't had the chance to educate, to go to university and study something. But the tech could open up opportunities for them, not only for women, but also for other minorities. And because we come from the accessibility field, we will see things changing, especially with the European Disability Act. I don't know if you're aware. So this June, 28th of June 2025, based on the European Disability Act, all products and services will have to be accessible. And by then, all UE member states will have to adopt local laws where this makes it possible. Also, this act will give the opportunity to citizens to file a suit if a product or service is not accessible. This will open up opportunities for new jobs. We will need people to mentor how we can make products accessible. We will need people to audit. There's so much room for growth. I just think the communities are open. I think that the business world will have to put more processes and be open to accept all those diverse people joining us.
This question makes me think one thing, and it's about the quote that machines will replace humans. And my input to that is I think that machines and humans are like a partnership, I would say. And about the jobs, I think many jobs in the future will be punished, but many others will be created. And for the programmer's perspective, our job will evolve significantly. I think that many jobs like AI trainer or intelligent, sorry, I don't know the word. I would say that high-level designers, that maybe we will conceptualize a solution and then we will leave the low-level hard work to the machines.
I mean, does anyone want to go? Okay, there's of course this hot trend of AI. I think it will be integrated some way, especially for the developers' work. However, we will always need human beings with critical thinking. That's the baseline of it, I think.
I personally think that machines will not replace humans. People will always be needed. We may evolve, we may change, but we will not lose our job. I don't want to be pessimistic. I am optimistic. I think this will open up a different direction to our world. We just need to be adaptive and very open to change.
Talking about AI, I'm gonna delve into something where it's like there is a lot of biases in AI, and a lot of it has to do with someone has to train this AI, right? And most of the people training this AI are white men. Like, that's it. So this has been an issue for a very long time, even before now. Like, this has been an issue with like even in a lot of police stations and stuff in the US, for example, will have used like AI to determine if you're going back to jail, and guess who goes more back to jail according to their, it's not white people. So this has been an issue for a very long time. Like, these AIs are trained by people who have their own biases, right? And that's something that, yeah, like, I don't know, does anyone want to add anything to that? Because it just sounds like it was me complaining.
Yes, I think a great issue is that we have datasets that are datasets with bias. And this is a huge challenge. How can we create datasets that are diverse? How can we train our AI algorithms so that we are removing biases? I think right now we are working on that. We are not yet there. But as we progress and with all these acts and movements around accessibility and inclusion, I think things will speed up.
I have nothing much for AI, but I would like to say, yeah, consciousness is very important. Like, for having a diverse data set, we should be willing to have a diverse data set. So I think that with all these accessibility and diversity and inclusion topics, I hope that the companies consider and understand that they have to have all these good data sets. But I'm not an expert in AI, so I'm not going to add anything more to it.
I'd like to add something because you referred to bias and how AI models are trained. So actually, how they are trained, we give them data and we describe this data by annotation. So we explain to the machine what the data represent. The thing is that we don't give enough data for every group to be represented. So this has to be taken care of, and this is what causes bias. And it's true that because certain groups are more overrepresented or better represented, you have bias, and it's been for a lot of years. It's not something new. For example, HR, AI models take decisions and discriminate, for example, women towards men, or for example, there was an example with Twitter that cropped the images of white persons in a better way than with black persons. And it was a tweet between Trump and Obama that has hidden Obama's face because it didn't recognize it, but it recognized Trump's face. So stuff like that we should take care of. It's not nice.
I think also like we're literally running out of data.
Sorry?
Like I think we're also kind of like running out of data to a point where like a lot of the reasons Gemini is wrong all the time is because all their data is from Reddit. And like I don't know about you, but like I don't go to Reddit for like, you know, actual factual information. Like that's why if you ask them the best way to cook pizza, they'll tell you to put like, what was it? To put glue on it, because someone on Reddit said that as a joke. And like, basically, we need to teach AI what a joke is. Okay.
Can I add just a small detail? I mean, we were for coffee last night, and we were talking for about an hour between services and the things we have to do between the changes we see between countries. And we see so many difficult situations, how the system is broken, and so many things we can improve. So why not scared about the AI? You have so many things to resolve and improve and make it better. We are not there yet.
Fixing the government usually doesn't bring people money. I can answer that real fast. I mean, I think the fact is like the same way there are biases for, you know, the overrepresented people in AI, there's also like in UX, for example. Like I think UX in general is built for able-bodied English speakers, right? Like in general, that's how a website is made. So yes, does anyone want to talk about that?
Yes, so there is a trend in UX world because of accessibility. So there is this concept designed for the edges, because if you design for those that are not in numbers, the massive audience, you will be able to cover their needs, but also the most common things that the main audience is requesting. But this concept has not been fully adopted. I strongly believe because of all these changes, with accessibility coming, we will see things changing in the design, not the development process for our products. And just so that we can sum up, one of the things that I say is accessibility is not a feature. When we start creating our products accessible, we have to modify our processes in order to include this aspect. I compare it with security. So when we are building products, we don't want to build the product and then at the end consider the security aspects. We don't want to put out there a product that's not secure. It's the same way with accessibility. And I think, Stella, you have to add something on security.
I'm rooting for you. Actually, yes, you can have a secure product when you think of security in the end, because it may be not possible to add security in the end. So we take care in my line of work to create secure products from the requirements phase, then design phase, then building code phase, and then even testing in production. So you have to take care of it in every step of the development, and both accessibility and security are two non-functional requirements that should be taken care of in every step of development.
And I think that's all for the questions, unless I want to give you all like 20 seconds or something to leave some final remarks if anyone wants to say something.
I will start. So I think the future is bright. I think we just need to be more open, more accepting of the people. It doesn't matter if we are women, if we are white or colored people. It doesn't matter if we have cognitive issues or not. We just need to find a way to work with each other and be accepted. That's it.
I would like to say, let's be considerate and supportive to everyone regardless. Let's not assume anything for everyone. Like it's for all the genders, for all disabilities and everything. We need to be more accepting and supportive of everyone because we are all in for each other, right? So let's keep that in our industry.
Yeah, I think there are statistics and results shows that if a company is more diversified, you build better products. And you have more perspective because if you only crowd a room with a full of guys, they have a certain way of thinking about things, and if you have a room full of girls, they have a way of thinking about things. And when people cry together, they cry about the same thing. But if you combine two of them, you all know like how do we make a better product to be accessible to everyone. So I think it's good for the best of like everyone's life.
I would close by saying that we need to rise to the challenge and design for everyone and not for the majority. And user experience and user interfaces are not just about convenience. I think it's about connection, and connection should have no boundaries.
My final comment, I'd like to be on women representation in tech world. Some may think that women may not want to participate in this field. However, the last couple of years I have been a public speaker, and in every chance I have the opportunity to go out there and give a talk. A lot of women, younger women, approach me and tell me it's so good to see a woman out there. We need it so much. We need to have a role model, and it is important because you show to them that it is possible and they belong there. So I think this is also important. Pass the message that everyone belongs here.
I don't know what to say. I'm the last one, but I think you covered everything. I hope that in 1 year from now, that we don't need a talk or a panel for women and representation. I think we have to sort this and move forward and discuss about other things and other minorities and start talking about how we can be inclusive to anyone without using the word women, but using the word I don't know, human or something, people, and that's it.
I mean, to be fair, COVID has shown that God does not care about your gender or your race, literally nothing. You're all the same. Okay, so my only thought is just be nice to each other. Just, in general, just don't really care what people are doing. Just be like, as long as it's not affecting you in any way, like, what do you care? Like, I feel like that's just how I live my life in general. It's like, just do your thing. Just be happy. I don't care. Which I guess is a very Mediterranean way of living, to be fair. Now that I'm thinking about it. It's too hot! I'm not gonna fucking move.
She said girl, like, she felt excluded from the conversation. Like, people say, hi guys, and then you feel excluded. One way to solve that, just jump right in and ask them, hey, I'm here.
Oh, I can do that
I
sometimes.
do that
But you gotta do it in the tone of joke, though.
Yeah, like.
You gotta be like, you know. The more you know.
Yeah. I just say, I have a question.
What are these guys you talk about? Yeah, you gotta do it in the tone of joke. No, it's yes. Yeah, but that's also how I handle all my pain, so let's not. Go! So, you're free to go. I think the food is here. Goodbye.
You interact with your customers across multiple platforms and devices in this digital world and need to deliver a top-notch experience every time for better engagement and conversions. Do you find this challenging? In the face of an ever-expanding digital landscape, content explosion, and large remote teams? Well, we've got a solution. Introducing ImageKit, the modern media stack to simplify media management and build engaging experiences for your users. You can connect your existing media storage to ImageKit, or upload and organize all your media assets in the integrated digital asset management system to simplify internal workflows and collaboration. You can then deliver these assets to your users across all digital platforms. The inbuilt intelligent optimizations guarantee a high-performance experience every time. With over 50 URL-based transformations, you can start with a single high-resolution asset and create pixel-perfect images, or start streaming videos on your website and app, or personalize digital assets for your users at scale, all in real time. No matter how they interact with your business, or where they are, building delightful visual experiences on the web has never been easier. Head over to imagekit.io and modernize your media stack now.
In our modern world, technology moves at light speed. But why has our financial infrastructure failed to keep up with the pace of change? The Interledger Protocol was created to make sending money across the internet easy. We envisioned a payments network that acts as a bridge between anyone and the entire world. Today, when we send an email, we take it for granted that once we hit send, the email will appear in the recipient's inbox almost instantly. It doesn't matter if you're sending from one email provider to another. It works seamlessly in a matter of seconds, not days. The Interledger Protocol is designed so you can send money as easily as you can send an email. It's a network that reflects our interconnected world, accessible to all, regardless of identity, geography, or income. One that's more inclusive, without minimum transaction amounts or costly transfer fees. The closed networks of the past keep people disconnected. Our mission is to bring our financial infrastructure into the 21st century and give everyone equal access to a global financial network. Email your digital bank or digital wallet provider and ask them to consider joining us to help make the world a more interconnected place. Visit interledger.org/today to learn more.
Tomorrow doesn't start the second the clock strikes midnight, or the minute the sun rises. It starts the very instant you have a vision, an idea that's unformed yet full of potential. At NTT Data, we harness inspiration and turn it into action, igniting the passion of our people to go further than we ever thought possible. From biotech to manufacturing, public service to banking, we're pushing for the boldest technological advancements and accelerating your greatest ambitions. Because we believe the future is shaped by those who refuse to wait for it. It's more than just consulting and IT modernization. It's servicing companies in over 50 countries to turn vision into action. Because if you want to change the world for the better, you start now. Ignite tomorrow. Today. NTT Data. Tomorrow doesn't start the second the clock strikes midnight, or the minute the sun rises. It starts the very instant.
Γίνεται το δεύτερο δεν. Ναι, είναι μέσα η μαμά μου, είναι μεγάλη.
Όπα, είναι και αυτό εδώ, θα το κάνω remove.
Hello. Hi, everyone. It's great to have all of you here, and thank you for joining us today. And in the next 30 minutes or so, I'll be guiding you how you can build your own YouTube clone in just using the ImageKit video API. I'm Abhinav. Okay. First of all, if you guys want to connect to ask any questions during this presentation, and if you have any doubts, you can join it at Slido, and we can converse there and get it going there. So I'll give you guys a minute if you want to join. Okay. I'm Abhinav. I am the tech lead at imagekit.io, and I've been working with ImageKit for the last 5 years. And I focus mainly on building the image and video API. And I'm sure that you've heard about brands like Philips, Tata Digital, Traveloka. These brands use ImageKit to resize, optimize, and deliver their images and videos. So let me go right ahead and show you a demo of what we'll be building here today. Give me a second. Yeah. So we have an application here that looks a lot like YouTube, and we have a list of videos, and we can go ahead and start streaming any video. It's gonna play. And just like we do in YouTube. So this is what adaptive bitrate streaming is, but we're gonna talk about that later in the talk when we get to it. And we can also go ahead and try to upload a video. I'll say that for better fun. I'm gonna just go ahead and write in some descriptions, and I'm gonna give it a second for it to upload. Now, as soon as we upload this video, this is gonna show up on the list page that we just saw. Perfect, it's already uploaded. And just hit refresh once. Yeah. So we have the video right here, and we can see that it has a thumbnail, and we can start to play it. Obviously, that this application is not a complete YouTube clone. YouTube has a lot of different features to offer. We will just be focusing on mainly the video streaming components. So I'm pretty sure that some of you might have worked with video streaming and you have prior experience to that. So I can imagine that you guys can think of the components required to build an application like this. So as one can imagine, we have a web interface, that's your front end. You have an application server, that's your backend. The backend is connected to some kind of video encoding pipeline. And finally, you have object storage like S3 or Google Cloud or something like that that houses all your videos. And as in this diagram, we can see that one of the most complex parts of this, one of the most complex components of this entire application is going to be the video encoding pipeline. So this is exactly where ImageKit comes in. ImageKit provides you with a video API, which will simplify the process for all developers so that they don't have to worry about implementing a completely fully functional encoding pipeline that offers you creating thumbnails, that offer you creating streams for ABS, that is adaptive bitrate streaming, and even just optimize the video so that the playback is very prompt and you can just start streaming it. So let's actually get started. I have a repository that I will provide you guys, and the entire project is split up into 4 different sections. So we have, firstly, we'll go ahead and set up our ImageKit account. You can go ahead by creating your account at imagekit.io, and we can start by cloning the repository as mentioned on the screen. And after that you're done, you can start installing the dependencies and we can start the server. So let me just go ahead and do that also. So let's go right ahead and clone this. So I'll go into the project and I'll install using run. You can use npm or pnpm, whichever you prefer. Yeah. So as soon as this is done, I'm gonna open it in VS Code, and let's zoom in a little bit so that we all can see. And I'm gonna go ahead and start a development server. Okay. So as soon as you start the server, you're gonna see something like this, which tells you what the URL of the application is. So if I go right ahead and open this here, so we have the complete UI setup. So I've actually went ahead and set most of the things up so that we don't have to worry about implementing the user interface and other small things when we are working on the application. And similarly, we have a couple of videos that are already present here. These are mostly coming from a hard-coded JSON file, and we'll go ahead and switch them out as soon as we have some of the components functioning. So let's see what the next step is. So yeah, so the next step is handling video uploads. So whenever you will have a video encoding pipeline or anywhere, you will start by uploading your videos onto your application server. And when you're in the application server, you're going to download that file from the client. You're going to process it and save it onto the storage. ImageKit works a little differently. It eliminates the need for you to actually get those files on your application server, and you can start uploading from the browser side directly. For this, we need some kind of application server setup. We need an API that will give you the signatures required for the upload. Now, once you have these signatures can be used directly to go ahead and upload the videos in ImageKit. So let's do one thing. Let's get started with the upload. And for this project, we'll be using our Next.js SDK that is available here. And we'll go directly to installing the Next.js SDK section. I'm going to zoom in a bit so that it's visible. So we'll start by installing the SDK itself. But for this demo, I've already went on and set up the SDK. It's there in the dependencies when we installed those. So next step, we have to initialize it. Now to initialize this, we need to provide these three values in the environment.local file. So let's just go ahead and do that. Yeah. So we have an env.sample file here. So I'm going to go ahead and rename this to .env.local. So once we have this, we can go right ahead and see what values we need. So for this, we need URL endpoint, we need public key, and an authenticator. So let's actually not the authenticator. We need the URL endpoint, public key, and the private key. So you can find these values directly from your ImageKit dashboard by going into the developer sections and then going into the API keys section. So let's go ahead and copy this value right here. So we have the URL endpoint. Let's copy our public key, and we need the private key. So let's go ahead and add that in. And at this point of time, if you have logged in via your if you are logged in via your Google account, you might get a pop-up to actually go ahead and set your password in, and you can just go ahead and do that. And once we update the environment variables, we can see that the Next.js server that we have has already reloaded the environment, and so that we are good to go. So let's see what's the next step in the documentation. We'll just go directly to uploading files. So yeah, we have a component that our Next.js SDK will provide. That's called IK upload. Now, this is a component that is almost similar to an input element that is provided by HTML5, but it has a couple of extra functionality that we'll talk about. Let's see. We have to set up the backend API that we spoke about earlier. So for this, we can use the ImageKit Node.js SDK. And this is also already there in the project repository itself. And we can go right ahead and set that up. Let's see. Let's go into the API that we have created. And we have the response handler here. And let's go ahead and add this in. And let's check it out. So we see that we have a token, we have the expiry and the signature. These are the three core values that you need to go ahead and start uploading the files. That's exactly what the documentation says also. Next step, we have to configure authentication in our front end. So the SDK needs to communicate with your backend to actually fetch the signature. So for that, we provide an authenticator function that's required to be passed in the ImageKit provider component. So let's go ahead and set that up. We'll go into the _app file, and we have some code that's commented out here. Just reduce it a bit so that it's visible. So we have the public key that we are passing. We are passing the URL endpoint, and we are passing an authenticator. The authenticator, as you can see, that it's very simple right now. We have just called the fetch API to just call the function, call the endpoint, and we just return the JSON. So at this point of time, we can go ahead and introduce any kind of authentication. If we can have header-based authentication, query parameters, anything that is required. Okay, so let's go ahead and try to upload. Let's see what the next step was. We have this setup, and we can upload the image using the IK upload component, as we can see here. So let's go ahead and do that. Remove this line, and we can see the entire component here. And let's uncomment it, and I'll explain what every line does exactly. So we have some of the normal HTML5 attributes that we can pass. We have some of the parameters that our APIs will require to upload or to organize your media files. And thirdly, we have some events by which we can show progress on the front end. We have another section here called transformation. We'll talk about this later. And let me just uncomment the progress as well. So we have set up the API endpoint, we have set up the provider, and we have set up the IK upload component. I think that's it. Yeah, that's it. And we can just go ahead and try to upload a file. Oh yeah, another thing, we have a title and a description when we are uploading the videos. We need to save those with the video itself. So ideally, we'll have some kind of database on our backend that is going to save these values and get it for us whenever we are fetching. But for the scope of this demo and to ease the process, I am using something called as a custom metadata. Custom metadata is a key value store that ImageKit provides you that you can assign to your images, videos, or any kind of files you upload. So I'm just saving the title and description right here. Let's try it out for better joyrides. And let's see. I'm going to copy the same description. And let's go ahead. Let's give it a minute to finish the upload process. Perfect. So we have the upload done, but we can't see the video right here. So for this, we'll use our ImageKit Node.js SDK, and we will use the file management APIs that we have available here. And we have list files, we have get file details. So let's go ahead and try to use those. So we'll go into the list API that we've created inside our application, and we'll say await imagekit.list files. We will say that the path is /cityjs videos, and we'll say sort by descending creator. Perfect. And let's see. Let's refresh this. So we do see the files, but we're missing the thumbnails. This is the first file that we uploaded 13 minutes ago with the initial demo, and this is the file that we just uploaded. But we are missing the thumbnail, so let's go ahead and add that in. With ImageKit, you have a feature where you can just go ahead and create the thumbnails by just appending the URL, appending a suffix to your video URL. You just need to add /ik thumbnail.jpg, and the first frame of the video will be delivered as thumbnail. But you can go ahead and fine tune it depending on your use case, and your use case might be you to show it on 5th second. These kind of parameters are available with this, and they're all documented in our documentation. So let's go ahead and try to add that in. Yeah, perfect. We'll say imagekit.url, and we'll say path is, we'll say file path /ik thumbnail.jpg, and we'll add a query parameter for updated at, and we'll use a parser to update the value from a normal ISO compliant date string to a timestamp. So let's go ahead and check it out. So as you can see that we have all the videos here, we have the thumbnails, and right now if we try to open any video, it's not going to open it. It's going to give me an error because we haven't updated the API to get the actual video details. So let's go ahead and do that. I'll go ahead into this, and I'll remove this code. And we have, I have already added the code right here that's commented out, and we can go ahead and just uncomment this. And this is very similar to using the file list API. We'll just use the SDK to get the file details for the particular file ID, and we're just creating a URL for the file. Now, it is worth noting that the SDK will provide you, or the API response will provide you with the proper file ID. So if I show, we have a file path, we have URL as well as thumbnail URL. But for the scope of this demo, we're showcasing how you can use the SDK to manipulate your own URLs. So we have the URL right here, and let's just go ahead and update this right here. We'll say URL, and we'll copy the same code that we wrote in the list API to create the thumbnail. And let's go right in any video and try to stream it. Let's play it. As we can see, the video plays, and we have all achieved basic video streaming. But right now, what happens is that if I go ahead and seek into a different section, the browser is going to request the video from where you have seeked. Or if you're on a slower internet, you're going to see this awful loading, buffering screen that is not a really good user experience, and not everyone likes it. So for this, we'll add something known as adaptive bitrate streaming. And that's the quality selector you get in YouTube and which I showed initially as part of our demo. So yeah, let me explain you what adaptive bitrate streaming means. It's a big word, it's a big jargon. So let's go ahead and decipher it and understand what it means. So in adaptive bitrate streaming, what you do is you take a big video, you have like a 4K or a 1080p video, and you create variations of those videos. And those variations will be 1080p, 720, 480, 360. And all these videos will have different sizes. Now, to deliver a lower resolution video to any device, that means you're using lesser bandwidth. And it is better to actually play the video rather than waiting for it to stream on the browser. So we have two different protocols that we use to implement adaptive bitrate streaming. And I'll go ahead and show it to you here. So we have Dash and we have HLS. Now, HLS uses something known as an M3U8 playlist, and Dash uses as an MPD playlist. Now, these playlists are nothing but a small text file that contains references to all the videos, that all the variations that we created, and it contains information about what codec the video is using, what bitrate the video is, what's the resolution. All of this information is saved in these files, and your video player will load these dynamically as and when they're required. So I'll show you a sample M3U8 playlist. M3U8 is HLS, MPD is Dash, as we just talked about. So we have the different resolution URLs here that contains the actual video. We have the resolutions. We're explicitly telling that this video is of this resolution, and we have the bandwidths. Now, how do we implement this? To implement it, ImageKit makes it very simple for you. You can just go ahead and add a suffix to your original URL of the video by suffixing ikmaster.m3u8 or MPD, depending on what streaming standard you want to use. And along with that, it is essential to provide a transformation string that we can see right here. Okay, I'm not able to scroll, but we can see it right here. Perfect. So we are defining a transformation string. Now, a transformation in ImageKit is a very powerful tool, and it's very extensive. So let's not go into that rabbit hole right now, but I'll give you a very small brief as to what it does. With a transformation, you can just modify any video or image directly from the URL by modify. I mean, you can go ahead and resize it, crop it. In terms of videos, you can go ahead and trim it out. So like if you have a 60-second video and you just want the video from 5 to 10 seconds, you can just go ahead and update the URL and the updated video will be delivered. And about these transformations, image transformations are mostly synchronous. So that means as soon as you request them, the transformation happens in real time and you get those values. But for videos, the transformations are asynchronous, and some of the image transformations that we have just launched, those are the AI-based transformations. That's a completely different feature set, and those are also asynchronous, so they take a little while. So like if you're running your inference on a model, that can take a while. Processing a video takes time. So what our server will do, it will download the video, process it, make sure that it's uploaded properly. So that takes time, and it doesn't make sense to do it in real time. And for that, we provide you with a 202 accepted code whenever you're first requesting it. And it's mostly done in usually a couple of seconds up to a minute for most of the videos. For this, for ABS, we need to specify what streaming resolution you want your variations to be generated at. And we at ImageKit support up to 4K videos. And yeah, so let's go ahead and implement that. We are here. So we'll go ahead and update our details API to actually use the URL that contains ikmaster.m3ua. We have a transformation here that is specifies streaming resolutions to be at 240, 360, 480, 720, and 1080. So we're generating these 5 variations. And we'll go ahead and update our video player to actually show that quality selector. So yeah, once we have added that, let's go ahead and try to watch a video. Okay, Next.js just being Next.js. Yeah. So we have the video right here. We can go ahead and try to the quality. We can stream at 1080p or we can stream at 240p. Now these we can go ahead and select it. And auto means that the browser will automatically select what the best resolution it is depending on your network speed. So if you're on a slow internet and you're traveling, for example, you're traveling with a 5G internet, but for some moments you go through a tunnel and your network drops or slows down, at that point of time, your browser might have less bandwidth to play with. So it'll scale down your video to a 240p resolution instead of a 1080p one. And okay, so we have ABS implemented. Now let me do one thing. Let me go to the very recent video that I just uploaded. So in this, we can see that the media could not be loaded either. It's a network or a server error. This is because the first request that happens for any video is the 202 accepted response. So it can take a while to generate. So for this, what we'll do is we'll go back into our details API. Actually, let me explain that first. So ImageKit provides you with another feature called post transformation. Now, post transformation is the value that we mentioned in the IK upload component previously when I was explaining that. And I'll go ahead and show that to you in a minute. So post transformations are nothing but whenever you're uploading a video, you're informing us that as soon as this video is ready, uploaded, just go ahead and create these transformations for me while I get the other stuff rolling. And once the post transformation actually succeeds, we'll send you a webhook saying that, okay, it's done. You can go ahead and start serving the ABS playlist. And we can go through it. And we have a post transformation sample payload here, right here. And we can see that it contains quite a bit of information, but we are mostly concerned about the file ID so that we can update our database, or you might need to save the URL depending on how you require it. So let's go ahead and add that in. We'll add a webhook functionality and we'll say that get the file detail from the request body, file ID, and we'll go ahead and update the file ID, the metadata of the file actually. So we'll go ahead and call the update file details API endpoint function actually in the SDK. And we'll say that, okay, go ahead and add this to the custom metadata and we'll say ABS ready is true. Copilot was already telling me the right code. So yeah, we're using the custom metadata again as a database right now, but in an actual application, we'll have a proper database. And along with that, we're going to go ahead and update our upload component to actually request the post transformation. So just like we had here, we have a transformation. We'll say that after you're done uploading it, apply a post transformation that is of type ABS. This is the protocol, and this is the transformation value. And we'll also add in a handling for the custom metadata that we just added. Now that's mostly just in a statement as to use the proper, if the ABS playlist is not ready, serve a MP4 video, otherwise share the proper playlist that is ready. And this is done to actually have a smoother UX and not show the error that we just saw in our website, that the media could not be loaded. And yeah, also for this demo, we also need the webhook to actually arrive on our local system. So let me just go ahead and start up ngrok, and I'll open the ngrok user interface right here. Yeah, so we have the network interceptor here, and let's go ahead and try to upload another video, and we'll save for bigger fun. Let's give it a second for it to upload. Perfect. So we have uploaded it again. Let's see. I think Next.js is doing some kind of caching. This shouldn't happen. The video should have shown up here. Oh yeah, perfect. It does. Yeah. So we have the final video right here, and we have the thumbnail already ready. So if we go ahead and go into the video and try, we can see that we are playing the video. Don't have any quality because the ABS playlist is right now being processed. And while we're watching the video, we've actually got the webhook that it's done. And we have it here. So if I go ahead and refresh, I will actually be able to select the quality because the ABS playlist is ready. Yeah. So we went ahead and implemented upload, we've implemented a listing, we've implemented a video player that supports ABS, and we've also went ahead and implemented post transformations. So that's pretty much mostly it for this application. And yeah, so if you have any questions, we can go through those. So I'm guessing we don't have any. Okay, so if we don't have any questions, I'd like to take a couple of minutes and we'll explain a little about the AI transformations that I spoke about earlier. That's a recent new feature that we have added. So with the AI transformations, you can go ahead and just remove the background from any video by using remove.bg, and you have something like this, and you can control it directly from your URL. You can go ahead and change the background using a different model. Actually, that was remove bg. So we have a complete background changing model, and you can go ahead and actually generate a new border to the image. You can expand an image into a proper size that can occupy your entire section that you have. We have drop shadows. You can provide different drop shadows using different light directions. And similarly, you have image retouching that will improve the quality of your images. We have upscaling. So we have a 275 pixel wide image that we have upscaled to a 2500 pixel image. And you have a gen image prompt right here, so you can go ahead and create different images using the generative prompts. And similarly, you have an option to go ahead and create variations of an existing original image that you had. And you have, this is one of our older features. We have object aware cropping and smart crop and face crop. I'm gonna wait for a couple of minutes if anyone has any questions. So I guess that's it. Thank you, everyone. It's a pleasure to have you all.
You interact with your customers across multiple platforms and devices in this digital world and need to deliver a top-notch experience every time for better engagement and conversions. Do you find this challenging? In the face of an ever-expanding digital landscape, content explosion, and large remote teams? Well, we've got a solution. Introducing ImageKit, the modern media stack to simplify media management and build engaging experiences for your users. You can connect your existing media storage to ImageKit, or upload and organize all your media assets in the integrated digital asset management system to simplify internal workflows and collaboration. You can then deliver these assets to your users across all digital platforms. The inbuilt intelligent optimizations guarantee a high-performance experience every time. With over 50 URL-based transformations, you can start with a single high-resolution asset and create pixel-perfect images, or start streaming videos on your website and app, or personalize digital assets for your users at scale, all in real time. No matter how they interact with your business, or where they are, building delightful visual experiences on the web has never been easier. Head over to imagekit.io and modernize your media stack now.
In our modern world, technology moves at light speed. But why has our financial infrastructure failed to keep up with the pace of change? The Interledger Protocol was created to make sending money across the internet easy. We envisioned a payments network that acts as a bridge between anyone in the entire world. Today, when we send an email, we take it for granted that once we hit send, the email will appear in the recipient's inbox almost instantly. It doesn't matter if you're sending from one email provider to another. It works seamlessly in a matter of seconds, not days. The Interledger Protocol is designed so you can send money as easily as you can send an email. It's a network that reflects our interconnected world, accessible to all, regardless of identity, geography, or income. One that's more inclusive, without minimum transaction amounts or costly transfer fees. The closed networks of the past keep people disconnected. Our mission is to bring our financial infrastructure into the 21st century and give everyone equal access to a global financial network. Email your digital bank or digital wallet provider and ask them to consider joining us to help make the world a more interconnected place. Visit interledger.org/today to learn more.
You interact with your customers across multiple platforms and devices in this digital world and need to deliver a top-notch experience every time for better engagement and conversions. Do you find this challenging? In the face of an ever-expanding digital landscape, content explosion, and large remote teams? Well, we've got a solution. Introducing ImageKit, the modern media stack to simplify media management and build engaging experiences for your users. You can connect your existing media storage to ImageKit, or upload and organize all your media assets in the integrated digital asset management system to simplify internal workflows and collaboration. You can then deliver these assets to your users across all digital platforms. The inbuilt intelligent optimizations guarantee a high-performance experience every time. With over 50 URL-based transformations, you can start with a single high-resolution asset and create pixel-perfect images, or start streaming videos on your website and app, or personalize digital assets for your users at scale, all in real time. No matter how they interact with your business, or where they are, building delightful visual experiences on the web has never been easier. Head over to imagekit.io and modernize your media stack now.
Tomorrow doesn't start the second the clock strikes midnight, or the minute the sun rises. It starts the very instant you have a vision, an idea that's unformed yet full of potential. At NTT Data, we harness inspiration and turn it into action, igniting the passion of our people to go further than we ever thought possible. From biotech to manufacturing, public service to banking, we're pushing for the boldest technological advancements and accelerating your greatest ambitions. Because we believe the future is shaped by those who refuse to wait for it. It's more than just consulting and IT modernization. It's servicing companies in over 50 countries to turn vision into action. Because if you want to change the world for the better, you start now. Ignite tomorrow. Today. NTT Data.
You interact with your customers across multiple platforms and devices in this digital world, and need to deliver a top-notch experience every time for better engagement and conversions. Do you find this challenging? In the face of an ever-expanding digital landscape, content explosion, and large remote teams? Well, we've got a solution. Introducing ImageKit, the modern media stack to simplify media management and build engaging experiences for your users. You can connect your existing media storage to ImageKit, or upload and organize all your media assets in the integrated digital asset management system to simplify internal workflows and collaboration. You can then deliver these assets to your users across all digital platforms. The inbuilt intelligent optimizations guarantee a high-performance experience every time. With over 50 URL-based transformations, you can start with a single high-resolution asset and create pixel-perfect images, or start streaming videos on your website and app, or personalize digital assets for your users at scale, all in real time. No matter how they interact with your business, or where they are, building delightful visual experiences on the web has never been easier. Head over to imagekit.io and modernize your media stack now.
Yes, it was great. Thank you. It was great. Okay, so now we have a full afternoon full of talks, and we're out by 6, which actually we're on time, and I'm very confused about this situation right now. But yeah, we're on time. And right now we're gonna have Theo, and when I asked him a fun fact about himself, so I've known Theo for a while, so I get to make fun of himself. When I asked a fun fact about himself, he was like, I'm not interesting. And then, which is pretty what I've been saying so far, but then he said, oh yeah, no, actually I used to be in a rap band and have a golden record. And I'm like, fuck you, man. Like, what is this? Like, that's the bar. So like, if you have a gold record in a rap band, that's still not interesting. He will not rap for us, very sadly, because apparently, as he quotes, I wasn't even very good, but I have a gold record. And I'm just very confused by this whole story, and he won't tell me the name of the band, and it's very sad, and I can't Google it, because it's all in Greek. Guys, in your alphabet, yeah, cool. So next we have Theo, who has decided that the career for music wasn't for him, and decided to become a programmer. He does have a motorcycle, so that makes him look pretty cool. Like not a scooter, like an actual motorcycle. Very important distinction, because I had a scooter, and that does not make me look very cool. They don't make any sound. Okay, cool. And he's gonna do a talk that may have lights and stuff, but it's super interesting. It has to do with fires, which is a problem that plagues both Greece and Portugal. We just rise with the ashes every year. I don't know how any of these countries are still alive, but yeah. You're gonna love this talk. I've seen it a couple of times. Pay attention. It's really, really good. And please welcome Theo.
I was a terrible rapper, just to be honest.
I'm sure.
Hi everyone. Thanks a lot for coming over. So my name is Theodore, as you might have heard. I'm a software engineer. Basically, this conference feels like home because it's I think my 4th time here, and I also live here in Athens, Greece. I'm a software engineer. I'm building an open source analytics platform, which is called Proxima. Hopefully we'll get out there soon, so feel free to check this out. And also, you can find me online using the Iliadis versions. So just out of curiosity, how many of you are Greeks? Can you raise your hands? Good. Most people in the center. So for the rest, for everyone else, if you ever have the chance to visit Greece during summer, you have the vibe, everything, it's like super hot. You're going to visit the islands and stuff. You may have spotted, on some places, some random fire starting out of nowhere. And actually, yeah, that's true. That's actually true. And actually, that happened to me in June 2021. I was staying home. I woke up and suddenly I couldn't breathe so I went outside the balcony and I could see there was huge piles of smoke all over the place, ashes falling out from the sky, really Mad Max stuff. And basically this happens every single year, from 2021 up to 2024. We have burned down 3 times the burn down area is 3 times the size of New York City. And basically every single time I have weird ideas, most of the times. And I'm trying to build stuff in my spare time. So I kept thinking about this problem over and over again. And I thought that maybe I could try to build something. But the very first thing that I tried to do was try to study how fires are working. And now you're going to teach you how fires are working, more or less. So basically, wildfires are part of the Mediterranean ecosystem. They have been around since the Roman Empire. We have lots of pine trees here in Greece, which are quite flammable. They can spread quite quickly, up to 20 kilometers per hour. And basically, they're unpredictable. Their sources are unpredictable. It can be cigarette butt, farm chores, or spark for motorbikes chain. So they're really hard to contain. You may have seen the wild mega fires in California. And basically, they do have a critical point. So once the wildfire starts, we have a really shallow, really short time frame to deploy ground units or air units trying to contain the fire. So quick response is quite crucial, obviously. So as I told you before, I had this idea. In my spare time, I do some 3D printing, electronic stuff, like really weird stuff. And I had this idea of maybe I could try to build something like a smoke detector, like the ones we have in the ceiling that they can detect fire out in the wild. Before we start though, it's important to set up some goals. So I'm not an electronics engineer, so most of my work is trial and error. So I want to make something that's quite accessible, as open source as possible, and as low cost as possible as well. And if you have any idea, like if you have some sort of ideas about how embedded development or hardware is working, the very first step, like the brain and heart of our device, is a microcontroller. So basically, it's a microchip. It's inside your fridge, your phones, your your washing machine or something. And they're quite affordable, quite accessible. You may have heard some of them, like the Arduinos or Raspberry Pis. They're coming into a single board, which is quite easily, so we can quite easily prototype stuff. Our pick for today is called ESP32. It's a really tiny microchip developed by Espa Labs. It comes into the same as a board itself, and is quite amazing actually. It consumes low power most of the times, and it has great network capabilities like low energy Bluetooth as well as Wi-Fi on top of the board. So let's talk. So we have the main core of our device. Let's talk a bit more about how we can code this thing. So usually when we're talking about embedded development, we're talking about C or C++, like we're in the 80s, some sort of previous or something. But there are also some really good implementations out there. There's a framework called MicroPython developed by Adafruit, so we can run Python and compile everything down to the board. Some Rust implementations, some Go implementations, but the conference is called Cityjs, so we're going to talk about JavaScript, obviously. And there are also some really good implementations about Node.js, like Node.js, Spring, and so on. And you might have asked, why on earth will we need JavaScript running on a really small device with 8 megabytes of RAM? There are some really good reasons out there. So the board itself, it's super dumb. It's like a microchip, right? But then you can extend its capabilities just by adding some sensors, some buttons, some modules on top of that. And JavaScript was built with event-driven programming in mind. So most of the times you'll find yourself, if you're into embedded development, trying to handle events, trying to handle streams, things like that. Really, and the coding style is really close to what we're doing. You also have NPM, so a great registry, and you can use out of the box lots of modules out there, like if you want to do some transformation, if you want to run some sort of library on top of the board. And finally, you can actually close the loop, so you can pair this device with a mobile application using React Native, for example. You can connect the device through Wi-Fi and use a web server, or basically if you need around the ecosystem. So as I told you before, we have some really good frameworks out there: Silo, Notebooks, Node-RED. There's also Espa as well. But our pick for today is called Decipher. So this is a framework and a library developed by Microsoft. It's really nice. It has a really great community behind that framework. It works out of the box with, so it's type safe by default. It works out of the box with VS Code and Platform.io. This is the go-to framework for embedded development. We can target multiple devices using the same code, so we can write code for one device and then deploy it into different chips or different boards as well. And it has also a real nice feature which is called emulation. So even if you don't own a board like this one, you can emulate and draw all of your schematics around your code, and it works out of the box. So how many of you are really good at physics? Like, can you raise your hands? Yeah, me neither. So I'll be your guide. I'll teach you how we can do electronics, right? This is, by the way, this is coming straight from, my slides are already using JavaScript. This is my browser, and I have a webcam here that's the live feed. So let's find out what it looks like the hello world of electronics. not sure if you can see here. Can you see that? Okay, so here we have a battery. Here we have a small button, a buzzer, and LED. Everything is connected. This is called the prototype board, so we can attach cables, modules, whatever. Obviously, if I press the button, you can see the blink light, and we also have some sound coming out. So once I press the button, the current flows inside the circuit, and we have sound and light. Now let me show you the board. This board is an ESP32. As you can see, it's like super tiny. It barely fits on my thumb. This specific board is coming from Xiao. It's a Chinese company that is developing this kind of stuff. It has micro USB on top of that, and also, as you can see, it has some pins popping out. So we can solder these pins, so we can extend the board using these pins. Now we can take our prototype right here, and imagine that we can put our microcontroller in the middle of that, like somewhere here. Using my left hand. So if we want to actually take this specific circuit, we can rewrite everything using the microcontroller. Each pin on the board has some different identifiers, like D3, D1, and so on. We also have power outlets, 3.3 volts and 5 volts coming outside the board, so we don't need any external power supply. We're just connecting the board with the micro USB to our working system, and it works. So in this piece of code, we're going to use some core APIs from DeviceScript that allows us to subscribe into button events and LEDs as well. In this particular example, using just a few lines of code, we can subscribe to an event, and once the button is pressed, we can flash the LED, like pretty neat stuff. And as you have witnessed, basically, we need to translate everything into a language that the board, like the microchip can understand. Like, I'm moving my finger across to the button, and basically I'm closing the circuit, so the voltage goes from low to high. This is how everything works. And based on that principle, we can actually create more advanced sensors and modules for the devices. As an example, we have knobs or switches, which are based on physical movement, but we also have more sophisticated sensors. The device itself is deployed out in the wild, so I thought it might be crucial to also have some sort of environmental metrics, like temperature or humidity, like working as a tiny weather station. So here we're using a sensor called AHD20, which is actually, so we can connect the sensor directly to the board using, once again, the core API from DeviceScript, and we can actually read temperature and humidity from thin air. So I told you that we want to close that loop, right? We want to mix and match technologies, so here's the cool stuff. I have the sensor over here, as you can see. Yeah. So it's over here. It's extremely tiny, right? And the sensor is connected to the device through my working station, through a Node.js web server, and everything works like flawlessly. But this is like it, by the way. I can tweak the sensor, and you can see that temperature is rising as I'm tweaking, and humidity from my fingers changing the values. How the sensor works? So it has a capacitor, if I can say so, a ceramic capacitor that, as the humidity and temperature in the air changes, it changes the inner capacity of the sensor. So we can translate these values into voltage changes that the board itself can understand. So let's talk about the real thing here. We want to detect wildfires. How we can do so? Well, we have two types of sensors. Once again, we're going to use like a few lines of code to do so. We have an infrared sensor and a gas sensor. The thing with this type of sensors is that we need to set up a threshold. So we need to identify what's thin air and what's smoke, because we can set up threshold over what's physical light and what's an open flame. And once we set up the sensors, we're just looping through the setup, and we're scheduling readings in order to identify that there is a fire out there. So let me once again show you what I've got here. Can you imagine the fog flying with this thing through the airport security? So yeah. So here this black thing, this black LED, is the infrared sensor, detects infrared changes. And over here, we have the gas sensor. Both of them are working more or less the same way. They're interacting with the environment, changing the voltage and so on. Obviously, I want to give you a little demo, so break to the demo guts. I don't want to produce smoke inside here because we also have smoke detectors on top of that, and that should not be fun. But the gas detection works along with different types of gases. So here I have a small lighter. That's an advertisement as well on top of that. So, and I'm going to trigger the sensor using the gas coming from the lighter, hopefully. So I'm not sure you can hear something. There are like 3 devices hidden underneath your chair, so you can find them. I'm really sorry about that. These were the very first prototype. So I have placed 3 devices on the middle of the road that you can take them home for you. They also have a really cool power bank as well. And the reason I wanted to give a demo like this is because basically our sensors are working with clusters. The smoke detection has a limited area of 5 to 10 meters usually. So if we need to cover a huge area, we need to deploy as many sensors as possible. And these devices have to actually communicate with each other. In order to do so, I'm using a framework called Painless Mesh. This is a network topology where every single member of the network can actually communicate, broadcast, send and receive messages with each other. The really great thing about Painless Mesh and mesh networks is the fact that if an actual device goes down, the messages are getting routed through the network. So more or less feeling, and we get back a report that something is not actually working. At the edges of the network, we can deploy our gateways. So if we want to cover an area, we can actually connect 2 individual networks using the gateways as bridges, and also connect them to the external world. We're talking about off-grid communication. So these clusters are deployed in areas that network capabilities are not so convenient. But we can actually deploy gateways with satellite communication or telephone communication or even play Wi-Fi networks. So let's bring everything together now. Once I was happy with the prototype, I actually fabricated a PCB and an enclosure, a 3D printed enclosure, and actually created a small cluster that works and operates in urban Athens since March 2024. It's actually solar powered, along with a small battery, and even if there's no light or something, they can operate for more or less 3 months without any physical intervention. Right now, I'm trying to redesign some parts of the actual device before going fully open source because we need to get CE certification for the European Union. And hopefully, at some point, we will have something that actually works and be ready for you to build along with everyone you want to. But once again, I'm really excited about the ideas, small bits and pieces of information and ideas that are actually coming together. So there is so much potential about the project that has been built on such diverse and open technologies that I want to mention some other things that you can actually consider. One thing, it's called LoRa. It's a low power, long range communication protocol. It's super efficient. It works up to 30 kilometers of communication. And that's really crucial because right now the Painless Mesh network works with Wi-Fi. But using LoRa, we can establish communication up to 30 kilometers. If you're interested in this topic, there's a really cool project called Next.js. It's actually a community that they're building off-the-grid super cheap communication devices that you can use to send messages with your friends. And obviously, I want to be one of the cool kids, everyone's screaming out AI stuff. That's what I'm doing it for. And this idea of working with AI on IoT or embedded applications, it's actually quite low. Most of the industries out there, they have sensors inside their plants in order to identify different metrics, in order to produce better product lines and so on. So there's something which is called failure forecasting. We're talking about hardware developed out in the wild, exposed to harsh weather conditions. And there is a project from Meta, which is called Prophet, that allows us to detect when and how the device is going to fail. That's pretty neat. So once we have failures into our setup, into our clusters, we can identify that there will be a failure in the near future, so we can replace or fix the device before happening. There's another cool project called TinyML. This is TensorFlow Lite for embedded hardware. Remember, we're talking about 8 megabytes of RAM, which is super tiny. Using TinyML, we can actually train and deploy our own models into this device, and we can create really cool stuff. We have experimented with the humidity sensor and barometric sensors, so we can predict rainfall just a few hours before happening. But the really cool stuff is that we can actually deploy really cheap cameras on top of the board. So we can monitor wildlife, or we can actually have image prediction if there's smoke coming out from an area. And we can actually pinpoint exactly the location of the fire, which is also crucial because we can send the data back to the firefighting center, and we can actually deploy aerial ground units. But this is by far my most fascinating stuff about using AI. So Voss, the company, has developed a sensor which is called BME688. If we're talking about gases, we're basically talking about really, particles in the air. So Voss has developed a sensor that can actually detect smells. You're taking the sensor, expose it to a data set, you're training the data, and then you can have smell detection. In this example, we also have, the sensor can detect filter coffee versus coffee. So someone would ask, are we able to somehow predict when the wildfire is going to happen? And the answer is actually yes and no. We have lots of data in place. So we have historical data, weather data, data coming from Copernicus, the EU deployed service for wildfires. But the thing is that we cannot actually correlate. Wildfires are, as I said before, unpredictable. So we cannot actually find out the source. But different things from different universities, from California up to Australia, are working on that thing. So hopefully, at some point, we will have a model that could actually train and have really accurate wildfire prediction just before happening. So I hope you learned something cool today. I hope you spent some wonderful time with me. I want to wrap everything together, but I won't do so because the real reason is that every single time I'm making a talk, I'm not trying to sum up that looks cool or how awesome I might be, because that's not what I mean. As I was trying to find out I have a thing that I'm trying to find out really fancy titles for my talk. This is actually from a song from a band called Black Hell Gang. It's early 2000s. You might have heard the roof. Yeah. And the true thing is that at some point as I was building the device in the presentation, I was astonished and was like, oh my god, I have combined different ideas from different people and everything comes around this community. And I think that's the most amazing part. We're part of a conference that is community-based, community-driven, and I want to really appreciate every single one of you that they come here to see me rambling on stage about wildfires. So if you have any questions or anything with me, I'm happy to discuss with you. I have also a few stickers with me if you want to jump up and say hey, and I want to thank you so much for your time and patience.
Tomorrow doesn't start the second the clock strikes midnight, or the minute the sun rises. It starts the very instant you have a vision, an idea that's unformed yet full of potential. At NTT Data, we harness inspiration and turn it into action, igniting the passion of our people to go further than we ever thought possible. From biotech to manufacturing, public service to banking, we're pushing for the boldest technological advancements and accelerating your greatest ambitions. Because we believe the future is shaped by those.
Hello, this thing is on. Cool. Thank you all for coming. As she said, my name is Tobbe Lundberg. I'm tech lead at Node.js. Rudder is a full-stack JavaScript TypeScript framework for super quickly building full-stack applications, web applications. The title of this talk is a mouthful, but it's the shortest I could come up with. Try to cover everything I want to talk to you all about today. I want to show you what's already available in developer toolings around React components, and also what is coming shortly in the future, hopefully with your help. Because at Redwood we have started doing these things, but we're not done yet, and we are an open source project, so we want your help. But honestly, like mentioned, server components are usually you think we got them together with Next.js, and they also don't have developer tooling. So if I can inspire you to go build these things for Next, that's also awesome. Or for any other JavaScript framework. This is Redwood Studio. So whenever you start building a Redwood application, you also get access to Redwood Studio. It's a standalone application that you use during development, and it has some like cool, useful dev time tooling around everything that we do with Redwood. But of course, today I want to talk to you specifically about the React components tooling that we have added. But before I get into that, I know that maybe not all of you are React developers, and maybe not all of you have played around with server components yet. I mean, we have been talking about them for more than a year by now, but just to set the stage here a little bit. So React components that you can guess are React components that you run on the server. Like the new thing here is that they only run on the server. We have done React on the server for like since 2017, maybe even earlier. But it's always been just for SSR and SSD. And when you do that, you run it in the browser context on the server. And then you send the HTML to the client, to the browser, but you also send all the JavaScript so that the browser can execute the same components again. With server components, you only run them on the server, and then you send not HTML, but a new format that is called flight internally, but now it's more commonly known as the RC payload. So that's what you send to the browser, and then React renders it without actually executing the JavaScript again. So, and I have zoomed in a little bit on Studio so that you can see a little bit better. In the navigation menu there, you can see the three tools that we have added. The first one is around caching. I'm going to zoom in even more just on the caching bit, so even you in that can hopefully see what's going on here. So caching is complicated, especially caching validation. So as soon as I added caching support to Redwood's RC implementation, I knew that I also wanted to add dev tooling around caching to make it simpler and easier to work with. So the way this works is you have Studio open, you have your app open that you're building, and as you navigate around in your application that you're building, this will update in real time to show you exactly what pages are cached, what is cached, and you can see as it's real time when it's cached. And you can manipulate the cache by deleting stuff and see like how the page reacts. But honestly, as I said, like caching is complicated, and even more so when you try to do caching on the client, because you don't have full control over the client. It's much easier if you can just do caching on the server. You have full control over both caching and caching validation, if you can do it on the server. So we hope that we can shift with client-side caching turned off, and only rely on server-side caching together with normal statewide validate logic on the client for a good user experience. But there are like some legitimate, some real use cases for client-side caching. So what we want to do ultimately is to let you as a developer decide, okay, I know I need this, I know I want this, so I can turn it on for just one route. And of course, if we do that, we also will make caching validation configurable for you as a developer. The next tool that we have, which is the one that we have the most work left to do on, is this. It's the render graph or the route graph. So the idea is that you have a list of all your routes. It's on your right over there. You click on one of them, and then you get a graph of all of the components on that page. You get this graph, and what we want is to have this graph colored so that you can see what components are rendered on the server and what components are rendered on the client. So in React Server Components, you have this directive that you place at the top of your files, use client, to tell it it's a client component. But you don't do that generally for all your client components. So how do you know if this is a client component or server component? So as I said, we have lots of things to do here, so we haven't yet added the coloring. But what I wanted to show you is where this idea came from. So a long time ago, when I first started thinking about adding React Server Component support to Redwood, I drew this graph. It's a simple list gathered draw graph. It starts with a page up top, example page in this case. It's orange. So pages are server components by default. So everything in orange here is the server component. And then as we hit the blue parts, we get into client component territory. So the first blue one is table data cell success .tsx. And as you can see, everything that component imports is now also the client component. So this makes it very easy for you as a developer to say, okay, these are client components and these are server components. If one component is blue, but you thought it was only a server component, then you know, okay, I haven't messed up here, I've done something wrong. So looking here, for example, you can see that number.tsx is at the bottom. It's blue as a client component, but it's also you can also see in orange. So number.tsx is actually both a server component and a client component. And there's nothing wrong with this. Like, this could be exactly what you wanted. But if you only want it to be rendered as a server component, you need to change your approach here. As I said, it all depends on how it's imported, not where it's rendered or how it's rendered, but only how it's imported or where it's imported. So in this graph, we can see that at the bottom, number.tsx is imported by another client component, probably the one above is td.tsx in this case. If instead you wanted it to be a server component, you would have to import it higher up in the tree in another server component and then pass it down as a prop. So if you were to instead import it in table data set, for example, and look at the graph, it would look like this. So now you can see that, okay, now number.tsx is only ever used as a server component. So now you can do service stuff in that component. You can read from the file system, you can access your database, whatever you need. You can do that in a component now, because it's only rendered on the server. So this is the kind of graph that I eventually want to add here in the middle of the page. But as I said, there is still a lot of work to be done here. So please come help me. Please help me build this. Or, as I said, just build this for any of the other JavaScript frameworks that we have that still haven't added React Server Component support. Because we need more of them. Like, this is not just for Next.js. This isn't just for Vercel. Any full-stack React framework can, and I think honestly should do this, because this is really awesome technology, and we need more frameworks to implement it. The final thing, the final tool here is the RC payload inspector. At the top, I have a timeline of all of the RC payload responses that we have received. And then below it, there's a list of all those same payloads. So I'm going to scroll down a little bit and zoom in further. And you can see here to your left, something that looks like URLs or path segments. So that's the idea of the payload. You can see when it was received, how long it took to process, and how big it is. Oh, sorry. So I'm gonna click. These are all clickable, so you can dive in and get more details. I'm gonna click on the one for the root path. There's just a slash in the list here. It's like a third from the top, and you get here. So this is where you can get even more details about the RC payload. If you were looking at this on your own computer, you would probably see something like this. But for the audience here, like you can't see anything in this picture. But if you were on like a proper screen, you could. So I'm going to zoom in again just on one piece at a time. I just want to show you this because it's difficult to get an overview if you just zoom in on one little piece. But in reality, you actually do get a bit of a better overview. So again, up here, you have this circle. So that's the RC payload. It's divided into chunks. And each chunk is represented as with one color in the circle. And then again, below it, you have more details about each of the chunks. Here, we finally get to see the actual raw RC payload format. It's a JSON-ish kind of format, new line delimited JSON-looking format. And if you count lines here, there are 10 lines, because there are 10 chunks to this RC payload. Scrolling down the page a little bit, you see this. There are some general statistics about this chunk, or some data. You can see how long it took to render this. You can see when it was requested and how big it is. So this is great if you have performance issues that you need to diagnose in your application. If you look at different payloads and you compare them and see that one is taking much longer to process, you might want to dive into that and see why is this taking so long. If one is much bigger, you might realize that you're actually sending much more data than you thought you were. And maybe more data than you need to. Maybe you can do some lazy loading on the client later for some extra data. Like if you are shipping, I don't know, user tracking data or performance tracking data, you might maybe can do that lazy from the client to speed up your initial page load. So this part is great for performance, for performance analytics. So I mentioned the green circle. It has the different chunks of the payload. There's one that stands out, the green one, because it's much bigger than the others. Like half of the payload is just one chunk. So what's going on there? Scrolling down the page a little bit, at the bottom there we see that there's a green one. It's called model 0, or I can see at least that the ID is model 0. Clicking on that one, we get some more details. So this is where you can start understanding how the RC payload and the different chunks they work. At the top, you have just that one line from the chunk, one of the 10 lines. That's the raw output. So as you can see, this looks like just a single line of JSON, because that's basically what it is. And below it, we have the same thing, but pre-printed. And the nice thing about this pre-printed view is that it's interactive, so you can click on it and explore it. So I'm going to collapse the top level div here, the one with the navigation layout class name, just to see the full object and see what it looks like. And when I do, we see that it's actually just one key value pair in this object right here. So we're getting super deep on like a technical framework, reacting to almost even level here when we're looking at the payload, because this is not something that you would normally in your day-to-day need to worry about. But it's good for getting deeper understanding on how React components work. So I'm going to go even deeper just for today. So if you haven't worked with Redwood, we have a single file router. We don't do file system routing like you would do in Next, for example. We have just one file called routes.tsx. It can look like this, where we define out all of the routes in your application. This should look familiar to you. It just looks like a normal React component, because we're using JSX, but it's actually more like a routes definition file. We parse this and build an internal JSON representation of all your routes. We just use it because it's familiar with React developers, and you get great editor tooling if you use JSX syntax. At the top, we have 3 routes defined: one for the homepage route, the about page route, and the multi-cell page route. And those, together with the others, are wrapped in the navigation layer using the set component. So now that you know what the route file looks like, I'm gonna dive into the navigation layout quickly as well. It looks like this, and as you can see, the top level element is a div with the navigation layout class name. You're gonna see that in a bit, so remember that one. I understand this is like a whirlwind tour of the tooling here, so I'm gonna jog your memory a little bit by going back here. We start off clicking on the root path, the slash. The router will match that slash with the path it's defined for the homepage right here, and render that together with all of the components that makes up the homepage, but also all the wrapper components, so the navigation layout in this case. So coming back here in Visual Studio, I'm going to expand the div again, and we can start mapping things here to see what we have looked at. We have the navigation layout class name, you see it in the preprint version, and that's from the navigation layout that you saw in the source code. If you look at the source code, you can also see the normal nav, UL, and LE HTML elements. Those are also available in the, or visible in the preprint version. And if you look at the raw output, you can actually start seeing those things there as well. You can find the class name, and towards the end, if you look closely, you also see the nav element. So all it really is, the RT payload is like a textual, compact textual representation of your components. So I could keep going here and like mapping things out, but now I guess you understand how this works. There are two things that might probably call your eye here. The two blue things. So I'm going to get back to those in a little bit, but I want to show you one more thing first. Coming back here, you have that list of the path-looking things, but there's one that stands out that does not look like a path. It looks more like a file name with a hash and then an ID on send at the end. So I'm going to click on that one, just like I did on the slash one before, to see what is that all about. And if I click on it, come here, and it looks like exactly like it did for the homepage just before it. It also has that big green, also called model 0. Clicking on model 0, I come here, and it still looks the same. But now, if I collapse the div in the preprint output, we see that there's something more going on here. There's a new entry in my object. It's not just the routes entry anymore. So I'm going to zoom in, and we can see that there's new ID is RWS, RSA data, and then the hello world, etc. So this is how I have chosen to implement server actions in Redwood. When you execute the server action, you will get the result of that action back as the value here. So when I execute my server action, the result I got back was hello world. I'm the return value from a server action. So we send that back to your React application together with a full server rendered version of the route you're currently on. So the navigation layout, the home page, and all the components that make up the home page. And the reason I do this is, imagine you have a ratings component with like 5 stars. You can pick how you want to rate this article, movie, whatever it is. You want to get that updated view back. So if you take 3 stars, you want to get update what you see on the screen with the 3 stars highlighted. So instead of forcing you to go get a reply back and say, okay, something happened, I need to ask the server what happened, you can actually get the fully rendered page back as well. So React can just do a virtual DOM diff and update the 5 stars and highlight 3 of them. Expanding the div once more and diving deeply into it, we come back to those blue lazy loaded things. So lazy loaded is how React knows to render client components, because everything I've shown you so far are only server components. We also have client components. So you get this lazy loaded marker in your React RC payload, and that tells React, okay, I need to go load another component as a client component and inject it into the DOM before I can render to the screen. And finally, in the middle, we have the server reference. Clicking on that one, because these are also interactive, we get to action 7, which is one line in the full RC payload. And looking at the ID there, you can see that we've come full circle, because this is exactly what we clicked on. That was the one that stood out. So we're back here. So these are all part of one single payload, like 10 different chunks, and one chunk was the server action, because we have the server action on this page. So that's it. Like, that's how you can explore the RC payload. And no, this is difficult to wrap your head around, like just looking at slides. So that's why I highly encourage you to play around with this on your own in Redwood, because this works. I can show you right now. So just create a new Redwood app, enable server actions and everything. Start Studio. You can play around to get a deeper understanding of how React Server Component works. Thank you so much for listening.
In our modern world, technology moves at light speed. But why has our financial infrastructure failed to keep up with the pace of change? The Interledger Protocol was created to make sending money across the internet easy. We envisioned a payments network that acts as a bridge between anyone and the entire world. Today, when we send an email, we take it for granted that once we hit send, the email will appear in the recipient's inbox almost instantly. It doesn't matter if you're sending from one email provider to another. It works seamlessly in a matter of seconds, not days. The Interledger Protocol is designed so you can send money as easily as you can send an email. It's a network that reflects our interconnected world, accessible to all, regardless of identity, geography, or income. One that's more inclusive, without minimum transaction amounts or costly transfer fees. The closed networks of the past keep people disconnected. Our mission is to bring our financial infrastructure into the 21st century and give everyone equal access to a global financial network. Email your digital bank or digital wallet provider and ask them to consider joining us to help make the world a more interconnected place. Visit interledger.org/today to learn more.
Tomorrow doesn't start the second the clock strikes midnight, or the minute the sun rises. It starts the very instant you have a vision, an idea that's unformed yet full of potential. At NTT Data, we harness inspiration and turn it into action, igniting the passion of our people to go further than we ever thought.
That is beautiful, but welcome. We're good? Okay, we're good. Fantastic. So, yeah, as Sarah said, my name is Faris. We're going to wake up a little bit after lunch. I know everyone's eating, so we're going to bring some energy in the room. Who has problems with data fetching? Nobody? Hands up? Fantastic. We're going to figure out and go through a little journey. And it's my favorite topic to talk about and really bring it into the real world, because in software engineering, we like to talk about how to fix problems in ideal conditions, but we don't live in an ideal world and we face a lot of problems. So we have to figure out how do we create optimal solutions in suboptimal conditions. So we're going to be solving this with Next.js and TanStack queries. It's a little bit of a problem that I faced myself working at a fintech a year and a half ago. And I put a couple of examples together, and we're going to go through it all in the next 20-30 minutes. So a little bit about myself. As I said, my name is Faris. I used to be an engineering manager. I'm currently a staff front-end engineer. I've worked at a couple of companies. You can see some logos going all the way through the bottom. And so I also do conference speaking. That's why I'm here today. I host workshops too, and I'm also the organizer of Zurich.js. I'm actually flying in Switzerland, but I'm also Pakistani. A couple of other things. I've worked in connected TV spaces, monetization growth teams, fintech, and fitness technology, because my passion for deadlifting didn't end in the gym room. I wanted to take fitness and all the way bring it into the tech sphere, so I played with that a little bit back in the day. And I love open source. Anybody here use Raycast? Give me scream a little bit louder. Ooh, Raycast! Yeah, fantastic. So I developed a couple of Raycast extensions, like the Stripe one, EverHour one. So I like to contribute to the community, test my skills every now and then. So that's something fun that I do. And I absolutely love web performance and engineering leadership. So if you have any questions about that, you can find me later on. I'm happy to answer them. So next slide. Let's set the stage, because everything in engineering requires context. I want to focus on three things. There's not one size solution for everything. There's not one size that fits all. We're not going to be talking about the one way to solve that data vector today. We're going to be talking about a very niche case, a very particular situation that I faced, and how I went about navigating that problem space. You're going to have your own data fetching issues that you face in your own products, and we're not going to be able to apply the same use case for every single thing. We're also not going to be doing a tutorial or any live coding, so this is not a full-fledged solution. We're talking about patterns and concepts, meaning even if you don't use Next.js, and rather you have React.js and a Node.js backend, use Angular or whatever it is, we're talking about patterns, and patterns is what's more important because you can agnostically apply those to multiple different libraries and frameworks. And that's everything about engineering. And finally, premature optimization. I know we love throwing as many NPM packages as we can into our projects. We don't need to go and run for solutions before we even need them. So let's really think if these patterns that we're going to be looking at today or these libraries actually are things that we need to integrate into our projects. I was once consulting with a startup in New York. We were talking a little bit about their setup and things that they're doing. And one of the people told me that, yeah, we've got this awesome DevOps engineer. We're working on Datadog. We paid them like 250K a year. They make the most amazing setup in the world. I looked at Datadog, it looked beautiful. I could read everything. I could analyze a bunch of issues, see a bunch of logs. And I was like, how many users are using this product? They said, oh, actually, we haven't released yet. And there are no users trying to do this product. We haven't found product market fit. We spent 3 months creating the most amazing Datadog setup in the world, but we don't have anything to use in this. So really understanding if something's needed in the moment, if it's a pragmatic decision, then go ahead and use these tools. If you don't need them, you don't need them. So, next slide. What's the problem statement? What are we looking at today? So, what are challenges that developers face in creating a seamless user experience due to complex data fetching and management? That's the problem. That's the question we're going to be asking ourselves today, the problem statement that we're going to be exploring. So, why even bother look at these things? We gotta answer that question first. How do I sell that? Ooh, my computer went off. That's not a good thing. Are we back? Cool. Why bother? 3 points, 0 to 2 seconds. That is the golden window for having the highest conversion rates on your websites. Getting things happening in the first 2 seconds is absolutely crucial. And moving forward from that, if the bounce rate increases by 32% in terms of probability, when your page load goes from 1 to 3 seconds, moving from 1 to 10 seconds, that bounce rate probability actually increases to 123%. We really, really, really don't want that. That's a massive, massive shift. So every second, even every millisecond counts in terms of the resources that you're loading on your web page, the initial learning curve, and so on and so forth. And this last thing is something interesting, this magic number, 14 kilobytes. Why is that interesting? Because at that number, that's what fits within a single TCP packet, minimizing the amount of round trips it takes on a network request. Actually, just increasing from 14 to 15 kilobytes can potentially increase the amount of time it takes for your response to come back by up to 600 milliseconds, whereas 15 to 16 kilobytes is a negligible difference. So that's a little bit of a magic number to keep in mind in terms of how we're optimizing payloads and requests, because websites, they request a lot of different things. You have image, CSS, JavaScript, we're making API requests, getting JSON payloads. So how do we optimize all of those and try to get them to fit within that magic number? So again, we're exploring a little bit of the tools that we're using today to solve this problem. If React is the library, Next.js is the framework. Who here uses Next.js? Fantastic. For those who don't use Next.js, just a little bit of context on it. It allows you to do server-side rendering, static-side generation, file-based routing, so none of that React router stuff, and you've got built-in API routes, so it's a little bit of a full-stack framework and gives you some more flexibility there. Then we're going to be using TanStack query. That name should go from React query to TanStack query because it's agnostic to a framework, so you can actually use it with Vue, Angular, so on and so forth. It's fantastic. And I want to put an emphasis on what it is. It's actually a powerful asynchronous state management library, not necessarily a data fetching library, which is what a lot of people think that it is. It just so happens to be really good at managing asynchronicity, but it's actually a global state management library. So it's not just made for data fetching, it's made for handling asynchronicity and being able to query from a sort of global store that a React query or TanStack query has, where you can get your component. So what does it help us do? It helps us do automatic caching, background updates, optimistic updates. That's when you want to show a change before the network request is actually fulfilled. Pagination, infinite loading, prefetching, which we're going to look into a little bit later, something that you can integrate with Next.js, and then built-in query validations, as we've explored in a couple of other talks. That is a pain to deal with. But these are all things to make your life a lot easier. So, moving forward to the next one. So, we're going to put our tech lead hats on, And we're going to be presented a problem. So imagine you're given a Jira ticket, and these are the requirements, or you're given an interview question, these are the requirements, this is what we're going to explore together. So what's the scenario we have? Our front-end team needs to design a dashboard chart that displays the distribution of birthdays for the top 5,000 users of our system. And number 5,000 is something important to pay attention to. What's our data source? Where are we getting this information from? The data is available by an API, a REST API that returns a list of data with a list of users with all their data. Limitation, because whenever we think about a couple of things that we cannot do, the backend team is unable to provide a new endpoint or a data warehouse. That's sometimes a common problem we face as front-end engineers. Backend teams are overloaded, they may not have the capacity to create the endpoints you want, and that's even exacerbated with is an API first company. So if your primary product is your API, and you have to actually go through a versioning for that semantic versioning, and you have to go through breaking changes, it means that you're not able to design endpoints for your front end. You have to consume the resource that other third-party clients are also consuming, and you have to abide by those limitations because your backend team's priority is not necessarily serving the front end, but it's actually serving users that are outside your company that are actually paying that API. That presents a bit of a problem. So we can't provide a new endpoint or a data warehouse, which means we have to build something before this. So we already have to create somewhat optimal solution, and we see the suboptimal conditions we have here. So it returns the required data format, so it doesn't require a required data format, and it's 1,000 users return for each request. So we already see the first problem is I need 5,000 users to get my information, but I can only request 1,000 at a time. So we're thinking, okay, I'm going to make 5 requests. Sequentially, am I doing those parallel? So we're already seeing how are we going to think about designing this. So we're going to do this step by step. We're going to design together. We're going to start with a very basic architectural diagram. So I've got my user interface, and it makes sense. We've got 5,000 birthdays that we need, 5,000 user information, so I'm going to make 5 parallel API requests. That's already functioning. I have a loading state while I'm fetching the information at the time. I want to show that something's happening to the user, so they're not thinking that my UI is broken. I've got 2 things that can happen. Unhappy path. So something goes wrong. I get some sort of error, whether it's 400, 500. What I do is I persist the loading state. Something is going wrong. And what I can do is retry. That's our first resilience mechanism or resilience parameter to implement. When something goes wrong, specifically we get requests from a certain host and other types, we can retry, and that's a resilience pattern. So maybe you might develop some custom logic where you have your use effect, you're fetching some information, something goes wrong, you try to fetch again, you increase the count by 1, and say, I fetched once. Fail again, fetch twice, and maybe 3 times, you cut it off, you break the circuit. So you can either retry all the requests, or you can just retry the ones that failed, depends on the situation. And then maybe on a second time or a third time, you land ourselves in a happy path. You get that information. We map the information because whatever you get back from the server isn't necessarily the ideal format that we're going to put into state of our chart. We're going to set the state, we're going to render the UI, and depending on how you set your state, whether you're using read or state, something will happen where it relies on effects and correctly click the button or something, the state change, it reruns the use effect, and then you get a case where React state change reruns all the fetch requests. Now, instead of 5 rerun 10, so the data hasn't necessarily changed. How often the birthdays change, or how often the people's first or last name change. You want to state update. Now we've got 15, now we've got 20, we land ourselves where the server times out, and we get a 429 error when the request occurred. So how can we now move this solution in the step where it's reducing the load on the server? So this is what that's what the initial code may look like, where I've got some use fetch data hook that I've created under the hood that use effects pretty simply. Then there is an API request being made to get some fake data, so from some fakery API. Just give me the response. Then on the client side, I'm just going to get the birthday counts by month. And I'm going to format it in a way, map it in a way that's going to give me chart data. I said that this data I'm going to that. So let's look at demo 1 and see how does this perform in real life. So we work with a team of UI designers for the piece. So let's see how it looks. So we're taking some time and a lot of time to make all those requests. Finally get some chart data back, and we're gonna dig into the network calls. We're gonna dig into the network calls, and we're gonna see, for example, I make a state change that can rerun my fetch. It's a super long time to make all those 5 fetch requests again. On top of that, the request, I'm getting data out of such we're getting their job title, their phone number, longitude and latitude. And do we really think this is information we need to display in the chart? The chart just needs to know first name, last name, maybe even their ID. There's a lot of unnecessary information going in. It's taking a painfully long amount of time. And so if we're focused on the size of those payloads, what we would have seen is actually almost 2.3 megabytes of payload that came through. And 73% of it is unused data. And that's a low absolutely we don't need to. So what's happening over here? We have potentially custom retry logic. We're not using a library to start with. We have a very fair solution. So that means testing, unit test. That's what we actually maintain it. Full version redevelopment. And yeah, it needs maintenance and it's subject to bugs. You have people that have developed libraries that spend years perfecting one very particular niche problem area, which is retry solutions or other things. Better leave it to them to do those things, right? You need to integrate from that. Caching is not by default. So we're fetching data that we don't necessarily need to fetch data. Again, that's something complicated to implement. And even if you do a basic solution that you can cache local storage, barring any of the security issues with that, local storage is not limited to 4 megabytes, which means that having such a large payload, if you've been doing all the vector things, you're going to run out of storage and the validation of that is going to have to maintain. Then there are complexities in regards to state management. From a global perspective, and same thing managing the data staleness. We want to fetch the data close to where it's being rendered sometimes, and not have to deal with moving these higher state changes that affect values and rerun effect. There are complications to that. We've done nothing to optimize the payload of this stage. And again, data mapping efforts on the client side. So maybe we might want to do stuff. We just call back to some functions and then memorize certain things to make sure that every time we're refetching, recalculating some stuff, we're not doing unnecessary work. So, introducing your best friend forever, actually the BFF pattern for her. This back front pattern, or actually there are multiple variations of this one. Conservation bridge with the aggregation proxy has 3 really cool benefits to it. First, is the adaptability for pattern. And so, in this example, I'm talking about one. You may actually have a mobile front end and a web front end, and you may want to service those using a singular API or a singular proxy. You can't necessarily do that. Custom fetching object data mapping on one front end and then replicate that maybe in your iOS native application or Android application. You have decoupling of concerns. One part of your stack, your proxy is managing all the data mapping, all the fetching. Your front end is only managing the spending information and get optimized performance. So what we do, we take that massive payload, we shrink it all the way down to just what we need. So what does this change? Instead of making 5 requests, we've got an Next.js handler that we're saying is a API request. We do a loading state, and that API proxy is handling the subsequent requests. Now, for data integrity, if one of those 5 requests fail, you can either retry or we can fail the entire thing, because whatever I want to receive back, I want to guarantee that it has all the information I need, not some half missing or half computed information. If you run into a little bit of the same problem where it's an unhappy path, you still have to do the custom code to retry. However, if you do have the server does the data mapping, we send the data to the client, we set the state, render the UI, but then we have not done anything to actually how you render the state. So a re-render or something that goes on with data could potentially lead to, again, one request being made to the proxy, 5 subsequent requests, and then we time it. So what we potentially do here is we implement a proxy, we take this code, we squish it down, and instead of managing 5 parallel requests, we just make 1 to the proxy, and all I have to do is an error that I don't have to care per request. I don't care for retrying the client side. I just dedicate everything to our proxy. So what are some key factors to consider? Data isolation. So isolate the back end, it's doing data. We optimize the payload to the minimum amount that we need. actually display the chart data. It's cleaner code-based management, so if you have a team of front-end engineers, you can have a couple that work on the UI, a couple that work on the proxy, so it's a little bit cleaner. And then the data mapping is handled on the proxy. So demo 2, can we see there's some improvement? If I click over here, refresh, that looks faster. We open up the network tab, we'll actually see a singular request is going to be made, and that request is only 666 bytes versus 23 bytes. It's quite a size. And now it's an engineer fixing company the same different requirements, but you can already shrink it to less than 50 kilobytes, which means the request time is much faster. And so, like I said, 666 bytes is actually in this scenario 89% from payload production. It doesn't automatically find this is the only focus. You're going to get a 99% performance improvement. But what we can do is the next step to make this a little bit better is integrate TanStack query. And I'm not here to sell it because I work with TanStack query or contribute to it. But if you go on the website, it's all the things that we don't have to integrate from the get-go. Auto caching, dev tools, backend agnostic, refreshing, all that good stuff. So let's change our design now. We have the same first request being made. Now the loading state is by React query. I don't have to do state management. I have to make the fact through that fails and defaults. So we're going to manage that. Authorize, fail, return the code to the client. React query automatically attempts to retry, and I can tell React query 3 times, 10 times. I can have a strategy for exponential backup, which means don't retry all the requests without a singular pause. What you can do is make the first request, fails, wait 1 second. The second request, after 2 seconds, then 3, then 4. And you're giving a little bit of buffer for the server to not time out. The time happens, you map the data server side, you send it to the client, and now React query detects that information, derives the state from the response. Now we're rendering the UI, and now from here the state change happens, React query is going to actually look into the cache and say, hey, did I get something? Very special information, so I'll say, yeah, I'm going to display that. If I missed it, we'll reset the process. And so it looks like this, and it's managed. This looks straight out of the you set the stale time, you can actually cache depending on the combination of query parameters, and you just have to toss it that sort of function from data. And so, libraries do it. So we don't have to maintain test it, handling all the loading, the errors, the direct response. Payload, and that's we can use multiple strategies out of the box that React query provider does. Re-render because we can actually make the staleness, and we've got resilience out of the box, which means, as I said, a couple of strategies like expression backup, we can implement them just with a single line of code. But we can go 1 step further, and I'm going to try and wrap it up. I'm going to bring up the concept of criticality. It means not every API request carries the same importance. If we look at these 2 requests that I need to make, that's an application needs them, off the profile, which may be returning authentication scope, support for security reasons, I think is a lot more important than getting chart data from a workplace, which you can show loading indicator for. So what you can do is, and I'll show this in the next part, you can actually configure the criticality of the request that not all of them can do the same. This time we're not starting with the client, but we can do it Next.js. We can start on the server, and we can actually prefetch data because React query allows us to prefetch data and then hydrate the client side with it. Now, one of the problems with prefetching data on the server is you don't know how long it's going to take for that data to come back. So that takes 2 seconds to come back. Your user is going to see nothing but send the HTML to the back screen. If you want to get something corrected, you know what the other strategies you implement the timeout controller. Try to fetch the data beforehand. If it takes longer than 1,000 milliseconds, fail. Forget about it. Send the HTML to the client. Try to recover on the client's React query will understand if it was able to prefetch, and if it wasn't, it'll try to attempt to recover on the front-end side. Then, again, we're setting the cache on the server, we're rehydrating that and passing it over to the client, and the rest of it stays the same. So, what does this code look like? The code is a get server-side across the server-side function that you run beforehand, before we set anything to the client. So, we prefetch as a custom function that created, and you're passing 2.5 seconds as an argument. 2.5 seconds is just dictating how long it has before it times out a request. Here, 2.5 seconds to make sure that I'm able to prefetch. If you don't, bail out of it and render the HTML and show it. Then I register this optional query to fetch the birthday information. But it will catch it, it's going to bail, it's just going to try to fetch the client. If this is a critical query, and it failed to fetch it, perhaps instead it's running directly in error page. So actually deciding what's the most important information to fetch first is really the distinction of it. And so what benefits are there? It produces the UI. You remember the load balancing. So if you're making multiple requests, you're starting to do a couple of them on the server, you're doing your HTML, you're hydrating your client, you're continuing. Then data recovery strategy starts to fail to get the initial data on the server to everything that's on content. And then you also organize in terms of query criticality. You don't have an authorization query in place and doing all your different scopes. You may be potentially showing the wrong UI to your user, and that can be security sometimes. And we'll show the final demo and we'll wrap it up. So let's see what this looks like. I'm trying to fetch my request. This is super fast. Just all kinds of requests being made. And if I do refresh, we're not making a request again. We're going straight from the tab. We're changing up from 2.5 seconds to 500 milliseconds. It's going to fail to make the request in that time. It doesn't fail, on the server, and it continues on the client. We recover it and go off the loading state. So this way, we're able to make sure that in ideal conditions, you have the optimal user experience, and suboptimal conditions, you try to recover and show it as best as you can. That's it. Thank you.
And then you're done.
Thank you
so much for.
All right, friends, I know you've seen 9 presentations so far. They mentioned this in Faris' presentation. But I'm just giving like the chat is funny. This presentation will be 5 minutes. We're going to try to do it in 20, and I'm going to rush through it. So if you have any questions, you will have to find me. So I'm a single content development. All I learned a few things about disability. Now, the one with disability is probably a little bit away. So, for communicating effect, you probably say all the time, the company I'm sure that use the word So every good talk starts with a question. Actually, so I'm not here to not be over this way. I'm not here to mix. Maybe arguments. I know. I do share my experience of basically just understanding that there's much more. Just adding judgment. So I think the talk starts with the and that in one case, this is a landing page for UK government. So this is we don't care about the context. What we care is about the fact that the designer, maybe this image, I was responsible for it. In terms of trying to make a use of one ratio, happy, so, but how do you like? I started doing that. I know English, but still I struggle to get out. But thank the gods, always, for smart colleagues. Colleague of mine for these is and what is I can do that in my usually It's not what I stopped doing that. I copied everything that didn't know because it was too long, and I kept on that. And again, technicals for smart colleagues. The project manager is project called extension. I hear you, but do you want to I mean, at least sort of like ammunition to push back and say this is true. And that's what I did. I decided who here has read the web content accessibility guidelines or even went to that website? No way. Just like more than two. I'm thoroughly impressed. Who has it? There are two people. Sure. Okay, so yeah, these are very important, but it's amazing at the same time because it gives intent. Because it tells you that this lovely image that I was it's so nice. It is nice, but it contains no information whatsoever. It is not or an infographic that in the alt text and then all the photo taken on also complements it. As a result, so you take away number one, and this is completely is and if you don't have an expert, just find a hire them. If you're a QA engineer, probably understand from the domain, they know about it. Have they ever used the text editor? Have they ever used the voice assisted technology to part of the page? So this is a little bit scary because to get an expert, you have to hire them, and not to hire them, you need to pay money. But let me give you a little bit more context so you understand what we talk about the ways to the other takeaways. The page I'm talking about is Find a Job. This is from the UK. The company I work for in the UK, it's called Azula, it's a job center. And one of the things we have in the UK is to manage the technology and deliver the Find a Job service for the beauty about something for the UK government is that we decided a few years ago, that is under the last year to the WCAG 2.1 standards. I think we were 2.3, 4, 2.2 at the moment, but the UK government said every Go site 2.1, and the only way they can make this work, because they use external contractors, lots of different companies doing one design system, the complicated design system, yes, consistency, it's very simple, very accessibility. And another thing about it is that it has opinions. And its opinions are very strong. Do you want to use a select drop down? I mean, you can if you want to show a counter select or something. You abstract the information, maybe ready. Or how many options do you have? You have more than 10, consider splitting them into separate groups. So the context is that I already had a really good ally in delivering. I had a design system that was accessible. So is there another? I mean, you have an opinionated design system that basically it's in the whole speed. So was that enough? Well, no. So let's talk about takeaway number 2, web forms validation. Who here has created a web form? So I'm sure you understand what you see here on the right. Web form that was submitted, and this is the error message pattern, which specifically for GDS, we don't know the right label, we just show the error message and we change the word. Not really. Doesn't make sense. That's how most of the web. Well, it's the error summary. So the error summary component is something that is abstracted away from your form. So people that are working with React create conclusions, causing conform you have. And every higher up on the higher level, you need something new that hooks into the context. So already before I saw that picture and I was like, oh my god. And at the very top, you have this thing that says there's a problem, and then every single error is recreated inside the user. And this was something that's already, and it needed to happen in every single form. So, remember by now we have established that Bob is an expert, and we need to take under consideration very carefully what but at the same time, I need to reach an hour here, or the workshop to really show you why. But for now, I'm just going to have 10 minutes. I'm stuck in the middle, actually. So, with various visual independence, AI tools like also, it's on your Mac, if you're on Windows, you can download. And it's a voice assistant tool that is go to every website, tell them on voice, submit a form without adding anything. Just close your eyes. What like this is that when effectively the form goes up, also by stops everything, the state after you go into the page, if you think that's you might not. And then suddenly, also it goes from there's an error. So this is all basically how to life people that use those tools. This was the takeaway for me. Everything came from where I just opened VoiceOver and experiment. If you have a Mac, just open the prompt and spend 5 minutes and try to just submit the content. And so what was getting happy with one of them was if you do the 400% the UI scrolls horizontal. 400%, you know 400%. You open the website, you press the command class or control class or windows all the way to outside. So we established our goals and expect we established that we positive because we need certification. But why do we need it? Why do we need 100%? There's zoom in and zoom in now the GDS UI next as you can see 400%. It's kind of like mobile lifestyle. This is really amazing. Every time I imagine some old person with glasses and a cane would be talking on the keyboard. You have television, you have option decided, you have variations into the discipline. It's basically called by the function the channel is called. I don't know what percentage. 10%, 20%. How Hansky solved it? He's a gamer. So he just set up 65-inch monitor, a few inches from his face, and he has so many benefits. What you see there is he's doing the best. He has made videos. There are videos of fully blind people playing PlayStation by using Node.js. So this is very hard, a little bit philosophical. There isn't a conscious bias when it comes to disability. We would create, we hear about, maybe it's this website for disability, and the first thing that comes is a complete language. Oh, that's a really fun one. Most of you know this most of the radio. He tweeted that case where you also 400% Zoom going up breakboard because the hashtag initial title changes context and then over viewpoints. So actually, I'm going to talk to you about React, I'm going to skip it, and I'm going to keep it. And here has issue with ethic. Was it easy? Yeah. So on the left-hand side here is the Greek police force website, Next.js. On the right-hand side, we have the UK passport service. Both of them represent precisely and exactly the same flow. Now, I don't want to make it blame, but the information density is so rich here, you probably need to spend minutes reading and understanding everything. On the right-hand side is a so-called start user service pattern where you just tap the green button and proceed. You tap the green button or you find where you're supposed to be. You end up with this. It's funny because this got the most laps. But what you see here is just a word. My wife wanted to do what she just said. You can tell me exactly what needs to happen. But the GDS one thing to make what the GDS, the design system says, if you have to make complex decisions, if you have to ask multiple questions, all things simple and just proceed. So why would you do this? Because I know all the art forms of split them into lots of components. So initially, I had a very simplistic idea of this wrong approach. I said, just take variable step. I'm going to have a next button, a previous button, ask all the questions. There was some complex logic implemented into the previous and the next buttons. So not just back. The back button had to do something clever. So I said, that's it. Yeah. The stage inside one. Calculating back and forward logic. Those are the 5 stages. Start from denial. You go to Angel, bargaining, depression. My case, I go from denial straight into depression. And of course, Bob was right. Why Bob was right? Well, of course, it's a question. Why was he right? But why did So users of Dragon, which is kind of assistant, naturally speaking, sorry, I was prepared for this. This is where basically you talk to people and see the style, and what it's on. So users of Dragon are confident with just saying, they imagine somebody who has very low kinetic mobility, somebody who has whatever it is. So they might be sitting there looking at the screen and just say, no, go back. In my application, the state was lost. The whole thing was refreshing. It was taking it back to the epic page and everything. And of course, the solution is to use routing. It's React router and complex logic. So, what is the final key takeaway? All if you want to play music, figure out the root. It is slim. And to take it one step further, do something clever about storage as well. You're going to have people that your page for and I know some of you use, how do you got so massively with, especially the Greek e-banking systems, where you press back and you're like, no, imagine somebody with disability having to do that. So, how will we put it on? Excellent. That's it.
see a lot of people having worked with Angular. Hello, my name is Angelos. I am an Angular team lead at XM, and today I will present you the best practices for prerendering Angular applications. First of all, a few words about us, who we are, who is XM. We are a leading fintech company. We specialize in currency trading. We have offices in Paris, Greece, London, Dubai, Japan, the USA. We support 30 languages. We have over 10 million clients worldwide, and we have over 1,400 employees. Over 600 of them belong to the IT sector. You understand that we have a lot of systems, complex systems. We also develop and maintain several Angular applications, some of which are already on production, others are under development. Our most recent addition is our new website, www.xn.com, which was released to production just before 3 weeks ago. We use Angular 18, and we are also working on updating to the latest Angular version 19. We apply prerendering in most of the pages, and today we will present you some of the techniques that we have also applied in prerendering Angular applications. Most of the techniques that we will describe are not only for Angular, but they can be applied in general by other frameworks as well, libraries. So first of all, why prerendering? We'll start with this. Rendering in general, it provides so the main reason for this is that server is also you see, which is server side. But the question is why we want rendering and not server side rendering? And the answer is one. We do not want to wake up the server or overrun the issue with the resources of the server. That's why we have gone with the rendering approach. It's a matter of JSON files. Job where we can either specify Angular discover all the hours that we prevent from us, or we can provide the list of the routes that need to be created for the file. This is also the list that we also and actually rendering this is applied for building. So for every route, a code that is generated, which includes this is well, and it has to be a version of this route. So all these codes files can be in the same way as files. So these can be deployed to our server or the better recipient. And provide very good performance benefit. But so what's the group is that we have? Unfortunately, there is. So rendering does not solve our problems. It's usually applied in pages where apply. If we have fully dynamic pages, for instance, account page or a trading platform, but still there are some ways where we can apply rendering if we have different content per page. Next slides. First of all, we can apply for it. We have some important differences based on certain conditions, such as region or countries, or if we also deploy our website, we have to apply specific logic on certain domains. In that case, we can create different environment files that corresponds to all these variations, all these layers of our website, and separate builds, and all those builds can be deployed into our file server, and then it's up to the load balancer's responsibility to determine which file which folder should be served. So in this example, we have different logic based on the region. We have a separate build for EU, another one for the region, and another one for the rest of the world. So let's say that I am a user from Europe and I visit the website, and the load balancer will load the folder, will serve the folder corresponds to the EU build. And also, we can also apply prerendering in case we have a page relies on backend service. Here is that we can structure the structure of the page, and then use more than we can render actually the response from the backend client side. How we can do that? We can do that in the after next render lifecycle, which is actually a new lifecycle that was introduced from Angelos later on, and it corresponds to the first render in the browser. You can see here on the snippet on the left that there is a callback. This callback is ignored while the code is executed on the server, and it's only executed on the client. So this allows us to control, to add some additional logic on the template. This is the right snippet, and display different content on the server and different content on the right side. And a very important feature is hydration. This is supported in the latest Angular versions. All the regular versions, though, will have been destroyed and replaced with a client-side render version, interactive version, which would affect performance. It will also cause flickering sometimes. But this has been resolved now, for Angular now will reuse the DOM structure instead of destroying this. It's also easy to add this one. You can provide client hydration in the providers array of the app config. One important aspect of hydration is HTTP transfer. The transfer is a value store that is transferred from the application on the server side to the application on the client side. Practically speaking, this means that we can transfer the state from the server to the client. This is really convenient in case we have a page, we want to render a page or server-side render a page that makes a call to a backend service, and we don't want to make the same call to the backend when this one is executed client-side. Here I have a very simple case of how this one works. In the first line, we have a function T. This actually creates a or it's a to-dos, simple to-dos list. And we also have has key, which checks if this key is already on our state or not. And we also have the regular getters and etc. So on the first run, on the server, we check if we have this key, the to-dos key on our state. This key does not exist. So that means that we'll have to make the call to the backend service in order to get the to-dos. We get the response and we set the state. Second run, which is done on the client side, and we check if the key exists. Now it exists, so there's no make the call to the backend is dead, and we just read the value from the state. One question is, how is the state recorded? this is done. This is stored actually on the DOM. It's at the bottom of the DOM. We have this script tag and we have the ID each state. And the one inside the script actually we store the state JSON. Another thing is the Decipher we use is the Decipher, which allows us to defer the loading of the page of the code, which is not needed for the page. This is really important because it reduces the initial loading time. It also reduces the scripting time and the size of the main bundle. It's really easy to do this. The Decipher, as you can see on the right, and the difference, especially we have a very big component. So if we can declare a very large component, it will make it will improve the performance a lot. And also, Angular provides some built-in triggers. The first one is idle, which is triggered as reads an idle state. Import, which is triggered when we reach a specific import. This is really helpful in cases where we have a component that's not on the main import and it has some great functionality. There's an interaction, which is triggered when user interacts with a specified element for click or event, and the hover, which is actually triggered when usually hovers on an element. The last 2 points would be really helpful in cases where we also display some kind of widget website. Let's say that we have a button at the bottom of the page and we can defer the functionality, the underlying functionality of this button using the interaction or the hover. The first part is custom triggers, where we can also have our own conditions. One of the most popular conditions is checking if we are running on the browser or on the server. So in that case, we can defer the loading of components that do not make sense to be rendered on the server. Such cases are pop or a routing progress bar. So this is one coolest feature. And last but not least, according to the first metrics, okay, a very big majority of our users come from mobile devices. This makes the cumulative layout shift much more important. The reason is that on mobile has a very small screen width, which is very likely to produce some layout moves, which in turn affects performance or even battery. So in case you have some logic on the code which checks the width of the device, such as the menu, for instance, if I'm on the desktop, then the menu is displayed at the top, or if I'm on the mobile, the menu is displayed as a sidebar, then it's always better to render it and actually, that's all from me. Thank you very much.
Πώς και εδώ σήμερα, νόμιζα ήσουν από το σπίτι.
Το άλλαξα, μωρέ, αφού έχει το afternoon cocktail.
Σωστά.
Αυτό το αφήνουμε κάπου.
Ωραία. Γιατί ήρθαμε, δεν έχω καταλάβει.
Παιδιά, είστε εδώ για μια HR καμπάνια. Είστε έτοιμοι?
Φύγαμε.
Θα απαντήσω εγώ. Θα σου το πω απλά σαν να το έλεγα στη μαμά. Βοηθάμε τις εταιρείες να λειτουργούν καλύτερα, να αντιμετωπίζουν τα προβλήματά τους και να πετυχαίνουν τους στόχους τους.
Με βασικό άξονα την τεχνολογία.
Σωστό.
Μιλάμε για μια πολυεθνική. Βρίσκομαι στην εταιρεία τα τελευταία 2 χρόνια και έχουν έρθει πολλά και αξιόλογα άτομα. Βάλε και τα γραφεία σε 4 άλλες περιοχές εκτός από την Αθήνα.
Θεσσαλονίκη, Πάτρα, Γιάννενα και Ηράκλειο.
Boom.
Και πρέπει να είμαστε γύρω στους 3.000. Σωστά, παιδιά.
Σίγουρα πάντως παίζει ρόλο το δυνατό brand name, οι ευκαιρίες ανέλυξης σαν εργαζόμενος και οι πολύ μεγάλοι πελάτες φυσικά.
Αλλά σκέψου ότι μετράει πάρα πολύ και το περιβάλλον. Τα project είναι αρκετά ενδιαφέροντα.
Είναι πολύ καλά και για το βιογραφικό του καθενός.
Και εννοείται η δυνατότητα ότι μπορούμε να δουλεύουμε hybrid και ότι το ωράριο μπορεί να γίνει αρκετά ευέλικτο.
Ναι, σαν φοιτητής νιώθω ότι η δουλειά δεν μπαίνει εμπόδιο στις σπουδές μου. Είναι πάρα πολύ κατανοητική η εταιρεία, οι managers όλοι είναι πολύ φιλικοί ώστε να σε βοηθήσουν να τελειώσεις τις σπουδές σου το συντομότερο δυνατό προκειμένου να εξελιχθείς και μέσα στην εταιρεία.
Αλήθεια τώρα θα συζητήσουμε αυτό το πράγμα.
Είναι μια μεγάλη εταιρεία, οπότε καταλαβαίνετε. Επιτρέπετε. Παιδιά, ηλικία, μισθό και κιλά δεν ρωτάμε. Αυτό που μπορώ να αποκαλύψω είναι ότι σίγουρα εξαρτάται από τον ρόλο, από το τμήμα και από το seniority.
Ναι, και σίγουρα η εταιρεία παρέχει έτσι διάφορα ελκυστικά benefits. Προσπαθεί να δημιουργήσει ένα κλίμα ώστε ο κόσμος να είναι ευχαριστημένος και να ανταμείβεται για αυτό που κάνει. Ξεκινάς στέλνοντας ένα βιογραφικό.
Κοίτα, θα σου πω, κατάλαβα την ερώτηση. Γενικά, πολλοί κόσμος μπορεί να πιστεύει ότι είναι κάτι άπιαστο. Κατηγορία διαβάστηκε.
Τελικά, ωστόσο, είναι μια διαδικασία όπως σε κάθε άλλο τέτοιο οργανισμό.
Ναι, εντάξει, εννοείται αυτό και πόσο μάλλον για παιδιά που τώρα τελείωσαν από το πανεπιστήμιο. Είναι ιδανικό γιατί ανοίγουν πάρα πολλές junior θέσεις.
Καλά, και εγώ απευθείας από το πανεπιστήμιο ήρθα.
Οπότε είναι πιο εύκολο και λιγότερο τρομακτικό από ό,τι θα περίμενε κάποιος.
Χαλαρά, μωρέ. Όπα, κάτι έχουμε εδώ. Ναι. Ναι, φυσικά. Θα το στείλω αμέσως. Έρχομαι από εκεί. Ναι. Αυτό μπορώ να το βγάλω. Τώρα έρχομαι σε 5 λεπτά εκεί είμαι.
Εγώ. Καλά, αυτό ήταν το χαλαρό του,
Ναι, ακριβώς. Πέρα από αυτό όμως, η εταιρεία στηρίζει πάρα πολύ την οικογένεια, το flexibility, τα hobby, τον αθλητισμό. Δίνει και έξτρα μέρες άδεια.
Καλά, κι εγώ έχω μπει σε call από το baby swing της ευγενίας.
Σοβαρά τώρα.
Ναι.
Μήπως να το κόψουμε αυτό. Πόσες μέρες θα χρειαστεί για να το απαντήσω αυτό?
Βασικά είναι όλα τα industries και όλα τα sectors αγοράς.
Ήταν η πρώτη μου φορά καταρχήν εμένα έτσι, που βίωσα αυτή τη διαδικασία. Οπότε ήταν πρωτόγνωρο, δεν ήξερα τι να περιμένω.
Γενικότερα, όλα τα στάδια της συνέντευξης αλλά και του onboarding της πρώτης μέρας είναι πάρα πολύ οργανωμένα. Είναι σαν να λέμε από εταιρεία εξωτερικού.
Πήγα την πρώτη μέρα, πήρα τον εξοπλισμό, έκανα όλες τις απαραίτητες διαδικασίες.
Πάντα υπάρχει καθοδήγηση από τα στελέχη, τους υπεύθυνους των τμήματων για τη σωστή διεργασία.
Τι είμαστε. Όμορφοι όπως βλέπετε, έξυπνοι, ωραίοι, αλλά πέρα από την πλάκα, 3 λέξεις που τη χαρακτηρίζουν θα έλεγα ότι είναι η καινοτομία, η εξέλιξη και η τεχνολογία.
Για μένα αυτό που πραγματικά διαφοροποιεί την Deloitte είναι ότι πηγαίνεις για δουλειά και δεν έχεις στο μυαλό σου ότι πας για δουλειά. Πας να περάσεις μια fun day με τους φίλους, παύλα συνεργάτες και μέσα από αυτή την ημέρα να μάθεις, να εξελιχθείς, να νιώσεις πραγματικά ο εαυτός σου. Έχουμε manual γι' αυτό καταρχάς. Θα πω αυτό που πραγματικά νιώθω εγώ όταν βρίσκομαι στην Deloitte. Νιώθω ότι είμαι σε έναν οργανισμό που η φωνή μου ακούγεται, που οι συνάδελφοι μου με σέβονται και που με υποστηρίζουν πραγματικά.
Και δεν είναι μόνο αυτά που κάνουμε για μας, αλλά και αυτά που κάνουμε για το περιβάλλον, την κοινωνία, τους άλλους, όπου υπάρχει ανάγκη.
Λοιπόν, τέλος.
Τέλεια.
Επιτέλους.
Φεύγουμε.
Πάμε κρασάκι.
Κρασάκι.
Εντάξει, είμαστε.
Τι θα κάνεις μετά εσύ?
Όλοι playdate.
Playdate, οκ. Εγώ το κόβω για σιρούλα, σπίτι, γιατί έβρεμε και remote.
Σκληρό πρόγραμμα.
Πάρα πολύ.
Ξέρω, εγώ με φέρανε στην Αθήνα, οπότε λέω να εξερευνήσω λίγο την πόλη. Εσύ, έρθεις?
Πάμε. Ξαναγώσου. Πάμε.
Yes.
Πώς και εδώ σήμερα, νόμιζα ήσουν από το σπίτι.
Το άλλαξα, μωρέ, αφού έχει το afternoon cocktail.
Σωστά.
Αυτό το αφήνουμε κάπου.
Ωραία. Γιατί ήρθαμε, δεν έχω καταλάβει.
Παιδιά, είστε εδώ για μια HR καμπάνια. Είστε έτοιμοι?
Φύγαμε.
Θα απαντήσω εγώ. Θα σου το πω απλά σαν να το έλεγα στη μαμά. Βοηθάμε τις εταιρείες να λειτουργούν καλύτερα, να αντιμετωπίζουν τα προβλήματά τους και να πετυχαίνουν τους στόχους τους.
Με βασικό άξονα την τεχνολογία.
Σωστό.
Μιλάμε για μια πολυεθνική. Βρίσκομαι στην εταιρεία τα τελευταία 2 χρόνια και έχουν έρθει πολλά και αξιόλογα άτομα. Βάλε και τα γραφεία σε 4 άλλες περιοχές εκτός από την Αθήνα.
Θεσσαλονίκη, Πάτρα, Γιάννενα και Ηράκλειο.
Boom.
Και πρέπει να είμαστε γύρω στους 3.000. Σωστά, παιδιά.
Σίγουρα πάντως παίζει ρόλο το δυνατό brand name, οι ευκαιρίες ανέλυξης σαν εργαζόμενος και οι πολύ μεγάλοι πελάτες φυσικά.
Αλλά σκέψου ότι μετράει πάρα πολύ και το περιβάλλον. Τα project είναι αρκετά ενδιαφέροντα.
Είναι πολύ καλά και για το βιογραφικό του καθενός.
Και εννοείται η δυνατότητα ότι μπορούμε να δουλεύουμε hybrid και ότι το ωράριο μπορεί να γίνει αρκετά ευέλικτο.
Ναι, σαν φοιτητής νιώθω ότι η δουλειά δεν μπαίνει εμπόδιο στις σπουδές μου. Είναι πάρα πολύ κατανοητική η εταιρεία, οι managers όλοι είναι πολύ φιλικοί ώστε να σε βοηθήσουν να τελειώσεις τις σπουδές σου το συντομότερο δυνατό προκειμένου να εξελιχθείς και μέσα στην εταιρεία.
Αλήθεια τώρα θα συζητήσουμε αυτό το πράγμα.
Είναι μια μεγάλη εταιρεία, οπότε καταλαβαίνετε. Επιτρέπετε. Παιδιά, ηλικία, μισθό και κιλά δεν ρωτάμε. Αυτό που μπορώ να αποκαλύψω είναι ότι σίγουρα εξαρτάται από τον ρόλο, από το τμήμα και από το seniority.
Ναι, και σίγουρα η εταιρεία παρέχει έτσι διάφορα ελκυστικά benefits. Προσπαθεί να δημιουργήσει ένα κλίμα ώστε ο κόσμος να είναι ευχαριστημένος και να ανταμείβεται για αυτό που κάνει. Ξεκινάς στέλνοντας ένα βιογραφικό.
Κοίτα, θα σου πω, κατάλαβα την ερώτηση. Γενικά, πολλοί κόσμος μπορεί να πιστεύει ότι είναι κάτι άπιαστο. Κατηγορία διαβάστηκε.
Τελικά, ωστόσο, είναι μια διαδικασία όπως σε κάθε άλλο τέτοιο οργανισμό.
Ναι, εντάξει, εννοείται αυτό. Και πόσο μάλλον για παιδιά που τώρα τελείωσαν από το πανεπιστήμιο, είναι ιδανικό γιατί ανοίγουν πάρα πολλές junior θέσεις.
Καλά, και εγώ απευθείας από το πανεπιστήμιο ήρθα.
Οπότε είναι πιο εύκολο και λιγότερο τρομακτικό από ό,τι θα περίμενε κάποιος.
Χαλαρά, μωρέ. Όπα, κάτι έχουμε εδώ. Ναι, φυσικά. Θα το στείλω αμέσως. Έρχομαι από εκεί. Ναι, αυτό μπορώ να το βγάλω. Τώρα έρχομαι, σε 5 λεπτά εκεί είμαι.
Εγώ. Καλά, αυτό ήταν το χαλαρό του,
Ναι, ακριβώς. Πέρα από αυτό όμως, η εταιρεία στηρίζει πάρα πολύ την οικογένεια, το flexibility, τα hobby, τον αθλητισμό. Δίνει και έξτρα μέρες άδεια.
Καλά, κι εγώ έχω μπει σε call από το baby swing της ευγενίας.
Σοβαρά τώρα.
Ναι.
Μήπως να το κόψουμε αυτό. Πόσες μέρες θα χρειαστεί για να το απαντήσω αυτό?
Βασικά είναι όλα τα industries και όλα τα sectors αγοράς.
Ήταν η πρώτη μου φορά καταρχήν εμένα έτσι, που βίωσα αυτή τη διαδικασία. Οπότε ήταν πρωτόγνωρο, δεν ήξερα τι να περιμένω.
Γενικότερα, όλα τα στάδια της συνέντευξης αλλά και του onboarding της πρώτης μέρας είναι πάρα πολύ οργανωμένα. Είναι σαν να λέμε από εταιρεία εξωτερικού.
Πήγα την πρώτη μέρα, πήρα τον εξοπλισμό, έκανα όλες τις απαραίτητες διαδικασίες.
Πάντα υπάρχει καθοδήγηση από τα στελέχη, τους υπεύθυνους των τμήματων για τη σωστή διεργασία.
Τι είμαστε. Όμορφοι όπως βλέπετε, έξυπνοι, ωραίοι, αλλά πέρα από την πλάκα, 3 λέξεις που τη χαρακτηρίζουν θα έλεγα ότι είναι η καινοτομία, η εξέλιξη και η τεχνολογία.
Για μένα αυτό που πραγματικά διαφοροποιεί την Deloitte είναι ότι πηγαίνεις για δουλειά και δεν έχεις στο μυαλό σου ότι πας για δουλειά. Πας να περάσεις μια fun day με τους φίλους, παύλα συνεργάτες και μέσα από αυτή την ημέρα να μάθεις, να εξελιχθείς, να νιώσεις πραγματικά ο εαυτός σου. Έχουμε manual γι' αυτό καταρχάς. Θα πω αυτό που πραγματικά νιώθω εγώ όταν βρίσκομαι στην Deloitte. Νιώθω ότι είμαι σε έναν οργανισμό που η φωνή μου ακούγεται, που οι συνάδελφοι μου με σέβονται και που με υποστηρίζουν πραγματικά.
Και δεν είναι μόνο αυτά που κάνουμε για μας, αλλά και αυτά που κάνουμε για το περιβάλλον, την κοινωνία, τους άλλους, όπου υπάρχει ανάγκη.
Λοιπόν, guys, τέλος.
Τέλεια.
Επιτέλους.
Φεύγουμε.
Πάμε κρασάκι.
Κρασάκι.
Εντάξει, είμαστε.
Τι θα κάνεις μετά εσύ?
Όχι, playdate.
Playdate, οκ. Εγώ το κόβω για σιρούλα, σπίτι, γιατί έβρεμε και remote.
Σκληρό πρόγραμμα.
Πάρα πολύ.
Ξέρω, εγώ με φέρανε στην Αθήνα, οπότε λέω να εξερευνήσω λίγο την πόλη. Εσύ, έρθεις?
Πάμε. Ξαναγώς. Πάμε.
Yes.
Πώς και εδώ σήμερα, νόμιζα ήσουν από το σπίτι.
Το άλλαξα, μωρέ, αφού έχει το afternoon cocktail.
Σωστά.
Αυτό το αφήνουμε κάπου.
Ωραία. Γιατί ήρθαμε, δεν έχω καταλάβει.
Παιδιά, είστε εδώ για μια HR καμπάνια. Είστε έτοιμοι?
Φύγαμε.
Θα απαντήσω εγώ. Θα σου το πω απλά σαν να το έλεγα στη μαμά. Βοηθάμε τις εταιρείες να λειτουργούν καλύτερα, να αντιμετωπίζουν τα προβλήματά τους και να πετυχαίνουν τους στόχους τους.
Με βασικό άξονα την τεχνολογία.
Σωστό.
Μιλάμε για μια πολυεθνική. Βρίσκομαι στην εταιρεία τα τελευταία 2 χρόνια και έχουν έρθει πολλά και αξιόλογα άτομα. Βάλει και τα γραφεία σε 4 άλλες περιοχές εκτός από την Αθήνα.
Θεσσαλονίκη, Πάτρα, Γιάννενα και Ηράκλειο.
Boom.
Και πρέπει να είμαστε γύρω στους 3.000.
Σίγουρα πάντως παίζει ρόλο το δυνατό brand name, οι ευκαιρίες ανέλυξης σαν εργαζόμενος και οι πολύ μεγάλοι πελάτες φυσικά.
Αλλά σκέψου ότι μετράει πάρα πολύ και το περιβάλλον. Τα project είναι αρκετά ενδιαφέροντα.
Είναι πολύ καλά και για το βιογραφικό του καθενός.
Και εννοείται η δυνατότητα ότι μπορούμε να δουλεύουμε hybrid και ότι το ωράριο μπορεί να γίνει αρκετά ευέλικτο.
Ναι, σαν φοιτητής νιώθω ότι η δουλειά δεν μπαίνει εμπόδιο στις σπουδές μου. Είναι πάρα πολύ κατανοητική η εταιρεία, οι managers όλοι είναι πολύ φιλικοί ώστε να σε βοηθήσουν να τελειώσεις τις σπουδές σου το συντομότερο δυνατό προκειμένου να εξελιχθείς και μέσα στην εταιρεία.
Αλήθεια τώρα θα συζητήσουμε αυτό το πράγμα.
Είναι μια μεγάλη εταιρεία, οπότε καταλαβαίνετε. Επιτρέπετε. Παιδιά, ηλικία, μισθό και κιλά δεν ρωτάμε. Αυτό που μπορώ να αποκαλύψω είναι ότι σίγουρα εξαρτάται από τον ρόλο, από το τμήμα και από το seniority.
Ναι, και σίγουρα η εταιρεία παρέχει έτσι διάφορα ελκυστικά benefits. Προσπαθεί να δημιουργήσει ένα κλίμα ώστε ο κόσμος να είναι ευχαριστημένος και να ανταμείβεται για αυτό που κάνει. Ξεκινάς στέλνοντας ένα βιογραφικό.
Κοίτα, θα σου πω, κατάλαβα την ερώτηση. Γενικά, πολλοί κόσμος μπορεί να πιστεύει ότι είναι κάτι άπιαστο. Κατηγορία διαβάστηκε.
Τελικά, ωστόσο, είναι μια διαδικασία όπως σε κάθε άλλο τέτοιο οργανισμό.
Ναι, εντάξει, εννοείται αυτό. Και πόσο μάλλον για παιδιά που τώρα τελείωσαν από το πανεπιστήμιο, είναι ιδανικό γιατί ανοίγουν πάρα πολλές junior θέσεις.
Καλά, και εγώ απευθείας από το πανεπιστήμιο ήρθα.
Οπότε είναι πιο εύκολο και λιγότερο τρομακτικό από ό,τι θα περίμενε κάποιος.
Χαλαρά, μωρέ. Όπα, κάτι έχουμε εδώ. Ναι, φυσικά. Θα το στείλω αμέσως. Έρχομαι από εκεί. Ναι, αυτό μπορώ να το βγάλω. Τώρα έρχομαι, σε 5 λεπτά εκεί είμαι.
Εγώ. Καλά, αυτό ήταν το χαλαρό του,
Ναι, ακριβώς. Πέρα από αυτό όμως, η εταιρεία στηρίζει πάρα πολύ την οικογένεια, το flexibility, τα hobby, τον αθλητισμό. Δίνει και έξτρα μέρες άδεια.
Καλά, και εγώ έχω μπει σε call από το baby swimming της Ευγενίας.
Σοβαρά τώρα.
Ναι.
Μήπως να το κόψουμε αυτό. Πόσες μέρες θα χρειαστεί για να το απαντήσω αυτό?
Βασικά είναι όλα τα industries και όλα τα sectors αγοράς.
Ήταν η πρώτη μου φορά καταρχήν που βίωσα αυτή τη διαδικασία. Οπότε ήταν πρωτόγνωρο, δεν ήξερα τι να περιμένω.
Γενικότερα, όλα τα στάδια της συνέντευξης αλλά και του onboarding της πρώτης μέρας είναι πάρα πολύ οργανωμένα. Είναι σαν να λέμε από εταιρεία εξωτερικού.
Πήγα την πρώτη μέρα, πήρα τον εξοπλισμό, έκανα όλες τις απαραίτητες διαδικασίες.
Πάντα υπάρχει καθοδήγηση από τα στελέχη, τους υπεύθυνους των τμήματων για τη σωστή διεργασία.
Τι είμαστε. Όμορφοι όπως βλέπετε, έξυπνοι, ωραίοι, αλλά πέρα από την πλάκα, 3 λέξεις που τη χαρακτηρίζουν θα έλεγα ότι είναι η καινοτομία, η εξέλιξη και η τεχνολογία.
Για μένα αυτό που πραγματικά διαφοροποιεί την Deloitte είναι ότι πηγαίνεις για δουλειά και δεν έχεις στο μυαλό σου ότι πας για δουλειά. Πας να περάσεις μια fun day με τους φίλους, παύλα συνεργάτες και μέσα από αυτή την ημέρα να μάθεις, να εξελιχθείς, να νιώσεις πραγματικά ο εαυτός σου. Έχουμε manual γι' αυτό καταρχάς. Θα πω αυτό που πραγματικά νιώθω εγώ όταν βρίσκομαι στην Deloitte. Νιώθω ότι είμαι σε έναν οργανισμό που η φωνή μου ακούγεται, που οι συνάδελφοι μου με σέβονται και που με υποστηρίζουν πραγματικά.
Και δεν είναι μόνο αυτά που κάνουμε για μας, αλλά και αυτά που κάνουμε για το περιβάλλον, την κοινωνία, τους άλλους, όπου υπάρχει ανάγκη.
Λοιπόν, guys, τέλος.
Τέλεια.
Επιτέλους.
Φεύγουμε.
Πάμε τρασάκι.
Τρασάκι.
Εντάξει, είμαστε.
Τι θα κάνεις μετά εσύ?
Πάω για playdate.
Playdate, οκ. Εγώ το κόβω για σιρούλα, σπίτι, γιατί έβρεμε και remote.
Σκληρό πρόγραμμα.
Πάρα πολύ.
Ξέρω, εγώ με φέραν στην Αθήνα, οπότε λέω να εξερευνήσω λίγο την πόλη. Εσύ, έρθεις?
Πάμε. Ξαναγώς. Πάμε.
Yes.
Πώς και εδώ σήμερα, νόμιζα ήσουν από το σπίτι.
Το άλλαξα, μωρέ, αφού έχει το afternoon cocktail.
Σωστά.
Αυτό το αφήνουμε κάπου.
Ωραία. Γιατί ήρθαμε, δεν έχω καταλάβει.
Παιδιά, είστε εδώ για μια HR καμπάνια. Είστε έτοιμοι?
Φύγαμε.
Θα απαντήσω εγώ. Θα σου το πω απλά σαν να το έλεγα στη μαμά. Βοηθάμε τις εταιρείες να λειτουργούν καλύτερα, να αντιμετωπίζουν τα προβλήματά τους και να πετυχαίνουν τους στόχους τους.
Με βασικό άξονα την τεχνολογία.
Σωστό.
Μιλάμε για μια πολυεθνική. Βρίσκομαι στην εταιρεία τα τελευταία 2 χρόνια και έχουν έρθει πολλά και αξιόλογα άτομα. Βάλε και τα γραφεία σε 4 άλλες περιοχές εκτός από την Αθήνα.
Θεσσαλονίκη, Πάτρα, Γιάννενα και Ηράκλειο.
Boom.
και πρέπει να είμαστε γύρω στους 3.000. Σωστά, παιδιά.
Σίγουρα πάντως παίζει ρόλο το δυνατό brand name, οι ευκαιρίες ανέλυξης σαν εργαζόμενος και οι πολύ μεγάλοι πελάτες φυσικά.
Αλλά σκέψου ότι μετράει πάρα πολύ και το περιβάλλον. Τα project είναι αρκετά ενδιαφέροντα.
Είναι πολύ καλά και για το βιογραφικό του καθενός.
Και εννοείται η δυνατότητα ότι μπορούμε να δουλεύουμε hybrid και ότι το ωράριο μπορεί να γίνει αρκετά ευέλικτο.
Ναι, σαν φοιτητής νιώθω ότι η δουλειά δεν μπαίνει εμπόδιο στις σπουδές μου. Είναι πάρα πολύ κατανοητική η εταιρεία, οι managers όλοι είναι πολύ φιλικοί ώστε να σε βοηθήσουν να τελειώσεις τις σπουδές σου το συντομότερο δυνατό προκειμένου να εξελιχθείς και μέσα στην εταιρεία.
Αλήθεια τώρα θα συζητήσουμε αυτό το πράγμα.
Είναι μια μεγάλη εταιρεία, οπότε καταλαβαίνετε. Επιτρέπετε. Παιδιά, ηλικία, μισθό και κιλά δεν ρωτάμε. Αυτό που μπορώ να αποκαλύψω είναι ότι σίγουρα εξαρτάται από τον ρόλο, από το τμήμα και από το seniority.
Ναι, και σίγουρα η εταιρεία παρέχει έτσι διάφορα ελκυστικά benefits. Προσπαθεί να δημιουργήσει ένα κλίμα ώστε ο κόσμος να είναι ευχαριστημένος και να ανταμείβεται για αυτό που κάνει. Ξεκινάς στέλνοντας ένα βιογραφικό.
Κοίτα, θα σου πω, κατάλαβα την ερώτηση. Γενικά, πολλοί κόσμος μπορεί να πιστεύει ότι είναι κάτι άπιαστο. Κατηγορία διαβάστηκε.
Τελικά, ωστόσο, είναι μια διαδικασία όπως σε κάθε άλλο τέτοιο οργανισμό.
Ναι, εντάξει, εννοείται αυτό και πόσο μάλλον για παιδιά που τώρα τελείωσαν από το πανεπιστήμιο. Είναι ιδανικό γιατί ανοίγουν πάρα πολλές junior θέσεις.
Καλά, και εγώ απευθείας από το πανεπιστήμιο ήρθα.
Οπότε είναι πιο εύκολο και λιγότερο τρομακτικό από ό,τι θα περίμενε κάποιος.
Χαλαρά, μωρέ. Όπα, κάτι έχουμε εδώ. Ναι, φυσικά. Θα το στείλω αμέσως. Έρχομαι από εκεί. Ναι. Αυτό μπορώ να το βγάλω. Τώρα έρχομαι. Σε 5 λεπτά εκεί είμαι.
Εγώ. Καλά, αυτό ήταν το χαλαρό του,
Ναι, ακριβώς. Πέρα από αυτό όμως, η εταιρεία στηρίζει πάρα πολύ την οικογένεια, το flexibility, τα hobby, τον αθλητισμό. Δίνει και έξτρα μέρες άδεια.
Καλά, κι εγώ έχω μπει σε call από το baby swing της Ευγενίας.
Σοβαρά τώρα.
Ναι.
Μήπως θα το κόψουμε αυτό. Πόσες μέρες θα χρειαστεί για να το απαντήσω αυτό?
Βασικά είναι όλα τα industries και όλα τα sectors αγοράς.
Ήταν η πρώτη μου φορά καταρχήν εμένα έτσι, που βίωσα αυτή τη διαδικασία. Οπότε ήταν πρωτόγνωρο, δεν ήξερα τι να περιμένω.
Γενικότερα, όλα τα στάδια της συνέντευξης αλλά και του onboarding της πρώτης μέρας είναι πάρα πολύ οργανωμένα. Είναι σαν να λέμε από εταιρεία εξωτερικού.
Πήγα την πρώτη μέρα, πήρα τον εξοπλισμό, έκανα όλες τις απαραίτητες διαδικασίες.
Πάντα υπάρχει καθοδήγηση από τα στελέχη, τους υπεύθυνους των τμήματων για τη σωστή διεργασία.
Τι είμαστε. Όμορφοι όπως βλέπετε, έξυπνοι, ωραίοι, αλλά πέρα από την πλάκα, τρεις λέξεις που τη χαρακτηρίζουν θα έλεγα ότι είναι η καινοτομία, η εξέλιξη και η τεχνολογία.
Για μένα αυτό που πραγματικά διαφοροποιεί την Deloitte είναι ότι πηγαίνεις για δουλειά και δεν έχεις στο μυαλό σου ότι πας για δουλειά. Πας να περάσεις μια fun day με τους φίλους, παύλα συνεργάτες και μέσα από αυτή την ημέρα να μάθεις, να εξελιχθείς, να νιώσεις πραγματικά ο εαυτός σου. Έχουμε manual γι' αυτό καταρχάς. Θα πω αυτό που πραγματικά νιώθω εγώ όταν βρίσκομαι στην Deloitte. Νιώθω ότι είμαι σε έναν οργανισμό που η φωνή μου ακούγεται, που οι συνάδελφοι μου με σέβονται και που με υποστηρίζουν πραγματικά.
Και δεν είναι μόνο αυτά που κάνουμε για μας, αλλά και αυτά που κάνουμε για το περιβάλλον, την κοινωνία, τους άλλους, όπου υπάρχει ανάγκη.
Λοιπόν, guys, τέλος.
Τέλεια.
Επιτέλους.
Φεύγουμε.
Πάμε κρασάκι.
Κρασάκι.
Εντάξει, είμαστε.
Τι θα κάνεις μετά εσύ?
Πάω για playdate.
Playdate, οκ. Εγώ το κόβω για σιρούλα, σπίτι, γιατί έβρεμε και remote.
Σκληρό πρόγραμμα.
Πάρα πολύ.
Τώρα εγώ με φέρανε στην Αθήνα, οπότε λέω να εξερευνήσω λίγο την πόλη. Εσύ, ευθύς?
Πάμε. Ξαναγώ. Πάμε.
Yes.
Πώς και εδώ σήμερα, νόμιζα ήσουν από το σπίτι.
Το άλλαξα, μωρέ, αφού έχει το afternoon cocktail.
Σωστά.
Αυτό το αφήνουμε κάπου.
Ωραία. Γιατί ήρθαμε, δεν έχω καταλάβει.
Παιδιά, είστε εδώ για μια HR καμπάνια. Είστε έτοιμοι?
Φύγαμε.
Θα απαντήσω εγώ. Θα σου το πω απλά σαν να το έλεγα στη μαμά. Βοηθάμε τις εταιρείες να λειτουργούν καλύτερα, να αντιμετωπίζουν τα προβλήματά τους και να πετυχαίνουν τους στόχους τους.
Με βασικό άξονα την τεχνολογία.
Σωστό.
Μιλάμε για μια πολυεθνική. Βρίσκομαι στην εταιρεία τα τελευταία 2 χρόνια και έχουν έρθει πολλά και αξιόλογα άτομα. Βάλει και τα γραφεία σε 4 άλλες περιοχές εκτός από την Αθήνα.
Θεσσαλονίκη, Πάτρα, Γιάννενα και Ηράκλειο.
Boom.
Και πρέπει να είμαστε γύρω στους 3.000. Σωστά, παιδιά.
Σίγουρα πάντως παίζει ρόλο το δυνατό brand name, οι ευκαιρίες ανέλυξης σαν εργαζόμενος και οι πολύ μεγάλοι πελάτες φυσικά.
Αλλά σκέψου ότι μετράει πάρα πολύ και το περιβάλλον. Τα project είναι αρκετά ενδιαφέροντα.
Είναι πολύ καλά και για το βιογραφικό του καθενός.
Και εννοείται η δυνατότητα ότι μπορούμε να δουλεύουμε hybrid και ότι το ωράριο μπορεί να γίνει αρκετά ευέλικτο.
Ναι, σαν φοιτητής νιώθω ότι η δουλειά δεν μπαίνει εμπόδιο στις σπουδές μου. Είναι πάρα πολύ κατανοητική η εταιρεία, οι managers όλοι είναι πολύ φιλικοί ώστε να σε βοηθήσουν να τελειώσεις τις σπουδές σου το συντομότερο δυνατό προκειμένου να εξελιχθείς και μέσα στην εταιρεία.
Αλήθεια τώρα θα συζητήσουμε αυτό το πράγμα.
Είναι μια μεγάλη εταιρεία, οπότε καταλαβαίνετε. Επιτρέπετε. Παιδιά, ηλικία, μισθό και κιλά με ρωτάμε. Αυτό που μπορώ να αποκαλύψω είναι ότι σίγουρα εξαρτάται από τον ρόλο, από το τμήμα και από το seniority.
Ναι, και σίγουρα η εταιρεία παρέχει έτσι διάφορα ελκυστικά benefits. Προσπαθεί να δημιουργήσει ένα κλίμα ώστε ο κόσμος να είναι ευχαριστημένος και να ανταμείβεται για αυτό που κάνει. Ξεκινάς στέλνοντας ένα βιογραφικό.
Κοίτα, θα σου πω, κατάλαβα την ερώτηση. Γενικά, πολλοί κόσμος μπορεί να πιστεύει ότι είναι κάτι άπιαστο. Κατηγορία διαβάστηκε.
Τελικά, ωστόσο, είναι μια διαδικασία όπως σε κάθε άλλο τέτοιο οργανισμό.
Ναι, εντάξει, εννοείται αυτό. Και πόσο μάλλον για παιδιά που τώρα τελείωσαν από το πανεπιστήμιο. Είναι ιδανικό γιατί ανοίγουν πάρα πολλές junior θέσεις.
Καλά, και εγώ απευθείας από το πανεπιστήμιο ήρθα.
Οπότε είναι πιο εύκολο και λιγότερο τρομακτικό από ό,τι θα περίμενε κάποιος.
Χαλαρά, μωρέ. Όπα, κάτι έχουμε εδώ. Ναι, φυσικά. Θα το στείλω αμέσως. Έρχομαι από εκεί. Ναι, αυτό μπορώ να το βγάλω. Τώρα έρχομαι, σε 5 λεπτά εκεί είμαι.
Εγώ. Καλά, αυτό ήταν το χαλαρό του,
Ναι, ακριβώς. Πέρα από αυτό όμως, η εταιρεία στηρίζει πάρα πολύ την οικογένεια, το flexibility, τα hobby, τον αθλητισμό. Δίνει και έξτρα μέρες άδεια.
Καλά, και εγώ έχω μπει σε call από το baby swimming της Ευγενίας.
Σοβαρά τώρα.
Ναι.
Μήπως να το κόψουμε αυτό. Πόσες μέρες θα χρειαστεί για να το απαντήσω αυτό?
Βασικά είναι όλα τα industries και όλα τα sectors αγοράς.
Ήταν η πρώτη μου φορά καταρχήν εμένα έτσι, που βίωσα αυτή τη διαδικασία. Οπότε ήταν πρωτόγνωρο, δεν ήξερα τι να περιμένω.
Γενικότερα, όλα τα στάδια της συνέντευξης αλλά και του onboarding της πρώτης μέρας είναι πάρα πολύ οργανωμένα. Είναι σαν να λέμε από εταιρεία εξωτερικού.
Πήγα την πρώτη μέρα, πήρα τον εξοπλισμό, έκανα όλες τις απαραίτητες διαδικασίες.
Πάντα υπάρχει καθοδήγηση από τα στελέχη, τους υπεύθυνους των τμήματων για τη σωστή διεργασία.
Τι είμαστε. Όμορφοι όπως βλέπετε, έξυπνοι, ωραίοι, αλλά πέρα από την πλάκα, 3 λέξεις που τη χαρακτηρίζουν θα έλεγα ότι είναι η καινοτομία, η εξέλιξη και η τεχνολογία.
Για μένα αυτό που πραγματικά διαφοροποιεί την Deloitte είναι ότι πηγαίνεις για δουλειά και δεν έχεις στο μυαλό σου ότι πας για δουλειά. Πας να περάσεις μια fun day με τους φίλους, παύλα συνεργάτες και μέσα από αυτή την ημέρα να μάθεις, να εξελιχθείς, να νιώσεις πραγματικά ο εαυτός σου. Έχουμε manual γι' αυτό καταρχάς. Θα πω αυτό που πραγματικά νιώθω εγώ όταν βρίσκομαι στην Deloitte. Νιώθω ότι είμαι σε έναν οργανισμό που η φωνή μου ακούγεται, που οι συνάδελφοι μου με σέβονται και που με υποστηρίζουν πραγματικά.
Και δεν είναι μόνο αυτά που κάνουμε για μας, αλλά και αυτά που κάνουμε για το περιβάλλον, την κοινωνία, τους άλλους, όπου υπάρχει ανάγκη.
Λοιπόν, guys, τέλος.
Τέλεια.
Επιτέλους.
Φεύγουμε.
Πάμε κρασάκι.
Κρασάκι.
Εντάξει, είμαστε.
Τι θα κάνεις μετά εσύ?
Πάω για playdate.
Playdate, οκ. Εγώ το κόβω για σιρούλα, σπίτι, γιατί έβρεμε και remote.
Τι ωραίο πρόγραμμα.
Πάρα πολύ.
Τώρα εγώ με φέραν στην Αθήνα, οπότε λέω να εξερευνήσω λίγο την πόλη. Εσύ, έρθεις?
Πάμε. Συνεχώς. Πάμε.
Yes.
part of that raffle, you do want to be here.
Βεβαίως. I know him, I know him.
Well, good luck with that. No, it is. You're telling me that this is my fault because I'm a woman. I'm muted by there. Okay, cool. Okay. Yeah. So we think I just I mean, I can't. I don't know why I don't, but I don't. So like, okay. 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 Let's do it for Torres.
And then here's something about so this presentation is this and when you look up website now, right from the first container, right? The first time wasn't page from Wikipedia, and we're going to embed this thing on your website, and voila, you know, you got a foreign source on your website, right? But I think it's kind of old and pragmatic and the types of issues, right? They're not really flexible. They have a bunch of security issues or explaining. You need to sample them. You might be responsive design. they're nightmares to SEO. They have a bunch of performance issues. They have their own DOM, their own JavaScript context, and you can't really control the content of them, right? Or you can do any lazy loading. You basically have to take them as is, right? Whatever the provider gives you, that's what you're doing. And they are fairly limited in the. Sure, you could pass like a query parameter on your URL to initialize it in a way, or you could use like a customized API. But honestly, that's kind of old, and frontend has moved on since then. And since then, we've moved from the iframes and obviously so and frameworks like React and slowly as well, have become go-to things, and we moved a lot of processes to the client side. We do a lot of things with JavaScript now, for better or for worse. And we started and we moved towards like a component-based architecture where we can rely on those ways. Now, the next step up in the Microfrontends was a project, SQL, right? I remember when it first came out, initially it was just it was meant to have, an Angular code base where you needed to embed React and you couldn't really do it. It was like a kind of a top level router. Obviously, over time, this evolved. They allowed you to do multiple frameworks. You could do code splitting. You could have like remote access. But honestly, it came with a lot of anti-patterns in terms of performance, right? As if one JavaScript framework was heavy enough. Now we might end up with 2 or 3 on the same page, right? And it kind of tapered off in popularity. And in my mind, mostly used to, bring together applications, maintain them, and upgrade our dependencies as they go. Preference, like obviously you're using that. But single SPAs did something very special, right? This project. They basically brought the idea of having tooling and network together in order to be able to build a product. And this brings us to the first interesting project that obviously most of you must have heard of, and if you don't, it's okay. And that thing is called federation. Now, the multi-federation is flagging, and it started from the web ecosystem. Obviously, now with V and the RS stack, there's on all of those for it. And it's great, right? Because you didn't need to add any dependency. You most likely had a bundler, right? And you could just add a configuration object. And it was very seamless, right? You could either produce a raw consumer, right? You could produce a package for someone else to consume, or you could give it a URL and tell it, hey, this component is going to come from like another server, right? And it was very flexible. It was on open. It was framework agnostic. You could do things like lazy loading. I write, the syntax was fairly complex. And you could just opt in to serve a single component. Say you had multiple products and you needed your header to be used from many others, you could just simply do that. You just post the header of that project. And you could also have like peer dependencies, right? Because you don't want like clones of the same library again and again and again. And basically, a high level of a setup looks like this. On the left, you have the producer, which is the one who's hosting our components. And as you can see, I have a car, a product, and a store, right? And this is a React code for this bunch of React components. I'll give it a serve, and I'll give it and I'll give them a name as a remote entry. And I'm also configuring the dependencies, right? I want to use and on my consumer side. The only actual code that I really need is this part where I'm saying, oh, there's a remote, it's called base project. You can see on that one. You're going to import it from base project at wherever. And this brings us to the first other one. So as you can see, I have a bunch of components here, which is not interesting. Maybe, but this is the project that offset everything. And on the consumer side, I have configuration which imports. And if I do my consumer, my Athens, what I'm doing is that I'm moving those products from base products, right? This depends. This is something that I depend over the network. Let's see. Project. This is a base project. It's just a bunch of components between dash lines, and then they are up by Redux store, right? Special, like crashes, I can add things to my card, I can remove them, right? But I'm posting this. This is what I'm posting in Next. And this is my consumer project. And as you can see, I have like different distinct components. And still the same interactions that I can have with the other. Only this time, if I run my source here, right? And you can see now like a 1,000. You can see that I have a remote entity. What this remote entity is actually the package that I'm serving from this URL over here, 3,000, right? And that's awesome. I just serve it manually, and I can access it anytime in another project. So module federation is great, right? But it comes with a few considerations. Obviously, how do you do things like version control, right? It depends on runtime resolution of dependencies. You normally have something with your home module where you just only you can't do dependencies, you even have configuration. And because the good team culture in order to maintain such a project. Because if you imagine a dependency on something, and when you grow, you don't have that, right? It's also hard with that, you provide messages, and also, looking at TypeScript, we have plugins right now, but it used to be really, really hard, and there are solutions to that. The primary solution, I think, was more Vorillas, so you can post projects, share your types, and you know, align your CI and do your version control from there. So a lot of things. But there are other complex issues like, hey, I want to have different events. Thank you for that. There are projects like Medusa, Decipher Cloud, where they basically provide them. But I don't really want to dive into that part. I want to also come next, like the most interesting. Obviously, module federation is great, but it has a dependency on the platform itself. And I'm not a person that does that. If only there was a way to move out of the box without much to or anything. Which brings us to the next thing. So this is a new feature that has been introduced. It's been around for like 5 or 6 years now. We adopted by majority of browsers, like within them the past 2 years. Safari was the last one. There are some smaller browsers that do not support it, but there are multiple packages for it. They're great because they work out of the box. They allow us to communicate. All of these with that, where we find out, hey, this is important. And inside, it's like a JSON-like format. You have like you have like your imports, you have your scope, or your integrity, but for what we are today, I'm primarily interested on being. What I'm doing essentially from the simple state is what was doing module federation. I have a key, and I'm mapping this key of dependency the given URL. So I have my lead MFE1 and my lead MFE2, and I'm mapping those URLs right. Right. Let's see how you see this. simple example. So essentially, here I have, if you see on my product tree, two projects, a lead and a feed, and a lead project 2, and a root. The root is the consumer of 2 other projects. All of those have been bootstrapped by V. There is no framework involved. All it is just the V, HTML plus right? And there's very little configuration which needs to go to the bundler drive for those consumers. So let's see how those projects are there. One is identical, so I'm just going to show one of those. All I'm doing here, I'm using web components. I'm using a thing called Lead, which is like a web component algorithms, but just do it with vanilla algorithms. And what I'm doing is that, hey, whenever this project loads, I'm going to start a router here. And this is a web component router, and we hey, have a host. And this imports this component, my one component, and I have a special path, right? And my special path imports my special, right? And how do those look like? Home is basically something that says, hey, even if you want a home page, and my special route is a web component which does data fetching for the nodes, right? The first one will be Pokemon API, and I'm fetching the first 10 Pokemon, render them. And the identical thing happens with Project 2, where the only difference is that I'm fetching Pokemon positions 11, right? And my config is very simple. I'm just naming the output of those, and I'm building it as another library. If we go to the root project, right? Here, we see a back roll of the video. And if you want to do them, if you do it when I download, don't worry if you don't have dependencies, those are going to be provided accordingly, right? And that's how I'm doing my full functionality. And the map happens on the XHTML, right? Where on my as we saw earlier, right? So I'm focusing on what they gave this one and on my main file, all I'm doing is invoking the create function for both of my projects run them. So let's see how that one looks. So if I go here, and my sources open, right, you can see that, hey, I have my P1 and my FFP2 components, right? And each one of those components has its own route, so they are listening independently to what happens on the main route, main project, right? And as you can see, we have like the project one and the home component. Where's the two? Well, that's dynamic load. The moment I click it in special mode, in my frontend itself, because it's an external dependency, it tells that, hey, this packet is something new. It's going to have communicated that I'm going to take over. So I'm going to basically do it on your own project. So, zero dependencies so far. Just some configuration to work around my now. Informal configuration, but they're very different, especially compared to model federation. Right? In model federation, you have information, right? You know which package you need to bundle. You need to know which is your right? So you define your dependencies and split your dependencies with the one that you consume runtime. Arcade cannot have it. With the bundling strategy, right? So maybe you need to bundle the that you're going to use, but it means that you know the several dependencies. You probably need to also have a way that to know that, hey, this is going to get external dependency. It's fine that you don't have this. And obviously, you need to create the import file, and there are some case code. I'm sure that the most common method of the developers amongst us on this room to probably import like solutions in 3 days and integrate all that. But that's not easy. I came across this project a few months ago when I was doing preparation for this talk. It's called Federation. And it's a package that allows you to wrap all those things that I have mentioned here in a very similar way to call module federation. And how does that look like? All you need is that you're going to import a function in your microfrontend and a function in your singular, right? And in your microfrontend, you're okay, you bring this NF1. You're going to expose this thing called component from this path. Also, there's a way to share your dependencies. Currently, I'm showing everything, and I'm sharing it as a neutron, but I have a way to also skip it. And on the other side, all you do is like, hey, I'm initialize this federation thing, and you're going to have this thing called MF1, and this path down here, which is going to be the alternative thing. And what allows us to what this allows us to do is that we have a React project there's no those remotes because it also went no remote module. And what I'm saying is that hey, there's this remote module MF1 and it's exposed as this one as a component. And then return. And obviously it's story, so I can grab this all as branch. Let's see this example and how it works. By the way, this is not called an agreement, this is like an example script proposal. I have my remote module here on my shell, which is my host. And what we're doing is that, hey, we're going to utilize this federation. We're going to most function basically your React DOM render that we all have to do. And my MF1 component of that next one is this like silly flash component which like inputs. And as you can see here, there's a name, for example, the name flash. Right, let's go and look at it. Obviously, the microfrontend by itself, what I'm sharing, this is the component we saw earlier, and this is my shell application. Right? I have like a bunch of routes around this microfrontend, and this component here is what I'm importing from my almost 8,000. And if you see, there's this component thing, which I'm for those of us who have React without JSX, great enough. We can see this created element with JSX. And it just works. It's not obviously, I don't want that to be more dependencies thing, but just a simple practice, right? Now, here. And also, like, I don't want to really mingle into the implementation, but I would like for you to just see our values, what is the flavors of that. And if there's any takeaways for people, like, hey, they're hard, well, you're right. Because microfrontends, they have to do actual front-end development, right? They don't know the deployment pattern. You end up having to before requirements, so you're going to know dependencies use a lot. You're going to have like relationships, and you're going to have scenarios where you're going to need to import things, and you also need to export things for people to use them. The host needs to maintain a package and keep it up to date and make sure it can consume it. And overall, it requires a common browser and the ability to maintain and synchronize as a big level of maturity. Actually, this is my final slide. So thank you very much.
have used one of these tools at some point in your life. I'm also really most active for contributors. I'm not in Mark, but I know a lot about what happens. And the other one is that I'm recently passionate about these weren't random people. Well, anyway, so this guy I just don't want to slide stream to see what's follow. I'm gonna say I'm a little scared, like looking at very technical, but it's not. Actually, I'm gonna call it to 6 months ago, where this like strange, and I asked Torres for more students, like, there's a bug here. Does anybody see it? Well, so that's cheating. Right. Well, that's one other reason you should be, or you should care about your thing. That's not the bug I'm going to be talking about. But I'm going to do a quick what is the airplane? Why should we care about it? Most of you, if you do typical application development, you think, I think that's unfortunately more. Oh, so that's well, I think this is just fine for me. Anyway, so most of you, when you write applications, you only try not to think too much about how you keep drives together. You work with strings, your sequences of characters, and you try not to care about how they're work with. At least I didn't languages like Python or Java really kind of make that easy for me. However, you're in Java can mix with the outside world. So it does by talking to a system kernel, and as it happens historically, these operating systems to mostly work in terms of bytes. So they have characters of bytes. If you're a vet, you might not care about that as much because the browser will at that point. All of the APIs that are supposed to take strings because they work with characters that you do. Or for native applications, this is I just think that's what we so first of all, and as I did one, I did that, but it's still the same numbers in the code in the first year. Probably after at some point in your life, during JavaScript development happened for a while, JavaScript is because and that's not quite much. So this is going to be a talk about Node.js. So I'm going to get the JavaScript into Node.js and Premiere. And I look at it and I look for all the different string classes there are. And in fact, all of these are possible representations of your strings in your application. So there's a lot more than just like one video 16 contiguous block of lines in memory that you can have. So this is a lot. But let's look at a concrete example. So I'm going to build it in a way that's like I think you keep from talk, but hopefully is a good example of what this can actually look like. So there are ways to look at this internal debug print function, for example, like in Torres. And in this case, this tells us this is like a string, is what it's called. And we compose of two strings that are then being concatenated together, essentially. And like if you follow that all the way down to the string here, you have just like one line string, so like one used on memory for a character. But then also like a substring, that's like reference to another string that's offset. And then these strings at the bottom just are like string. So like the part is this one get part. So as I Node.js, and one of the other was to do it. So what happened? So this was sometime in August, and I did it in really. A lot of people about something like just part of got a lot of good stuff, and so like obviously something that has something to do with it. If we take a look at these in a bit more, there's something interesting about this. So this says this is flaky, or it happens sporadically, happens when we have 3 kilobytes of load after a couple of minutes. That's weird, right? Like most bugs are either there or not there. But something more seems to be happening here. If we actually take the time, which I'm not going to do here on stage, to look at these reports, that's enough to put together a reproduction of this issue. So this is how you can reproduce this locally if you feel like it, if you're using Node.js 22.7 mode. And yeah, so we take the screen, in this case, convert 2 bytes using buffer.front, and then we convert it back into a string using the 2 strings. And so if that doesn't, it should always give me the original string, right? In this case, apparently it doesn't. And that's the way. And worse, it doesn't always happen consistently. It's like after about 10,000 iterations of this loop, but not exactly. So again, there's something weird going on here. Well, so we have a reproduction, and that's enough to do a bisect. We can actually find what request did this. And so that is a change. And so there are these set methods called that are being replaced with step fast. Like somebody tried to optimize things to make things fast. I know, sometimes that goes wrong. Well, anyway, so like, look at it a bit more detail. Out here, you can see it's like buffer and journals and methods for writing strings into buffers and like specific character encoding. And there's other variants for these for like there's class version of this. So this is the class version. I'm guessing that similarly to the slide I showed earlier, it's not very obvious what the function is. We'll be able to. So why did this? So like I said, we try to optimize. Like this is something that happens kind of And then this core. And like there's different factors contributing to that. So like for one, there's other JavaScript that are popping up. Share benchmarks that also do that if I were to but there is some good thing that like there are areas where they are faster. It's like making it also for their application, right? So this can like contribute to actual money saving. And then it's also something that all contribute to business in this way, and you do that. I used to for a long time. So yeah, that's, you can always find things as they can be. And so one thing that can happen is is one of the easiest ways to optimize Node.js was to remove calls from JavaScript. They tend to have kind of extents. This new class is that thing, which I think is actually been around for like 2 to 3 years or something. But still new, it's still considered experimental. We should get rid of this XY logic that's part of it. Directly, JavaScript code. That has some additions, so like there was a reason why this was like a little more expensive. So we can consume it in your C++ function and wait this. As for the give you, you cannot do things garbage collection. These are some conventions. The way that it works, so you write a task that, for example, function plus slow version and a task. And this for reasons the way that JavaScript can work. But that's and the way that can work is you your JavaScript code. Your JavaScript code has run so often that it kind of knows what your variables are, what your parameters are. So it can like infer the types of what they're supposed to be. So that it can compile the function into native code. So like as if it were C. And then it does the same for the pass function, if it is possible, the arguments naturally expect to JSON. It inserts the call directly. Actually, it does this asynchronously. It's like this function has one, and no one is optimize it. And then it sends that information to another push inside the application. Compiles it there to native code, and then replaces the original function with that. That's, I think that's amazing. Honestly, the fact that things like this exist, pretty cool. So anyway, that hopefully helps us understand a bit more why this particular bit of code led to this line. So this platform buffer.com, but at some point it starts optimizing this, and then it breaks the past versions program. If you look at this list of string representations again, there's like something where it's worth going at. So like there is this sequential one byte, and 1 byte in this case stands for outside 591. 2 bytes stands for UTS. Or business stuff now. And if you look again at the fast version of the code, so the source of this copying operation is supposed to be a string. Yes, if it gets copied directly into the target type array, so processor in this case, things. So the person who implemented this got 1 byte string so it looks the same. It's actually as one, and it gets copied as UTF-8. Right? It would be supposed to be copied as UTF-8 into the target. And so that's an example of why this campaign would be
use synthesis. Yes. So you might be wondering, how is this supposed to happen? Obviously, this is happening because somebody wrote this code. It got reviewed. Iliadis argued that at one of the stages it would have been taught. There are some other things that you can look at. So if I were writing code like this, I would probably wonder like other tests that work. And there are, and there's coverage there for Node.js work, and it is that these were actually big, like the task pathing code. Just tests that actually verifies that the output is the right one that happened. There were benchmarks so that if we check the result, we have, but that's not what you do benchmarks, right? We just want to make sure that everything is passed and but that's what tests are for. So like these complement each other in unfortunate ways. Also, you might not. So Node.js is actually going to go for an extra step when releasing, which is the CI of Node.js a bunch of popular NPM packages, runs their test with this new Node.js version, and then tells you the version. Feels like a smart thing to do. Unfortunately, this is also all that popped up in this were looked at for unrelated. I think they actually work. So unfortunate. But I think there are some things. So first of all, like how it works kind of level, I would say. And you heard this a million times, like naming some computer science, blah, blah, blah. It is. So the reason that these things are called 1 byte and 2 byte strings is that everybody in the API works on the Windows speed. But external contributors who like only interact with the API don't. That's a big issue because like somebody thinks 1 byte ASCII, and they're wrong about that. So we hear ways that people in the future who don't sit next to your office make sure that coverage data actually makes sense. Changes that you're making, and not just make sure that the code corresponds always tell you that it's correct. I'm doing something with character. They're leaking abstraction. You don't put a lot of effort into our ecosystems to make sure that we don't have to do that. Sometimes we do. That means we have to understand a bit about what's going on. And then just first we think about this, like I said, we need to be passionate about character things. If we have done a clean break, for example, it's not like 16, for example, was getting more than say region 8. So the Windows operating system made it, so and like year 2 was 16. It's probably less of just inherent compatibility with different. Like ASCII wouldn't have also automatically been 16. It's not always standard. But it's a great example of like how compatibility sometimes outweighs this real benefit that it can bring. We can do something about the API. That on the one hand, it's really smart. It's a lot of optimizations to make sure that your strings are represented in the best one you can have as optimal as possible, and optimize your code while it runs. The first thing is really mindful. And then there's also like, this is clearly something that should be way way to do. That's clear. And then finally, there's always performance for going on. Some of them come to review. A lot of them have always right. Yeah.
Tomorrow doesn't start the second the clock strikes midnight, or the minute the sun rises. It starts the very instant you have a vision, an idea that's unformed yet full of potential. At NTT Data, we harness inspiration and turn it into action, igniting the passion of our people to go further than we ever thought possible. From biotech to manufacturing, public service to banking, we're pushing for the boldest technological advancements and accelerating your greatest ambitions. Because we believe the future is shaped by those who refuse to wait for it. It's more than just consulting and IT modernization. It's servicing companies in over 50 countries to turn vision into action. Because if you want to change the world for the better, you start now. Ignite tomorrow. Today. NTT Data. Tomorrow doesn't start the second the clock strikes midnight, or the minute the sun rises. It starts the very instant you have a vision, an idea that's unformed yet full of potential. At NTT Data, we harness inspiration and turn it into action, igniting the passion of our people to go further than we ever thought possible. From biotech to manufacturing, public service to banking, we're pushing for the boldest technological advancements and accelerating your greatest ambitions. Because we believe the future is shaped by those who refuse to wait for it. It's more than just consulting and IT modernization. It's servicing companies in over 50 countries to turn vision into action. Because if you want to change the world for the better, you start now. Ignite tomorrow. Today. NTT Data. Tomorrow doesn't start the second the clock strikes midnight, or the minute the sun rises. It starts the very instant you have a vision, an idea that's unformed yet full of potential. At NTT Data, we harness inspiration and turn it into action, igniting the passion of our people to go further than we ever thought possible. From biotech to manufacturing, public service to banking, we're pushing for the boldest technological advancements and accelerating your greatest ambitions. Because we believe the future is shaped by those who refuse to wait for it. It's more than just consulting and IT modernization. It's servicing companies in over 50
Yeah, shit, sorry.
Many.
Since I was home, I'm going to play some Athens. Yeah. Can I play this? Is it not? Oh, this is yeah, just the administrator's room. Yeah. So the story I wanted to share is the first of the platform. I essentially pasted some very important papers, so I decided to change it today. So reminder, this is a speech piece of someone from this. To do a little bit of self-introduction, I'm Lois. So thanks for Giorgio. It's very nice warm-up for me. Thanks to Aris as well. Every time I go on the stage, there's always someone do some free work for me. I love you so much. So for all the problems George talked about in like Microfrontends, you need to handle dependencies, make sure it's safe, it doesn't break your applications, doesn't handle a lot of that. And we go into a bundle override, how your bundle should be like, how you understand. Yeah, and the tag is I work on the bundle thing to build that. The way we think about it, we treat your code as and how that is uploaded. So right now we are supporting Mojo Federation primarily, but if we want to support native federation, we can purchase as well. we deploy it and we are able to map it, we can have it build your microcontroller instead. I'm based in London, that's my IP address, please don't hang me. That's my Twitter handle, the Iliadis. Please follow me thinking how to do that. And that's all you page. You type in your browser Decipher-cloud.io, you can find all the page there's our documentation. That's great. Please tell me why there's not much documentation now. And welcome to this one. So this talk will cover how to chat me, everything to and then I also want to help you set up your CI and Kubernetes because we have a different philosophy in how things get deployed. And your local build is always going to be faster. We can use it in CI, but currently we use it on those. And I also want to help you migrate from Webpack to Hashtag, because I wrote a guide on that. There's video recording for migration. Please go read it. Yes. That was problem. That's right. I wrote build problems, mostly SQ issues. It's my SQ issues. I went to the all of the Microfrontends. I have a lot of people tell me they don't see the need of Microfrontends, so they don't understand why people put the federation is what it is. I just have to schedule it and do it. Why do I need Microfrontends? The common problem in bigger companies is you don't have Microfrontends to separate your front end out of these different applications. You are having merge groups. You're going into your code base, trying to find a code that someone else 10 years ago wrote. They might have already left the company, trying to find out the problem, and until you fix the problem, you know I can push a single line of code. And that's the reality in big without the architectural patterns for microcore front end like this, a lot of companies wouldn't be able to ship faster, even just a couple of days faster. Real problem configuration. External plugins and internal plugins. External plugins are the ones you install on NPM, and internal plugins are the ones that you rotate within your company, the filtering logic you crafted yourself, and the normal configuration, how you put different plugins. Sometimes sequence matters, sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it should be on the loader, sometimes it should be on the plugin. Small enhancements that a good build tool bring, but that would be too much for the central topic. I say, if I want to teach people how to fish, I just teach them fish rather than giving fish. So I'm not going to show a lot of code. Instead of showing everyone how to code, I want to share a story. And the story I want to share is the virtual bundler. This is the actual user feedback. I experimenting with hashtag. It was so fast because it's unbelievably fast, and they thought everything was broken. But when they inspect the output, that everything was correct. The story was from Python. It was going to support billions of users from day one. It started in September 2021. The story I heard was from my Athens team when I went to China a couple months ago. I went to my Athens team, Shanghai office and Hangzhou office, have a very long time, and it's always it was the story. So 2019, at the end of 2019, China's Central Television, CCTV, they a mini app. This mini app is pre-installed on WeChat. It's the equivalent of Chinese Facebook. And what this app does is on Chinese New Year, we have a huge New Year show like Christmas. Travel there, and Chinese government decided we want to give you some money, and everyone's like, okay, there's a QR code. Every half an hour, 15 minutes, some singers finish singing, magicians finish showing, and scan QR code, and everyone comes. It's great. I love it. Use it at the time. Didn't crash. It's great. But that was the first app ISPAC was written and tried to support. There's nothing called ISPAC yet. At that time, it was a rollout plugin. It was 100 days to deliver, 200 engineers and 2 infra engineers in a war room with millions of questions expected in 5 minutes. Every hand. We have to talk about that. So write down what today. Well, TikTok. It's not all the apps they built. In Athens, there are thousands of apps, and there are over 10K. They have the fast feed equivalent of China. They have the distributor of mobile games in China. They have the VR gaming platform. They have their own vision on that. Plus is the AWS equivalent of ByteDance in China. And the web infrastructure need to support all the product lines in ByteDance. I'm so stressed. Links. ByteDance version of React Native. This is going to release probably next year. We'll tell you about cross-platform applications. I have about a couple of versions from Next.js from console.log, and then but links is what you are seeing on TikTok right now. It's not React Native. Right now, but it's following on Twitter, it's going to be so cool. Fast forward to 2020, they have the app is delivered for Chinese New Year, is right. But in autumn, the start to realize we actually have so many like legacy code base that are recently from JS, and the output from rollup. There are also filtering logics and probably skip this slide. Common usage in build tools. You have some you have a regular expression. In some tools you are writing normal expression. ESV you might be writing the length regular expression, the method, and you want to do some type of conversion, and you want to convert your model type, importing and passing text from. This is actually your tools do it for you. A simple example conversion. You are loading something, you say you exactly, I want TXT files. And for each TXT files, I have a comment function. I say, I want to split this white space and give it back. You are giving back an error. And also, on one side is the FTG file conversion we have briefly talked about. It's all relying on one transform hooks. It's only exposed on the plugin level, which also means that if you want to fix something in production, you need to change the plugin. The product team have to go over how filter knowledge should be like. Yeah. Now we have like the transforms of how data, Facebook, LinkedIn, all of this code base, as soon as get in ByteDance, and the local code base. Some people would say in 1 minute is low, but what if your whole new times 10? That's a different story. And it's the concept of converted logic. Yeah. Like I suggest. Well, the problem is, when I was in China, we hang out. I booked a massage. I called one of the. Hey, do you do massage? It's really nice. And he said, I'm. Sure, like, if your toy is great, we can have massage. And at the end of 2020, Lake Speedy, yeah, this is now renamed to R Speedy because the reason it runs is also going to be released next year. Yeah. Well, I will mention about these roadmap like that. Right? I saw project new transform project program is going to shift performance tracking issues. Make sure that the performance and movement is being improved. And we're now building ISP. It's my every build tool we are seeing right now is a set of API exposed to us. And under the API, that actually, say for example, the dev server, the dev server is in ES build, and the production is coming from the aspecting anyway. SWC was written like aspect from because ESP do have both CJS and ESM support. But another problem with ES Build is very minimalist design. People build ES Build do not expect you to have plugins. They don't give you type support for plugins. You want plugin, you are doing a config push a plugin inside a config. It doesn't build normal. It's not like an array I can give you a set of plugins. And also the payload, the output chunks generated from ES Code is a lot more than ROA. In ROA, it generates extremely clean code, very performant, and also very good tree shaking support. There's not a lot of tools can do that. And ES Code, it becomes very cumbersome to filter out what are the things that's needed. How to reduce the output, and when your output gets larger, your one byte will go down. A substantial performance, both CJS and yes, we mentioned that. On filter flexibility, on the good things on flexibility on filter logics without modifying the packets. The bad thing is they don't have enough order federations. And Python is one of the biggest Microfrontend use case. They have 6,000 components on Microfrontend plug into other applications. Also, they don't have options for book. They are not reusing the AST at all. If you're not reusing the AST, that means every transformation logic and filtering logic, you are rescanning your code base. And every code you pass and transform, you are doing it again and again until you finish everything. And that's a performance issue. The due to links to biome, you feel fast. It feels like it's linting fast. It's not that it lints fast, it's like it's reusing the AST because it only lints the parts that you have changed. It doesn't lint everything else. It lints the ones that's you change one file, you only lint the one file. That's yeah. It can be used internally in ES Code, but externally you can't do it in ES Code. So you can't actually do that. How about we write anything in Rust? Yes. How about we write like so they think that's a solution. Let's write a version of Rust combining rollup and ESB together and see if we can fix the problem. We have Cityjs, ESB, and great output on the tree shaping, so for everything that sounds great. But then you don't actually separate the loaders and plugins out. The loaders are the ones that if you're familiar with it, if anyone uses Webpack, also good. Nice. Yeah. On loaders, you are filtering something, and on plugins, you are doing a larger scale filtering. On loaders, you are doing a much smaller, very specific transformation. And outside of Webpack and Parser, I haven't seen, maybe it's my lack of knowledge, I haven't seen enough use case. I'm running out of case, so I'm showing some slides. Yeah. At the end was, we have to have the loaders. So they decided to copy paste Webpack code, throw in GPT, and then run it Rust. Write Webpack in Rust. So this is the aspect. Now, oh, well, they have no, everyone does it. Everyone knows GPT, no one to me. The state of aspect in 1.0 is finish one-on-one rewrite of Webpack. So every plugin from Webpack, you are able to plug it in. The lifestyle cycle is kept. Even if it's, you might not find a one-on-one, like say at one time requirements. You can have like add additional tree shaking runtime requirements. That the name sounds different, but they achieve the same thing. And after there will be breaking changes. For Catalan timeline, it was a mini app in WeChat in 2019. 2020 started simple thing. Cityjs, but and then in 2021, started to migrate to ES Build and found an issue with performance and also the output were overloaded. And then 2022 started to throw away everything. And then open sourcing everything in 2023, and now 2024 we have 1.0 release, and also the RS family come out. If you only want to publish CSS module to NPM, you can use RSV. And if you want a Beat-like experience, the API feels like Beat, everything feels like Beat, you can use RSV. And if you want a Webpack-like experience, you can use RSV. And if you want to just a static site, you can use RSV. And if you want to inspect how is everything going and why is the build failure, you have RSV. The new generation of beats includes new bundle underneath it. That's roadmap. Again, projected in Rust. Build with new filtering logic. You won't be able to filter very specific filters on your transform hooks in plugin levels, and also chunks manipulation. You can filter out what NPM modules you want, and then adding specific logic to the module files. And also new performance optimization for machines. That's the docs we wrote to help everyone migrate from project to expect. The story is supposed to be published, but I'm not sure how should I adjust it tomorrow. I'm seeing to receive some feedback here, so I can see. So, anyone have any questions? Yeah, we're always late.
you doing, everyone? So first of all, thank you for being here. Okay, this is our not obvious see. Not everyone's in right. Strongest one. Okay, so my name is Daniel. Scan, follow me, find me. Okay. My download X or Twitter, whatever, and also GitHub. Find me also the Medium, down 21, and the YouTube. Okay, let's do. How you do you know when? Let's start with something. Do you know when OpenAI? Ever with OpenAI, right? OpenAI. Who? When OpenAI become available? No. Huh? When OpenAI API become publicly available for anyone to use. Free. Anyone? June 23. June 23. Become available. Everyone can use it. And this, by the way, the graph of users. Okay, so you're right. November, end of November 30, 2022, what happened there? Huh? Cool. ChatGPT. They released ChatGPT. What's the difference between before and after? Before November and after? User experience. User experience. Okay? The user experience was significantly improved. That's why they got users. Okay? Now, this is also interesting graph. This actually shows for several online services how long it took each one of the services to get to their first million users. Okay? So we can see here, for example, Netflix several years, Facebook a year and a half or something like this. ChatGPT, any guess? 5 days. 5 days. Think about it. You release a new online service, and you have greenfield. Nobody knows it. And you have 1 million users after. Isn't it great? Okay. And that's all about the user experience. So next time, someone asks you, what is more important, bacon? You have an answer. Okay? Actually, this is a great example of all companies. No? So, can you hear me?
No worries, no worries.
So, that's basically a great example and a great argument if you work with the companies, with the API first companies or the back first companies. So this is one of the greatest examples how the user experience is important for any type of people. Okay, they had and they still have API that's very useful. We created our applications based on this API. But without actually user experience, you don't have it. Okay, so about me. My name is Angelos Chaidas. I'm a UI architect at Theodore. I'm a full cycle developer expert and 25 years of experience. Full cycle developer expert means I'm aware of all aspects of the development, starting from the DevOps, testing, monitoring, deployment, CI/CD, everything. Okay, that's my belief that if you want to be an engineer, not just a developer, you have to be aware of all aspects of the application development or whatever. Unfortunately, not. I'm 25 years, that's all. Public speaker and writer in multiple languages in your key role, Ukrainian, Russian, here is some disclaimer. As you can hear, English is not my native language. Sorry for that. But even jumping languages, just stop me. That's about it. I'm open source. So, yeah, AI is now become a buzzword. Yeah. But my question is it everywhere? Like literally everywhere? Do we have AI everywhere? Is it adopted like something else? For example, for the artists, okay, for the movies, for the painters, for the musicians, are they using AI widely? We see the problem is we see a lot of good examples, but they're not using it widely. They're using less than 10%. We do see the good examples because they become very bad. That's the issue. But no, they don't use it. Not only because when was time we have seen a movie in the cinema was fully generated by partially. When we're gonna see it next second, nobody is gonna happen. Yeah, it's going and growing fast. Absolutely. Is it AI adopted, for example, mobile phones that everyone uses? Okay. You know, mobile phones is not an adoption, it's an obsession for kids, but still. Is it everywhere like mobile phones? Also, was new technology 20 years ago. All products use it. I believe most of the products have AI in their names. Absolutely. Are they using AI? Not all products using AI for the development in their processes. Okay? So no, my answer, AI is big. It's still big. It's growing really fast. Absolutely. It's growing. Absolutely. And I think we as developers, as engineers, should lead it. Should navigate it. Should kind of put the way, show the way where we want to see the AI as a developer, not the developer, application. Today I'm going to talk about the one of the aspects AI on device, or on device. Okay, there's a difference between running cloud-based AI and on device. So the main difference, the main differentiation between running AI on cloud, cloud-based AI, on device AI is where all the data processes happen on our device. All some backend services cloud, right? So cloud AI, data center to cloud services. So it's lower data, and prompts, conversation, everything, and on device actually processing locally, offline, using our device computer. Okay. That's basically the simple examples is automotive, healthcare, agriculture, smart homes, and so on. Phones now have the Galaxy, iPhone, all this, they have kind of models that run locally on the device. So what are the advantages of running the AI on device? Privacy and security. While cloud-based AI, you need to set all the data, especially when I'm taking some kind of document, please summarize it. Okay, please summarize this document with all the contracts with all my subcontractors. Some kind of group. Okay, we'll go back to the OpenAI services, stock somewhere. So being on device, it's enough privacy by keeping data on the device, usually exposed to data breaches and non-authorized. Depends on data. Cloud-based AI requires high internet. Okay, all this communication, passing and sending technical data. Okay, while on the device operates independently of the internet connectivity, basically it's speed and responsiveness, the same. Text, no. So it operates independently of the internet connectivity, offering availability, even in the areas with the one of the most important. Oh, this is interesting. Every AI in the cloud requires, to have computing, all the scaling and stuff. We need to have a computing on the cloud, so it costs a lot of money. When we're running the AI on device, it reduces the need of the cloud service, saving the money, especially. You don't get paid for it. Why do you need to pay for the infrastructure? Now, I don't even remember if you started developing on early 2000. And okay. So if you remember all the web development, okay, 100% of the was on the web. Then SaaS platform came. Then they started thinking, SaaS cloud, each compute costs us money. We have the whole clients, their browser, pretty special computers. They can integrate, they can render the UI. We got Node.js, we got Angular, we got JS, we got all these UI. And then we have the UI now, we render generate on the client side. We also have some compute, even data processing on the client side, because we want to remove it from the servers. Because they have enough compute, but when it's that's millions of users having SaaS platforms become widely all this home world in 2000. They all started to move the compute to the client side. Basically, we have the same trend. It started trend to move also the LLM slowly. I want to keep the huge model on my device, which just put some kind of device on the server. Model that only requires something with the assistant, how to navigate with my website. Okay, chat. So that's now there's two options currently available to use. We're not talking about the LLM on the device, but LLM in browser, in the browser. Okay, so there's two options. One of them with the TransferJS or TensorFlow.js, ability to download familiar packages. Okay, for those who don't have it, basically GitHub for LLM models. Okay, for models, the script files, some content, some of them load and download those models and use them like GitHub. Okay, upload your own LLM, the AI insert. So helps TransferJS helps download these models on the browser and use the GPUs. But you can see it's legitimate, right? Very, very small one, little one. Okay, it's called the GPU. Download it, go to the website, it takes like 2 minutes to download it. Not much, okay? I don't like it. But maybe we'll have this option later when the internet will be everything will just gigabytes will be downloaded in no time. Okay? And option that I'm going to is AI as internal API in browser, in Chrome. So Chrome in, I will just read it. Okay, we development web API browser feature design to integrate this includes Gemini Nano, the family, Gemini Nano, and Google. Okay. Okay, designed to run locally on the most modern laptops, computers. You are building AI. Your website and web application can be from level. Let's discover. First of all, building it's still under the flags, so you need to go and enable those flags in you. Some of these APIs are not available on regular Chrome of Chrome Pragmatic, not familiar, right? This is status of the API. This is based on the API currently supported, let's say, in Chrome in the latest build Chrome. We get here a translator API, language detector, technology, summarize, API, rewriter API, and Chrome. How to enable it? First of all, again, download the nightly build. Kumari, it's available for everyone, not only for developers. Reading HTML. Kumari can be unstable. Yes, can be unstable. Okay, usually unstable, sometimes unstable. Okay, I prepared this talk in the examples, okay, for the last months, about the months, okay. Firstly, I need to change the entire API everything because we recent fix the bugs, two bugs, etc. So it's always even today I made some changes because yesterday we released something one. But it's worth to subscribe to the group. It's interesting. And how to enable API, how to enable, we go to Chrome. There are several flags that can be enabled. Chrome API, summarize, etc. What's it? Can you see? Down locally. Okay. The thing that I want to show network. Okay. Let me check. And question. Level is a fresh improved, no details. Okay. Now I can also add this message, means I can define it and say, hey, you not just generate, you are stock market dealer. Now I will start the session and will ask time. Okay, I can even like navigate it. Hey, I want you to be. This is the context now. Okay, not the entire. Just so much. Okay. And I'm going to the temperature standardize something that says how creative I can pass this value. I also can see. Okay, here, so you can see this value. You can see the number of tokens available, the number of tokens is left, okay, that they can ensure that they're not saying like they can prevent just error throwing stuff, so I can say, hey, there's no error, etc. And I also can string, okay, and say no, please. Now, instead of having it completed, generate one by one like we get used to in the regular schedule. Also, and you see it's answers including the previous question. So have the in session, that keep some session in the memory. Because if the entire chapter in the session, so we can reference previous question. Conversation. The previous question. This is chat. Pretty simple. Let's take this one. And we will have the languages here. This is the entire text. First of all, I will music. Oh, this is summary. Okay. So, contemplate, suicide. Okay, this is like to be or not to be. I can make it short. I can add go longer and make it and the summary and now instead of markdown as context, etc. I can build that. It's kind of predefined options, okay? That tabs can use. Okay. By the way, this one on this page is let's go back. Check. Pretty simple. AI model create. Let's see, it's most interesting to see. Zoom it, okay? We can see that the AI is equal to 1. Okay, part of the window.ai, there's some AI global model that we can use. Model that we can create this stage we need. Okay. So we can create a session, okay, and then we actually work with sending prompts. Regular prompt or prompt streaming, the one goes one by one. It also allows to provide the entire conversation. We can just create a conversation, create our own conversation, and pull it into the prerequisites. Let's continue this conversation. We add it with the more context. We can pretend like we already had a conversation with it. Remind his response, the event's response. Okay? And basically, we create a kind of conversation. We can just continue. Now I want to continue. All this is more relevant for the electronic. It's very interesting. Right? Summary again. Translate. Let's translate the same text. And first of all, detect the languages. See, currently source condition is Ukrainian. I can detect language now. English. Okay. We try to check if translation is available. Yes. Ask question. Anyone confirm that? No. Okay. How about the French? No. How about Spanish? And oh. Spanish? Yeah. Yep.
Great.
Okay. So also we can see the overall languages here. This one. Go on device externals. Over here, and that is there. So where thing install and update, and this pairs the heavy one. Another one translate. Right, this one. Okay. Something okay. Also, I need to provide the context. Am I available? Okay. I can choose the tone, natural, casual, short, long, medium, okay, markdown, without markdown. Also, I can do the stream one by one, or just without the stream, so it's just complete in memory. Not stable. See the error? Not stable. Now, I want to inform that I am resigning from the decision. Okay, this was not an easy decision. I've been good my tenant here and below, however, so it's not fine. Okay, that's not fine. This is also not fine. Okay, so now I can do if I want to. Another thing I can do is to write take the existing text. This would be okay, this is and now I want to say not format, those, okay, more formal. Right, and now it's down a little bit forward. Okay, so it's become more formal. That's basically it about it. Okay. okay, this some abilities that we have. Yeah, okay, they will use and play. By the way, most of them already available in regular form. I don't have any time to show them. Works the same similar, very similar from 2. Just think about it. The base, like to me, the best added value that can be taken from here is the privacy. Okay, the thing that you have communications, sound, and you have the transcript, the data locally on your machine without sending it to transfer. So you have all this locally on your machine and you can use it. This is interesting about supported more than one. Okay, the ability that we can provide as developers, as a service, as a website, to be able to ask our clients, do you want to download our LLM model for the beta user? So, for example, let's example AWS or Google Cloud or Azure. Okay. I know. The user experience, also, so many things to say. You have on your model, all the keys, you can use keys and all the keys. With some chatbot, we will still say because it's on your code. Okay, will be available. Find the new environment, deploy the new application, then skip out of it. Hello. Okay. Wow. Cityjs Athens. Thank you so much. This is so cool. And thanks for staying. We'll let you know for the next 30 minutes. Everybody here because I know we have to run hours. By saying Asu. Can I say Asu?
Yeah.
Great. Thanks. And I also want to say that it's so awesome to be back here in Greece. And the fact that we do lunches that I think Greek people, the country go north abroad, they have to come back to Greece as well, apparently. So there was something special about that, right? Now, when I say back to Greece, it's literally been so many ages since I was last in. In fact, it's like before like footballs, this is before the first ride. I still got them.
So, by the way, has anyone told you guys something about islands? Well, I just said it, so you heard it from me. Now you know. So I love sun and sand and islands, and that kind of brings me up today, rather than all the guests. And I'll tell you about something that happened to me. So last spring, I started waking up every single morning to the sights and sounds of wonderful birds swarming around in the most mesmerizing way. I was very curious about algorithms, and I was wondering, are there algorithms that are inspired by nature? And it turns out that there are, and that's how I stumbled upon genetic algorithms. Now, these are nothing new. In fact, other media have been around for many. And they're actually part of a broader field of evolutionary computation, which is kind of a branch of artificial intelligence. So, so I was really curious to learn more about those. And at a very high level, genetic algorithms, we call them PAs, of course, they basically help us to provide solutions to problems in an iterative way, using a population of individuals, sort of like those birds there. Okay, so my name is Tobbe, and as I said, I'm from the United States, currently living in Spain. When I think about that, that makes me go, yes. So over my career, I've done all kinds of work for small startups and large companies. I've done everything product management, people management, consultation, and a lot of creative coding projects. For the past couple of years, I've been working with this great team at Cityjs, building visual diagram tools all based on an open source library called Next.js. You'll learn more about that soon. So back to Malik for just a sec. So obviously many similarities between Spain and Greece. We love this Mediterranean climate. And we also love food. But there is this one cool little gem that I discovered in Malik specifically, and I really want Okay, so you get out of school and you left there. All right. Some of you may have even noticed there was like an Atari 2600 in some of those clips there. So that was the first game console that I ever played. Of course, games were much simpler back then. One of the earliest games I ever played was on. Well, that sounds familiar to anybody here. There's a short clip of what that was. Okay, boom. So, inspired by Kaboom, I decided to make a game too. And I wanted to see if I could maybe start with genetic method. Now, instead of one person dropping bombs, I knew I would need sort of like a population of bombers, as I mentioned. But I also needed that adversary to be something evolved at very threatening levels, almost like a Terminator evolved. Or perhaps it could be something very fierce in the sky. It's like a great descendant of great dinosaurs. So after giving it some thought, then I knew that I had it managed. Okay? Somebody said chickens weren't violent. Things are different. Okay, so does that not look scary? Yeah, does that not look scary? Well, you guys are like laughing when you saw that, right? Well, let me warn you. Never judge a whole by its cover. Okay, so my name is called egg. Okay, like the Chinese soup? Anybody know what that Chinese soup is? It's egg drop. Oh yeah, Chinese soup. Okay, right. So it's a soup, it's delicious. You drop an egg in it, you stir it around, it's smart. Just a little demo. So in this game, the concept is that there's going to be a chef making soup, and there's going to be a bunch of chickens, actually hens, up above laying eggs, and the chef is going to try to catch them. The hens, of course, will boiled babies and that's food there. Okay, so it's simple enough. So let's get cooking. So I built this game using React.js, and for creating coding, methods I typically reach for Canvas or P5.js. But this time I was actually curious to create a common one, since it's not where it's like seamless integration between React and Canvas. It's also open source. I just want to mention right now that all of the code that I'm going to be showing in slides, it's all available online. So we're going to cover a lot of things quickly. There's going to be things for QR code, the project. Okay, so the Common React project is very intuitive, and it's easy to get started. You basically just have a stage component, and you can run several layer components in that stage. On page. Common uses the API, which is great, and you can easily attach event listeners to your objects for interactive. Now, layers can help with organization and also better performance in terms of storing static versus interactive layers. Now, another useful component is the group component, which helps with relative position of elements. And so here is a group of components like rectangle. So after getting a Hello World project set up, I thought it would be good to just think about the various game mechanics. How's the user going to interact with these characters? And based on all of these, I set out to create a series of POCs. Okay, so here on the first screen, the first video you see, we just have a single hand moving back and forth linearly. So that's pretty cool. The second one, we see that she's joined by her girlfriend, and they're now moving back and forth. They each have their own ring. So instead of just one, I'll spawn any number of hands. Okay, it's hard to see, but whenever the hands pop, then they get the urge to play it. And not only do we spawn 10, but now we can spawn any number of hands. Now, for this type of linear motion, we can use what's the comma between. And the word between basically just comes from the phrase in between. Intermediate difference between two different so when we instantiate the comma between, then we assign the node, and in this case, that's just a React graph, to a shape or an image. Then we set the duration of the string between target. Okay, so we have a single hen, and she can now lay an egg. And when the egg hits the ground, it transforms into something. Okay, so now eggs can land and they can actually hatch into chicks. When they hatch, those chicks can run off the stage. Here we have an abstract shell shape. The player can now move the shell side by side by pressing the left and right. He's got the speed limit and some light acceleration. So now gains a new power, which is the ability to catch an egg. So he basically has what it takes to win this game, or to at least to play it. The chef has to catch the egg in his pot. So the pot is smaller than he is, and it moves relative to him. Catching eggs involves a form of hit detection between the chef's pot and multiple eggs. So in general, there are several forms of hit detection, and I put them all up there for you to read. But we're very lucky in this game because we really only need a third of the bounding box detection. Basically, if the egg bounding box intersects with that of the chef's pot rim, then it's a hit. All right, now the eggs are a little bit more egg-shaped. They also start to rotate as they fall for a more realistic falling experience. And to get the egg shape, these eggs are now recorded transparent PNGs. Okay, we're going to talk about stages. Stages are basically a way to model software such that your application is a set of known states, and the only way to get the state is via the events. Now, I use state machines, and specifically the XState library, to model all sorts of flows in software development. UI features to custom flows, applications like payments or submitting trade orders, and also in my creative coding projects. One of the best use cases, though, for state machines is in the development of games. The behavior and the animation of game characters is so heavily based on states and heads. And as a bonus, it's also easy to do diagrams with these machines from code and also export code from those diagrams. So in this game, for example, there are state machines for the overall application. The chef and the keyboard input, and your movement, only eggs that turn into chicks. Things like scorekeeping, timers, audio controls, you name it. And all of these are used what we call actors that work together to what's known in XState as a system. But don't worry about every little detail. This is just sort of a bird's eye view of the egg machine, for example. Now again, this uses the library. All this code is on the repo. And yes, this is XState code. And that's actually a line of code that I have a class called XState. Okay. Now, I realize that word may not translate across languages. So sorry for the rock code. All right, so back to our blue prototypes. We now have separate model layers for UI elements and many characters. We also have a notion for timer for each game level. And the state machine tells us whether we're playing or we're waiting between levels. Our chef is now a little bit wider, which makes it easier to catch eggs. And we've replaced the hen with an imported sprite image that contains 2 frames, a black spur and a red spur. The moment that she lays the egg, the machine tells us to basically plot and reposition the image sprite. And we also hide line and show the red frame instead. Okay, at this point, many of the core aspects of the game's interactivity have been tested out. But the game looks like a bunch of moving shapes, right? So it's time to create some graphics for the game. So naturally, I reached out for the tool, the go-to for creating vectors. Oh, not that one. Rather this one. The OpenAI, and I'll need to be specific. As you can probably guess by now, this is where things got very unpredictable. So, first order of business was to create. Now, he's energetic, persistent, a bit naive, and he loves to cook. I called him Chef Rappy after my own son. I described the real chef, the real Rappy, to ChatGPT as to create a chef who can catch eggs from the hens above. And also asked for a sprite, or basically images, with various poses. So here we got chef, we got hens, we got potty and closed lids, and also a separate head that's so I had to drawing. So next, I got this one, which is actually pretty great, but a little bit too old for the parts. We only use it in equal one day. But on the third side, I got this cute chef. Open pot and steam. That's good for catching eggs. And also a spoon and interior of random stuff. So I went with it. I cropped the separate images. I imported 2 images of Chef Rappy into the game for now. Now alignment is not perfect. But we have a rectangle with the pot and eggs. And I also wanted to try and lay eggs while moving, not just standing still. That way, eggs sort of move sideways based on the hen's speed, which would make it hard to catch. Okay, we can no longer use the combat for that kind of thing. Go ahead to the combat animation, which gives you greater control over every frame and animation. So here we can calculate positions that go beyond just setting a target and the duration. We can sort of achieve some sideways motion that way as the eggs fall. In order to move around, the chef now has to pick up speed a bit. But it's worth it because, you know, now that we're keeping track of how many eggs it's coming. Okay, Chef Rappy, not the character, but my actual son, he requested that we add colored eggs and make them worth different points. So that's a good idea. I said, yes, chef. All right, so then next I have to go scouting for the perfect hen. I had to put out a lot of AI prompts. My request was right. Appended is to show different angles and poses, but accuracy was a huge problem, and so was consistency. It's basically hard to iterate on images using follow-up contextual prompts. if you get an image you mostly like, you can try to modify it with prompts, and then the next image only addresses your last request. What you like about the first image. ChatGPT's comments will basically sees your previous prompts, but it just can't have the image generated. It's pretty known as a drift. So you have to keep on trying until you get what you want. But these started to look pretty cool. I did poses, took over the matching chip, and I decided to cast this hand for the role. Okay. So just last week in Malaga, I attended a brand new conference called Upscale, which is all about creative design and AI. And it turns out there's a new startup there called Cityjs AI that specializes in 2D and 3D characters. So it's super new, but I suspect that this next generation, specializing in AI tooling, might produce better results for mankind. So I'm not imagining if you want to try it out in your project. All right, now that I have raw images, I needed to manipulate them and turn them into characters. And I used a software called Logoist. It's by a German company. They focus on native Mac apps. So it's Mac only, so sorry. But they develop high quality apps and they specialize in logo creation and platform. So you can remove raster images, break them apart into graphics. You can also arrange them into layers and edit them. And I was able to put this here on slides and alignment to figure various states of the head, remember the state machine, and then updated you all perfectly aligned so that the hen lays an egg while walking, or when turned around. Then the egg always originates from the X, Y position. And from there, I exported it back to the data. Okay, the next step was to create scope for those images. I built an app called Texture Packer, which is specifically designed for sprite creation. It's easy to use, basic features. You just draw figures to sprite sets. You can even preview your animations before exporting. Here's the chick, for example. Sprites are exported as things, PNG board, and a JSON file. For cropping and positioning the limit when you need it. So here are all the character sprites. You can also even export one big sprite from their characters combined. I should mention that Logoist and Texture Packer, they are relatively inexpensive. They're like €60, and it's way cheaper than Adobe Photoshop. So finally, I needed a background for the kitchen, and I asked AI for a large white kitchen. I got this instead. And I can't do it, but then, jokes aside, I mean, there are more specialized AI tools today for each generation, but I didn't use those at the time. I used online images and kitchens. And I used logos to break them apart into vector graphics. Mostly to give them sort of illustrated style. This one was cool. But in the end, I went with this one because of its depth, importance, and living color palette. Okay. So, until now, we've not paid any attention to fonts. And with everything defaulting to Arial, the game looks. Now, there's thousands of fonts, and I don't know much about the hierarchy, so it was hard to choose. But I wanted a font that looked basically playful, somewhat calm, not overly cartoonish. And so I settled on Arco, created that one. And I added the font to my CSS. Now, I was really surprised to see how much adding a single custom font kind of made the game start to look like a real game. It looked much more intentional and maybe even designed. But there was a problem. And that is when the game first loaded, the text was often misaligned. Now, at first I thought that was a problem text component, but then I realized it was an old-fashioned font loading issue. You see, on websites, there's several terms for this, right? And all of these terms basically mean the font's not ready. So in the game, where loading assets is pretty much expected, and state machine really helps here. I was already using the loading state in my state machine, and now I was able to put that's good use by loading fonts and all. I also used a library called Font Observer, which monitors the loading of fonts and returns the promise. And now everything looks aligned. So with the new font, I was able to put the pieces together. And I updated the title for my game, which is now Egg Drop. Well, it's the comments, Egg Drop, and it's like soup. Anyway, I'll work on it. So okay. So we can see that the title screen is bigger and the shelf is bigger, and we can also pivot to different directions, moving and move forward and gameplay. All right. Did you hear that? I didn't hear anything out there. And the problem is there's no sound in the game. So sad. So that needed fixing before. Now, the majority of the game sound effects were recorded by my own team. That's me, Rafi, the bass. So once we recorded the sounds, I brought the audio clips to Audacity, a free open source audio editor, to select. I then used Node.js to add sounds to the game. Now, Howler makes it super easy to import and control audio files. Here you can see I've imported a clip, and that sets a loop. And I also have individual clips, each with their own volume. You can put those together in this product, precisely by control and use fewer resources. Now, in the state machine, Xstate has something known as actions, which are basically fire and forget side effects. In this case, it's sound effects. So, for example, when an egg lands on the floor, you can use an action to play the right sound. We'll hear those soon. All right, now, I mentioned the idea of introducing a GA into the game, but we need to talk more about what the algorithms are and how they work. The main purpose of the game is to arrive at an optimal design to solve a complex problem, and to do it as quickly as possible. GAs use the concept of natural selection and survival of the fittest as a way to speed up that process to find a solution. How does genetic algorithm work? Well, there are several steps involved in the GA. The first one is population initialization, which happens just part. Then we have evaluation and fitness, selection, crossover, and lastly, mutation. So those last four happen repeatedly, maybe even hundreds of thousands of times. Each of those iterations is considered to be a generation with the population. Now, the GA is going to manage a sizable population of individuals, we said. Those individuals each contain a potential solution to the problem, stored in the DNA. Now, it's important that we establish a wide range of variation when initializing the population. During evaluation, we let individuals in the population have to solve the problem. Now, this could involve maybe even interacting with the environment. The most important part of the stage is fitness evaluation. Using the fitness function, we can score, reward, and punish behavior. Every individual will be assigned a fitness score. And only selected individuals will get to be parents of the next generation. There's many different techniques for selecting parents based on fitness. The most common is called roulette wheel selection. A thing where you respond with a leg or something. So the likelihood here of being selected is directly proportional to the individual's fitness score. So if you imagine that we have all fitness scores added up and a whole pie, that the higher scores are going to get a larger slice of the pie. We randomly select a number, so the lands on the wheel favoring those high scores. But since the selection is still random, it is still possible to choose the low performer. That's good for maintaining variety. Now, crossover involves mating parents. Now, we need to maintain the same population size from generation to generation. And for each child, we are chromosomes from either of the parents. Now, we have a chance to maintain variation in mutations. We need this variation to avoid reaching something called local optimum. That's basically where the population converges on what would be the best and the immediate area. But it's not actually the global optimum, that's the overall solution. Mutation can be calculated for mutation rate and mutation amount. All right, now that we've created the next generation, we return to the evaluation step and we see how the new population handles the problem. That's a kind of GA approach to solutioning. I wanted to see if I could add a GA to help automate the evolution of gameplay from level to level. And I defined roughly 2 goals for that. One is to make the game ideally more challenging. And the second one is also just to work, see how the game reacts and adjusts in real time to the in GA terminology, I knew that my hands would be individuals in the population. So from here on, I refer to them as individuals. The first one was to select some characteristics of each hand, and I wanted to vary across the population by speed, duration, movement distance, the maximum eggs they could lay, and also different colors. Now, in between levels of gameplay, I used the stage to execute each of the stages of the GA. Evaluation, also representation. And since eggs have chicks, it's sort of weird that these chicks would indirectly represent the next generation. Now, I created a fitness function that evaluated individual performance with each level. It rewarded hens that laid more eggs. It also rewarded them if their eggs went off. It adds a bonus to them if they are black eggs that didn't off. It also punished hens that didn't lay any eggs at all. Sorry. So the game is now working and running the GA with each level. I assumed hens were evolving, but I really wasn't sure. Instead of the GA was working as expected. And I couldn't tell if the game was harder or easier. Like, was it just fun, or was it something about this that wasn't working with the GA? So I was faced with a real dilemma. On one hand, I needed to know how to tweak the GA in order to make the game more playable. And on the other hand, I guess GA. So it was really hard to know which to do. So I decided to take a break. And just to think about the problem. Now, the GA needs variation population so that it can put forward enough solutions. I only have about 10 hens pacing back and forth on my feet. So I realized the population size was just too small. Believe me, I tried to simply crank up the population size instead of overcrowding and chaos, but it actually still performed very well. So I thought, how would I increase the population without all those hens people at the same time? Then I remembered where bombs would be. And I thought, bombs. Well, maybe each hen should go on a bombing run. So instead of sharing the stage simultaneously, I can have the population enter from one side and just get it on the other side. We'll have many more hens for the game level. They'll each get one chance to drop as many eggs as possible. I can even live another of making more progressions. So that seemed like an improvement. The population was larger, but not hundreds and thousands. I tried to think of other ways that I might be able to tweak the GA to overcome the population size. For example, adding more genes, or continuing to tweak the fitness function, adding weighted fitness values. Introducing some elitism during selection, where you still use roulette wheel, but you also reserve some spots for the top performers that are guaranteed to carry on. Or other methods also increasing the mutation rates and introducing more variety. I was going to try anything. So in order to experiment, I separated code between general GA functions and game-specific code. For example, this roulette function can now be easily swapped out for a different selection method. Another important function is individual genotype and phenotype. So for our purposes, the genotype can be represented as an array of random values from 0 to 1, each one owned by the and the phenotype would be how do these values translate to behavior characteristics of our hens in the game. So we can use an array to contain our genotype values, and each individual is assigned random values during population initialization. But during crossover, both parents will bring their own DNA to the offspring. We can then go through the DNA one gene at a time, select either gene from one parent or from the other. Now, this produces a child with a full DNA length that is a mix of its parents' DNA. But we're still keeping the genotype separate from the actual phenotype values. Also, our phenotype values can be clearly defined performance. We can make it very easy to edit which characteristics do we want to pass down, and we can set appropriate value ranges for those numbers. So for each new generation, we can call a function to calculate a phenotype by multiplying genotype and phenotype values within a range. You can reuse this setup for other apps not just. All right, this all starts to come together in our individual. On the left, we have our DNA, our phenotype, and our fitness score. On the right, we split that to add specific attributes. Let's have a final look at what the game was like. All right, I still need to down some of the sounds, but you get the picture. So the game is open source, and you can check it out if you want to get a deeper look at the overall structure, the code and its implementation, state machine, the state code, game assets and sounds, or to follow its ongoing development. Now, what kind of experience do you observe when implementing the GA? So I collected statistics from each level of game, then I added the developer panel to view them over time. There were some good signs of 10 attributes that steadily trended in a particular direction, mostly upwards over the generations. So, NC, or the game length rates while moving or while standing. The distance of the hand moves for each animation, so the average time is when they stop for an egg. The average rate of eggs developers applied it. But it wasn't all good news. The total eggs laid seemed to sort of be up and down. The average eggs laid per head. But there was a bit of a silver lining. The players captured the trend downward over time, even if it wasn't as steady as I thought. It looks like the game might be getting slightly harder, even though the player actually gets with each passing level. So it's important to know that shot over 16 generations. There's plenty more to come. So in summer we covered a lot of stuff, like learning about algorithms and why or how they can be useful. We also talked about abstractions, React to Java, and statements. We looked a little bit about using AI and creating character assets and fonts and sounds. And we also saw an approach to engage the game for that it might be automated, but we did acknowledge some of the difficulties in games. And also some ideas. So one more nugget. I highly recommend buying this brand new book by Dan called The Nature of Code. And it has algorithms and all kinds of other stuff mimicking physical natural world JavaScript. Well. So before I go, I'd just like to leave you with parting words from me and my team. Past few months, I've really come to fall in love with game development. I think that coding is already very creative, but when you start working with games, it's just creativity. I think working with the genetic algorithm, it's all a little experimental. But once you got the basic mechanism, it's cool to see the with it. So if you games, I really recommend it. It's a lot of fun. And if you've got your own creative coding projects, about game development, or you want to come to video games, I hope you come and say hi at the end of this great conference. So, Cityjs, Athens, thank you so much.
You got me. This one works. Okay, so yeah. Should thank you guys.
The guys from the AV. So, Spiros, you can come out of your living room. Monkey. And turn off the light. Each of us are so. Do you have a good time today? Congratulations, Celebrate special grace. This thing to keep coming, and we will keep coming. Yeah, the last time I made a mistake and I disaster. Yes, it was very sad. So I come back. So, a big thank you to the speakers. Speakers come up. Come on. And then we come now, baby guys. So we need to come with us. No, wait. We need to get the speakers. And if I notice. Yes, we do. And thank you. Move a little bit there. Move there. Come on. So thank you to these guys because they helped me to get everything done.
For JavaScript. Really, I don't like.
None of us do.
Exactly. But Aris made something that made me understand vision, GenAI. That we unify that process with you, and many things will come. Thank you very much.
You want to know someone up here because it's not just for us, it's as well. You took the designer. You want to come up here? We take a group picture. Yes. Yeah. If you want to.
Stay up, Studios, John, stay up.
Stay up, Studios, you're in
and Lucy, of course. Yes, sir, we'll take a picture with, yes, with the broad smile, and with that alone, we'll have a ritual. When we want to read the lyrics from that rather happens, we have to take a picture by saying the Lord. So, 1, 2, 3.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Απλά ξέρεις τι έγινε. Πιστεύω ότι το καλά στην κάμερα.
Και να παίρνει μέσα από το ανάλογο.
Kumari.